Hi there, friends. Thanks for tuning in to Nexus Harry. Get ready for an incredible journey as we present what if Harry had a 100% core binding and its removal transformed him into the primordial titan of magic. If you find our stories entertaining, a simple like and subscribe would mean everything to us. Your support motivates us to create more. Here we go. Chapter 1, The Unraveling. The pain came without warning. Harry Potter dropped to one knee in the middle of the Gryffindor common room, his vision swimming as white-hot agony lanced through every nerve ending. His wand clattered to the floor, forgotten as both hands clutched at his chest. Something was wrong, terribly wrong, a pressure building beneath his skin like magma beneath the earth's crust. Harry. Hermione's voice sounded distant despite her kneeling right beside him. What's happening? Should we get Madame Pomfrey? He couldn't answer. The pain crested, and Harry felt something inside him stretch like an overinflated balloon. Just when he thought he might black out, the sensation subsided, leaving him gasping on the crimson carpet. Bloody hell, Ron whispered, his freckles standing out starkly against his pale face. Your eyes were glowing, mate. Actually glowing. Harry blinked, his vision gradually clearing. The common room had fallen silent, a dozen pairs of eyes fixed on him with expressions ranging from concern to outright fear. He noticed a scorched circle on the carpet radiating outward from where he knelt. I'm fine, Harry managed, though the tremor in his voice betrayed him. Just, tired, I think. Hermione's analytical gaze suggested she didn't believe him for a second. That's the third episode this week, Harry. And they're getting worse. Beginning of 6th year, and Potter's already putting on a show, came Seamus Finnegan's attempt at lightening the mood. Saving the dramatics for the Halloween feast, eh? Forced chuckles rippled through the common room as Harry climbed to his feet, grateful when conversation gradually resumed around him. He retrieved his wand, frowning when he noticed the wood felt uncomfortably hot against his palm. We're going to the hospital wing, Hermione declared, her tone brooking no argument. Now. Ron nodded, flanking Harry's other side. Whatever you say, Mione. Better safe than, spontaneously combusting in Snape's class. It's Professor Slughorn teaching potions now, Hermione corrected automatically. Harry sighed. I told you, he stopped mid-sentence, staring at his reflection in the window. For just a moment, faint golden lines had appeared on his face, tracing patterns beneath his skin before fading away like dying embers. No one else seemed to have noticed. On second thought, he murmured, maybe Madame Pomfrey isn't such a bad idea. Minerva McGonagall stared at the letter bearing the ministry seal, her lips pressed into such a thin line they nearly disappeared. Absolutely not, she said, dropping the parchment onto Dumbledore's desk as though it were contaminated. Hogwarts is not a surveillance state, Albus. Minister Thornwood goes too far. Albus Dumbledore observed his deputy headmistress over steepled fingers, his expression grave behind half-moon spectacles. I fear Minister Thornwood believes he doesn't go far enough. He gestured toward the letter. 2 Aurors permanently stationed within the castle. Inspection of all incoming and outgoing mail. Authority to question students without parental consent. And this is merely his opening gambit. Cornelius Fudge was a bumbling fool, McGonagall said sharply, but at least his incompetence was predictable. Thornwood is. She trailed off, searching for the right word. Calculating, Dumbledore supplied. Minister Alaric Thornwood spent 20 years in the Department of Mysteries before his meteoric rise through ministry ranks. His intelligence is matched only by his conviction that power must be controlled, contained, especially after the chaos of the past year. And his particular interest in monitoring Mr. Potter. Dumbledore's eyes lost their customary twinkle. Harry has always represented both hope and danger to those in power, Minerva. To Thornwood, I suspect he represents something else entirely. Which is a variable that cannot be predicted. Dumbledore rose from his chair, moving to the window overlooking the Hogwarts grounds. And our new minister has built his career on prediction and control. McGonagall's retort was interrupted by a silver lynx materializing in the office, a Patronus messenger that spoke with Kingsley Shacklebolt's deep, resonant voice, Potter experiencing magical anomalies. 3 incidents in the past week. Monitoring increased. Thornwood dispatching specialists from Department of Mysteries tomorrow. The Patronus dissolved, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. It appears, Dumbledore said softly, that events are accelerating beyond even my anticipation. McGonagall stared at the spot where the lynx had been. What's happening to Potter, Albus? For perhaps the first time in their long association, Minerva saw something close to uncertainty cross Dumbledore's face. I have suspicions, he answered carefully, but I dearly hope I'm mistaken. The hospital wing offered no answers. Physically, you're in excellent health, Mr. Potter, Madame Pomfrey announced after a battery of diagnostic spells that left Harry feeling like he'd been through a magical MRI. Your magical core readings are unusual, but not necessarily cause for alarm. Unusual how? Hermione pressed from her position beside Harry's bed, where she'd been taking notes on every spell and observation. Madame Pomfrey hesitated, her professional demeanor slipping just enough to reveal concern. Mr. Potter's magical signature has always been remarkably strong, but it's now showing fluctuations. Surges followed by periods of dampening, almost as if. As if what? Harry asked when she didn't continue. As if something is trying to break through, she finished quietly. Though that's merely a layperson's interpretation. I'm afraid magical core dynamics fall outside standard healing expertise. Ron snorted. Layperson. You've only been fixing magical maladies longer than we've been alive. Kind of you to say, Mr. Weasley, Pomfrey replied with a faint smile, but there are specialists in these matters, and I am not one of them. So what now? Harry asked, uncomfortable with being the subject of yet another medical mystery. More tests with specialists. For now, you'll carry this. Madame Pomfrey handed Harry what looked like a smooth river stone inscribed with runes. It's a magical stabilizer, commonly used for young children experiencing accidental magic surges. It won't prevent episodes, but it may reduce their intensity. Harry pocketed the stone, trying to ignore the uncomfortable parallel between himself and a toddler unable to control their magic. And I'm afraid you're restricted from practical magic classes until we better understand what's happening, she added firmly. Theory only, Mr. Potter. What? Harry sat upright. You can't be serious. I've got NEWT classes starting, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Quidditch tryouts, all of which will still be there once we've ensured you won't blow up the Quidditch pitch with an unintentional surge, Madame Pomfrey cut him off. This is non-negotiable, Mr. Potter. I've already informed your professors. Harry slumped back against the pillows, frustration boiling inside him. Another year at Hogwarts, another reason he couldn't be normal. We'll help with the theory parts, Hermione offered. And practice when you're cleared. Ron nodded encouragingly. Could be worse, mate. At least you've got an ironclad excuse to skive off Snape's essays. Professor Snape, Hermione corrected automatically. He's not even teaching potions anymore, Harry pointed out, but somehow still made it into NEWT level defense. Speaking of which, Hermione said, checking her watch, we should go if we don't want to be late for dinner. Professor Dumbledore is making some sort of announcement. Harry slid off the bed, the weight of the stabilizing stone heavy in his pocket. Probably warning everyone to steer clear of me before I spontaneously combust. Neither Ron nor Hermione laughed. Instead, they exchanged the kind of look that told Harry they were genuinely worried, which somehow made everything worse. The great hall buzzed with the familiar chaos of the welcoming feast's aftermath. Students compared schedules, reconnected with friends, and speculated about the year ahead. At the Gryffindor table, Harry pushed food around his plate, only half listening to Hermione's detailed breakdown of their NEWT curriculum. The theoretical approach to nonverbal spellcasting is actually fascinating, she was saying. The magical intention must be completely separated from verbal triggers, which means, Harry, are you listening? Yeah, nonverbal magic, fascinating, he replied automatically. Hermione sighed. You're worried about the restrictions. Wouldn't you be? Harry lowered his voice. Voldemort's out there, Death Eaters are attacking every other week, and I'm supposed to just, what? Sit in the corner and write essays while everyone else prepares. It's only temporary, Hermione assured him. Once they figure out what's causing these surges, if they figure it out, Harry interrupted. When has anything about me ever been straightforward? Ron, who had been demolishing a slice of treacle tart, paused mid-bite. You could look at it strategically, mate. Element of surprise, yeah. Everyone thinks you're benched, then, bam, you come back stronger than ever. Harry appreciated the attempt at optimism, but before he could respond, Dumbledore rose from the staff table. The hall gradually quieted. A brief announcement before we conclude this evening's festivities, the headmaster began, his voice carrying effortlessly. As many of you are aware, the Ministry of Magic continues to strengthen security measures throughout Wizarding Britain. Hogwarts, while already extensively protected, will be implementing additional safeguards in the coming days. A murmur rippled through the hall. You will notice 2 Aurors stationed within the castle, Dumbledore continued. They are here for your protection and to ensure Hogwarts remains a sanctuary during these uncertain times. I ask that you treat them with the same respect afforded to your professors. Harry's eyes found the 2 Aurors standing at the back of the hall, a tall black woman with close-cropped hair and a middle-aged man with a weathered face. Neither smiled. Additionally, Dumbledore went on, all Hogsmeade visits will require advanced security clearance, and a new curfew will be strictly enforced. Full details can be found on your house notice boards. Rest assured, these measures are precautionary rather than reactive. That's not all they're here for, Hermione whispered. Look at Dumbledore's expression. Harry studied the headmaster and realized Hermione was right. Despite his reassuring words, a tension around Dumbledore's eyes betrayed deeper concerns left unspoken. And finally, Dumbledore said, I am pleased to introduce a late addition to our staff. Professor Ophelia Winterhall will be joining us from the Department of Magical Education to conduct a curriculum review and assist students requiring specialized magical instruction. A woman Harry hadn't noticed before stood from the far end of the staff table. She appeared to be in her late 30s, with auburn hair pulled back in a severe bun and rectangular glasses that gave her a scholarly appearance. Her smile didn't reach her eyes as she surveyed the student body. Department of Magical Education my arse, Ron muttered. Dad says that department hasn't actively intervened at Hogwarts in 50 years. Hermione nodded grimly. She's obviously here for something else. Or someone, Harry added, an unsettling certainty forming as Professor Winterhall's gaze fixed directly on him for a fraction too long before she resumed her seat. Dumbledore concluded his announcements, and the hall filled once more with the scrape of benches and student chatter. As Harry stood to leave, a sharp pain lanced through his forearm. He hissed, yanking back his sleeve to reveal what looked like golden lines tracing just beneath his skin, forming patterns reminiscent of ancient runes before fading away. Harry! Hermione gasped, grabbing his arm to examine it. What was that? I don't know, he answered, a knot of dread forming in his stomach. But it's getting worse. Minister Alaric Thornwood's office projected power through simplicity. Unlike his predecessors who decorated with magical artifacts and moving photographs, Thornwood preferred clean lines, minimal furnishings, and a single large window charm to display the London skyline regardless of the ministry's subterranean location. At 53, he cut an imposing figure, tall and lean with silver-streaked dark hair and eyes that evaluated rather than observed. The Potter situation requires immediate containment, he told the assembled department heads, his tone matter-of-fact. The readings we're detecting suggest magical instability on an unprecedented scale. With respect, Minister, Amelia Bones interjected, we're discussing a 16-year-old boy who has shown no aggressive intentions. Containment seems premature. Thornwood's expression didn't change. Your concern is noted, Madam Bones. However, intent becomes irrelevant when dealing with power of this magnitude. The boy needn't be aggressive to be dangerous. He tapped his wand on the conference table, conjuring a three-dimensional model of fluctuating magical energy readings. The largest spike, labeled Potter, H, Incident 3, towered over the others. For context, Thornwood continued, the energy output from this single, uncontrolled episode exceeds that of most fully trained wizards casting at maximum capacity. And it's growing. What exactly are we dealing with, Alaric? Asked Rufus Scrimgeour, head of the Auror office. Some side effect of his encounter with you-know-who? Unknown, Thornwood replied. Which is why I've dispatched Winterhall to assess him directly. She'll report directly to me, bypassing even Dumbledore's authority in this matter. Scrimgeour's eyebrows rose. That won't sit well with Albus. Dumbledore's comfort is not my primary concern. Thornwood dismissed the magical model with a flick of his wand. The stability of our magical infrastructure is. Something is occurring within Potter that defies our current understanding of magical development. Until we identify it, he represents a potential threat to himself and others. And if Dumbledore interferes? Bones asked, voicing what others would not. Thornwood's smile was thin and without warmth. Let us hope, for everyone's sake, that he chooses cooperation. I've taken the liberty of drafting emergency containment protocols should they become necessary. He distributed sealed folders to each department head. Familiarize yourselves with these procedures. I pray we won't need them, but this ministry will not be caught unprepared. Not again. The unspoken accusation against the previous administration hung in the air as the meeting adjourned. Thornwood remained seated, opening a separate file containing earlier monitoring reports on Harry Potter stretching back years. His finger traced a notation from nearly 16 years ago, written in a hand few would recognize, subject exhibits unprecedented magical potential. Complete binding recommended until full assessment possible. Containment failure would represent Class 1 magical emergency. What are you? Thornwood murmured to the photograph of the unassuming boy with unruly black hair and a lightning scar. And what will you become when whatever's binding you finally breaks? Harry woke drenched in sweat, his heart pounding against his ribs like a trapped bird. The dormitory was still dark, pre-dawn light barely hinting at the windows. For a moment, he couldn't remember what had jolted him from sleep, then the sensation returned, a strange pulling from deep within his core, as though something essential was trying to claw its way out. He slipped from bed, careful not to wake his roommates, and padded to the bathroom. The cold water he splashed on his face did little to ease the burning sensation spreading through his veins. When he looked up at the mirror, he froze. Golden lines crawled across his skin like luminous veins, forming intricate patterns before fading and reappearing elsewhere. They seemed to pulse with his heartbeat, growing brighter when he held his breath, dimmer when he exhaled slowly. What's happening to me? He whispered to his reflection, watching in horrified fascination as the patterns shifted, concentrating around his heart and spiraling outward. A sudden spike of pain doubled him over. Harry gripped the sink, knuckles white, as magic surged through him in a wave he couldn't control. The mirror cracked, a spiderweb of fractures radiating outward from where his reflection stared back in shock. The stone basin beneath his fingers grew uncomfortably hot. Harry stumbled backward, watching as the porcelain began to glow red-hot before abruptly cooling, leaving it warped and discolored. The stabilizing stone in the pocket of his pajamas was vibrating violently. Harry pulled it out, nearly dropping it when he saw it had cracked down the middle, the runes flaring briefly before going dark. He needed help. Not Madame Pomfrey this time. Something told him this went beyond medical care. Harry threw on his robes and hurried from the dormitory, the Marauder's map clutched in his trembling hand. It was barely 5 a.m, but one name on the map gave him hope, Albus Dumbledore, pacing in his office rather than sleeping. Harry moved through the castle like a ghost, grateful for the early hour that left corridors empty. Twice he had to stop as waves of nausea accompanied magical pulses that made portraits murmur in their frames and suits of armor creak as though awakening. By the time he reached the stone gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office, Harry felt as though his skin might split open from the pressure building inside him. "I need to see Professor Dumbledore," he gasped, leaning against the wall for support. "It's urgent." The gargoyle remained motionless. "Please," Harry insisted, desperation rising. "It's an emergency. I can't control it." Whether responding to the genuine panic in his voice or some unseen signal from above, the gargoyle suddenly leapt aside. Harry practically fell onto the moving staircase, clutching the railing as another surge rippled through him, leaving golden afterimages in the air where his fingers had touched the stone. The office door swung open before he could knock. Dumbledore stood framed in the doorway, his expression shifting from mild curiosity to alarm as he took in Harry's appearance. "Harry," he said softly, stepping aside to let him enter. "I've been expecting you, though perhaps not quite so dramatically." "Something's wrong with me," Harry managed, collapsing into the chair Dumbledore indicated. "My magic, it's like it's fighting against me. And these markings," he extended his arm, where the golden lines were once again becoming visible beneath his skin. Dumbledore studied the patterns with an intensity that made Harry even more uneasy. "When did these first appear?" "A few days ago. They come and go, usually during the episodes." Harry swallowed hard. "Professor, what's happening to me? Is it because of Voldemort? Some curse or connection?" "No, Harry." Dumbledore's voice had lost its usual gentle humor, replaced by a gravity Harry had rarely heard. "This has nothing to do with Voldemort. I believe what you're experiencing is much older, and in some ways, much more significant." Harry stared at him. "What do you mean?" Instead of answering immediately, Dumbledore moved to a cabinet behind his desk, extracting a shallow stone basin etched with ancient runes, the pensive. With a tap of his wand, silvery memories swirled within its depths. "I need to show you something," Dumbledore said, gesturing Harry forward. "A memory from the night your parents died, but not from Godric's Hollow. This occurred at the Ministry of Magic, in a sealed room few know exists." Harry approached warily, the constant discomfort of his magical surges momentarily forgotten in the face of this unexpected revelation. He bent over the pensive, and the familiar sensation of falling overtook him as the memory pulled him in. The room Harry found himself in was circular and windowless, reminiscent of the Department of Mysteries but somehow older, with walls of rough-hewn stone rather than polished marble. Ancient runes covered every surface, glowing with a soft blue light that provided the only illumination. In the center stood a raised dais upon which a small bundle lay wrapped in what appeared to be shimmering fabric. Dumbledore of the past, with slightly less silver in his auburn hair but the same penetrating blue eyes, stood beside the dais, deep in conversation with a witch Harry didn't recognize. She was tall and severe-looking, with streaks of grey in her dark hair and robes bearing symbols Harry had never seen before. "The readings are beyond anything we've recorded, Albus," she was saying, her voice carrying a faint accent Harry couldn't place. "The child shouldn't have survived what happened tonight, let alone reflected the killing curse. No human magic could accomplish that. Yet here he is, Elara," Memory Dumbledore replied, gazing down at the bundle that Harry now realized must be himself as an infant. "Very much human, very much alive. Human in form, perhaps." The witch, Elara, moved to the bundle and carefully folded back the fabric, revealing a sleeping baby with a fresh lightning bolt scar. With gentle fingers, she traced symbols in the air above the child's forehead, murmuring words in a language that seemed to resonate with the runes around the room. Golden lines appeared across the infant's skin, identical to the patterns Harry had been seeing on himself. Memory Dumbledore inhaled sharply. "Impossible," he whispered. "I thought so too," Elara agreed. "But the binding signatures are clear. This child was born with constraints already in place, powerful ones, that should have contained what lies beneath. Tonight's events damaged those bindings significantly. Can they be repaired?" Elara's expression grew grave. They must be. What sleeps within this child cannot be allowed to fully awaken, Albus. Not in our lifetime. Perhaps not ever. Memory Dumbledore's face showed a rare glimpse of uncertainty. Are you absolutely certain of your diagnosis? The patterns are unmistakable, she replied. In all my years as keeper, I've seen these markings only in the ancient texts. They are the bindings placed upon the primordials when the world was young. Her voice lowered. This child bears the signs of a Titan's core, Albus. A being of raw magical power that predates our understanding of magic itself. Harry watched, transfixed, as Elara placed her palms on the infant's chest and began an incantation that seemed to draw power from the very runes surrounding them. The golden lines on baby Harry's skin grew brighter, then slowly faded as new, silver patterns overlaid them, sinking beneath the skin until they disappeared entirely. It is done, Elara said, her voice weaker now, as though the ritual had drained her. I've reinforced the original bindings and added our own. The power will remain dormant. And when he comes of age, Memory Dumbledore asked. Elara's expression was solemn. Pray that by then, we understand what he truly is. The bindings will weaken naturally as he grows, but they should hold until adulthood at minimum. Beyond that. She trailed off, looking down at the sleeping child with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Beyond that, we must prepare for a reckoning with powers long forgotten. The memory began to dissolve around Harry, the figures becoming transparent as he felt himself rising back toward the present. The last thing he saw was Memory Dumbledore gently lifting the infant Harry, whispering words too faint to hear as the scene faded entirely. Harry stumbled backward from the pensieve, his mind reeling from what he'd witnessed. The pressure within him seemed to have intensified during the memory, as though the knowledge itself had accelerated whatever process was occurring. A Titan's core, he repeated, staring at Dumbledore. What does that even mean? Dumbledore sighed heavily, suddenly looking every one of his many years. The honest answer, Harry, is that I don't know precisely. The primordials are more legend than history, beings said to have existed when magic first manifested in our world. Some accounts describe them as the original sources of magic itself, neither human nor creature but something, elemental. And you've believed this about me since I was a baby? Harry's voice rose with indignation. You let them bind whatever this is inside me without even understanding it. What would you have had me do? Dumbledore asked quietly. You were an infant who had just survived the impossible. The magical output from Godric's Hollow that night was detected as far away as Prague. Without those bindings, your uncontrolled power might have been catastrophic. Harry's anger deflated slightly as the logic penetrated. Still, the revelation that such fundamental information about himself had been kept secret for 16 years stung deeply. So what's happening now? He asked. Why are these bindings failing? I suspect multiple factors, Dumbledore replied, beginning to pace. The original bindings were already damaged the night Voldemort attacked you. Elara reinforced them, but each magical trauma you've endured since has likely stressed them further, the basilisk venom and phoenix tears in your second year, the excessive magic channeled during the Triwizard Tournament, the connection forced between you and Voldemort in the graveyard. Each event taxed the bindings in ways they weren't designed to withstand. And now they're breaking, Harry concluded, a chill running through him despite the heat he felt beneath his skin. What happens when they fail completely? Dumbledore stopped pacing, his blue eyes meeting Harry's with uncharacteristic uncertainty. I wish I could tell you, Harry. The texts speak of primordial beings with the power to reshape landscapes, command elemental forces, even bend the fundamental laws of magic. But these are ancient accounts, often allegorical rather than literal. Harry looked down at his hands, watching as golden lines momentarily flared across his palms before disappearing again. I'm dangerous, aren't I? That's why the Ministry has sent people to watch me. Minister Thornwood's interest in you is indeed related to these developments, Dumbledore acknowledged. Though I suspect he knows even less than I do about what's truly happening. His Department of Mysteries has detected the magical surges but lacks the historical context to interpret them correctly. He'll try to contain me, Harry said, the realization coming with surprising clarity. Or worse. Dumbledore didn't deny it. Which is why we must act quickly to help you understand and gain some measure of control over what's happening. How? You just said you don't really understand what I am. I don't, Dumbledore admitted, but I know someone who might. Someone who has studied the primordial era far more extensively than I. He glanced at the ornate clock on his wall. He should be arriving this morning. I sent for him the moment I detected the changes in your magical signature. Harry felt another surge building within him, stronger than before. The golden lines reappeared across his exposed skin, no longer fading but remaining visible, pulsing with an inner light that illuminated the office in an eerie glow. Professor, he gasped, gripping the edge of the desk as objects around the room began to tremble. I can't hold it back much longer. Dumbledore moved with surprising speed for a man his age, his wand cutting through the air in complex patterns as he cast a containment spell around Harry. A transparent dome of magical energy formed, just as Harry felt something snap inside him like an overstretched elastic band. Magic exploded outward from Harry's core in a visible shock wave of golden energy that slammed against Dumbledore's containment spell, straining it to its limits. The dome bulged outward, cracks appearing in its surface as Dumbledore fought to maintain control, his face tight with concentration. For a terrifying moment, Harry thought the containment would fail completely, then, as suddenly as it had begun, the surge subsided, leaving him gasping and trembling. The golden lines across his skin dimmed but didn't disappear entirely, now faintly visible like an intricate network of luminous veins just beneath the surface. Dumbledore lowered his wand, the containment dome dissipating. That, he said with remarkable composure, was considerably stronger than your previous episodes. Harry managed a shaky laugh despite himself. Bit of an understatement, Professor. A soft chime interrupted them, an enchanted notification rather than a physical bell. Dumbledore glanced toward his fireplace, which flared green a moment later. Perfect timing, he murmured, straightening his robes. Harry, I'd like you to meet someone who may be able to help us understand what you're becoming. The flames grew higher, and a tall figure stepped through. Bill Weasley dusted ash from his dragonhide jacket, his long red hair tied back in its customary ponytail. His eyes widened slightly at the sight of Harry with golden patterns still visible beneath his skin. Professor Dumbledore, Bill greeted, before turning to Harry with a grin that didn't quite mask his concern. Hello, Harry. Looks like you've got yourself into something interesting again. Bill. Harry was confused. You're the expert on, whatever this is. Bill's expression grew more serious. Not exactly an expert, no. But in my work as a cursebreaker, I've encountered certain ancient magical systems that might relate to what you're experiencing. He approached Harry, studying the golden patterns with professional interest. May I? Harry nodded, extending his arm when Bill gestured. The eldest Weasley brother traced the patterns with a finger that didn't quite touch Harry's skin, his eyes narrowing in concentration. Remarkable, he murmured. The configuration is unlike anything I've seen in person, but there are similarities to markings I documented in a sealed chamber beneath the Temple of Karnak. He glanced at Dumbledore. The binding runes of none, just as you suspected in your message. None. Harry repeated. What's that? Not what, but who, Bill corrected. In ancient Egyptian magical tradition, Nun was the primordial waters from which all creation emerged, one of the oldest magical forces ever named by humans. He pointed to a particular pattern near Harry's wrist. These aren't ordinary runes or spell constructs. They're older, much older, and they appear to be breaking down systematically. Can you stop it? Harry asked, hope flaring briefly. Bill's expression answered before his words did. I'm not sure anyone can, Harry. These bindings weren't meant to be permanent. They're like magical training wheels. Meant to stabilize something until it could stabilize itself. That aligns with what Alara told me years ago, Dumbledore said thoughtfully. She spoke of the bindings as if they were natural, merely reinforced rather than artificially imposed. Harry's frustration mounted. So I'm just supposed to wait until this Titan thing, wakes up completely. What if I hurt someone? What if I can't control it? That, said Bill, is where I might actually be able to help. The ancient Egyptians developed techniques for individuals undergoing magical transformations. Not exactly common practices anymore, but the principles should apply. He looked to Dumbledore. With your permission, Headmaster, I'd like to begin working with Harry immediately. The patterns suggest we have days, perhaps weeks at most, before the bindings fail completely. Dumbledore nodded gravely. Of course. You'll have access to whatever resources you require. He turned to Harry. I'm afraid this means more restrictions on your normal activities, Harry. The risk of an uncontrolled surge during classes or Quidditch is too great. Harry wanted to protest but knew it would be futile. The memory of the magical explosion that had nearly overwhelmed even Dumbledore's containment was too fresh. What about the Ministry? He asked instead. That woman you introduced last night, Winterhall, she's here to monitor me, isn't she? Professor Winterhall is indeed Minister Thornwood's eyes and ears, Dumbledore confirmed. We will need to proceed with caution. The Ministry's approach to unusual magical phenomena tends toward containment rather than understanding. They're afraid, Bill added bluntly. And people in power are most dangerous when they're afraid. Harry looked down at his hands, where the golden patterns continued to pulse faintly beneath his skin. They should be afraid, he said quietly. I am. The room of requirement had transformed itself into something Harry had never seen before. Ancient stone columns reminiscent of Egyptian temples lined a central space where the floor had been inscribed with concentric circles of runes. Shelves of weathered texts and scrolls covered one wall, while another displayed artifacts that hummed with old magic. Perfect, Bill murmured appreciatively as they entered. The room understands what we need better than I could have articulated. Harry followed him cautiously, the events of the morning leaving him physically and emotionally drained. After leaving Dumbledore's office, they had stopped briefly at the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey had provided a strengthening potion that barely took the edge off Harry's exhaustion. Now, late afternoon sunlight streamed through high windows the room had conjured, casting long shadows across the ritualistic space. What exactly are we doing here? Harry asked, eyeing the runic circles with apprehension. Learning to listen, Bill replied, setting down the bag of equipment he'd brought. These bindings that are breaking down, they've been muffling your connection to whatever power lies at your core. As they weaken, that connection strengthens, but it's happening too quickly for your consciousness to adapt. He gestured to the innermost circle. These configurations should help you establish a controlled dialogue with the emerging energy rather than experiencing it as random surges. Harry stepped into the circle, unsure what to expect. So this is like magical therapy? Bill laughed. That's not a bad way to think about it. The ancient Egyptians believed certain individuals were born as vessels for divine or elemental forces. They developed rituals to help these vessels communicate with and gradually integrate the powers they contained. He positioned himself outside the circle, removing several small objects from his bag, a black stone bowl, a vial of silvery liquid, and what appeared to be a tuning fork made of an iridescent metal. This first session is diagnostic, Bill continued, pouring the silvery liquid into the bowl. I need to understand how your particular binding is structured before we attempt any direct interaction with what lies beneath. He looked up, his expression serious. I should warn you, Harry, this may be uncomfortable. The process essentially involves provoking a controlled surge so I can map its patterns. More uncomfortable than what's already happening? Harry asked wryly, gesturing to the golden lines that had remained visible since the incident in Dumbledore's office. Fair point, Bill acknowledged with a grim smile. Still, brace yourself. He struck the tuning fork against the edge of the stone bowl. The resulting tone wasn't so much heard as felt, a vibration that seemed to resonate with something deep within Harry's chest. The golden patterns across his skin brightened in response, and Harry gasped as a now familiar pressure built inside him. "Don't fight it," Bill instructed, his voice steady as he began tracing symbols in the air with his wand. "Let the surge come, but keep your mind focused on the tone. Use it as an anchor." Harry tried to obey, focusing on the vibration even as the magical pressure threatened to overwhelm him. The golden lines expanded across his skin, no longer just tracing established patterns but creating new ones, spreading like luminous vines seeking purchase. "That's it," Bill encouraged, though his expression had grown more intense as he observed the expanding patterns. "The bindings are responding to the resonance." There, he stopped abruptly, eyes widening. "Merlin's beard." "What?" Harry managed through gritted teeth, fighting to maintain his focus as the pressure continued to build. Bill didn't answer immediately, instead rapidly sketching what he was seeing in a notebook that had appeared beside him. "The binding architecture is unlike anything in my experience," he finally said. "Multiple layers, some clearly artificial and others appear to be part of your intrinsic magical structure." Harry couldn't respond, too focused on containing the growing surge. The golden light had intensified to the point that the patterns cast their own shadows on the stone floor. A high-pitched whine filled the air, like magic itself protesting the constraints still binding it. "One more moment," Bill murmured, completing his sketches before striking the tuning fork again. This time, the tone was different, deeper, resonating at a frequency that seemed to momentarily align with the magic surging through Harry. The effect was immediate and profound. The pressure didn't disappear, but it transformed, becoming less painful and more directional. Rather than fighting to escape in all directions, the magic began flowing in controlled currents beneath Harry's skin, following the golden pathways like water finding its natural course. Harry took a shuddering breath as the immediate crisis subsided. The golden patterns remained bright but stable, no longer expanding chaotically. "What did you do?" he asked, amazed at the relative calm he now felt. "Synchronized with your core frequency," Bill explained, looking rather surprised himself at the effectiveness. "It's a basic principle of curse breaking: find the resonant tone of a magical construct and you can influence its behavior." He studied Harry with newfound respect. "Though I've never seen anyone respond so dramatically on a first attempt." Harry stepped carefully out of the runic circle, the controlled flow of magic allowing him movement without fear of another explosion. "So you can fix this? Repair the bindings?" Bill's expression grew more somber. "No, Harry. I can help you manage the transition, but what's happening can't be stopped or reversed." He indicated the notebook where he'd sketched the binding patterns. "These aren't ordinary constraints placed on ordinary magic. From what I can see, they're more like chrysalis walls." "Meaning?" "Meaning they were always meant to break down eventually," Bill said quietly. "Whatever you're becoming, Harry, it appears this transformation was built into your magical nature from the beginning." Harry sank onto a stone bench the room had provided, the implications overwhelming him. "So I'm not human. I'm some kind of magical creature." "I wouldn't jump to that conclusion," Bill cautioned, sitting beside him. "The texts speak of primordials as beings of pure magical essence who eventually took physical form to interact with the physical world. If, and this is still a significant if, you do carry a primordial core, it doesn't make you less human. It just means your magic has deeper roots than most." "That's not exactly reassuring," Harry muttered. "No, I suppose not," Bill agreed with a wry smile. "But consider this, you've been carrying this core your entire life. The only difference now is that you're becoming aware of it." He gestured to the golden patterns. "These manifestations aren't new magic invading you, Harry. They're your magic finally expressing its true nature." Harry contemplated this perspective, finding it marginally less terrifying than the alternatives. "So what happens now?" "Now," Bill said, standing and collecting his equipment, "we continue these sessions daily. I'll teach you techniques to manage the surges as the bindings continue to deteriorate. And we research everything we can find about primordial beings to better understand what abilities might manifest. And when the bindings fail completely? Bill's expression was both solemn and encouraging. Then, Harry Potter, we discover what you were always meant to be. News of Harry's condition spread through Hogwarts like wildfire, despite attempts at discretion. By dinner, whispers followed him through the great hall, students craning their necks to glimpse the faint golden lines still visible on his skin where his sleeves didn't cover. Harry kept his gaze fixed on his plate, appetite non-existent despite having eaten nothing all day. Just ignore them, Hermione advised, though her own eyes frequently darted to the patterns on his wrists. They'll find something new to gossip about soon enough. Somehow I doubt that, Harry replied, acutely aware of Professor Winterhall watching him from the staff table. It's not every day a student starts glowing and setting things on fire accidentally. Ron snorted. Could be worse. Remember second year when everyone thought you were the heir of Slytherin? At least this time you're just potentially all-powerful, not evil. Ronald. Hermione hissed, though Harry found himself appreciating Ron's attempt at normalcy. It's fine, he assured her, before lowering his voice. Bill's helping. We had a session this afternoon that actually seemed to work. He explained the resonance technique, watching understanding dawn on Hermione's face. Sympathetic magical harmonics, she breathed, eyes alight with academic interest despite the circumstances. That's incredibly advanced magic, Harry. I've only read theoretical papers about it. Leave it to Bill to pull off the theoretical, Ron said proudly. Charlie gets all the attention for wrestling dragons, but Bill's magical theory work is brilliant. It's only temporary, though, Harry reminded them. The bindings are still failing. Bill says we have days, maybe a couple weeks at most. Hermione bit her lip, clearly thinking furiously. There must be something in the library about primordials. Historical accounts, magical theory, anything that might help you prepare. Already checked, Harry said glumly. Dumbledore gave me access to the restricted section this afternoon. Most mentions are just vague legends or clearly exaggerated stories about beings who could raise mountains or create storms with a thought. Still useful, Hermione insisted. Even myths usually contain kernels of truth. If these beings could manipulate elemental magic, perhaps that's what you'll... She broke off as Professor Winterhall approached their table, her expression neutral but her eyes sharp behind rectangular glasses. Mr. Potter, she said crisply. The headmaster informs me you've been experiencing magical instability. As the ministry's educational liaison, I'm required to assess any student whose magical expression falls outside normal parameters. Harry bristled at her clinical tone. I'm already working with specialists, Professor. Yes, William Weasley, I understand. Her smile didn't reach her eyes. While Mr. Weasley's curse-breaking expertise is valuable, the ministry has resources better suited to analyzing magical anomalies. I'd like you to come to my office tomorrow morning for evaluation. It wasn't a request. Harry felt a surge of resistance rise within him, accompanied by a brightening of the golden patterns on his skin. Winterhall's eyes narrowed at the display, confirming Harry's suspicion that her interest was far from academic. I'll be there, he said tightly, forcing the magic back under control using the technique Bill had taught him. Winterhall nodded once. 8 o'clock sharp. Don't be late. She turned and strode back to the staff table, where Harry noticed her exchange a significant look with one of the Aurors stationed at the hall's entrance. She's reporting directly to Thornwood, Harry murmured once she was out of earshot. Dumbledore warned me the ministry's getting nervous. You're not actually going to let her examine you, are you? Ron asked incredulously. Harry shrugged. Might be better to play along for now. If I refuse, they'll just push harder. He glanced toward the staff table, where Dumbledore was notably absent. Besides, I want to know what they know. What they suspect. Hermione looked troubled. Just be careful, Harry. The ministry's never been particularly ethical when dealing with magical forces they don't understand. As if to punctuate her warning, Harry felt another surge building, smaller than before but still significant. He closed his eyes, focusing on the memory of the tone from Bill's tuning fork, guiding the magic through the pathways beneath his skin rather than letting it build to explosive force. When he opened his eyes, Ron and Hermione were staring at him with a mixture of concern and fascination. The golden patterns had brightened momentarily before settling back to their faint glow. That was different, Hermione observed. You controlled it. Not exactly controlled, Harry corrected. More like, directed. It's still building, still wants out, but I can channel it a bit now. That's brilliant, Ron said, looking genuinely impressed. Maybe this won't be so bad after all. Harry wished he could share his friend's optimism, but the weight of uncertainty pressed down on him. Maybe, he agreed, not voicing his deeper fear, that when the bindings finally failed completely, no amount of channeling would be enough to control what emerged. Professor Winterhall's office bore little resemblance to its previous occupants. Gone were the strange instruments and warm clutter of Dumbledore's brief tenure in the space, replaced by sterile efficiency. Recording devices of magical origin hummed softly on metal stands, while enchanted parchments filled themselves with notes as Winterhall circled Harry, measuring the magical output emanating from the golden patterns on his skin. Fascinating, she murmured, more to herself than to Harry. The energy signature is unlike anything in our classification system. Harry remained silent, enduring the examination with forced patience. For the past 20 minutes, Winterhall had subjected him to various magical tests, none painful but all invasive in their own way, probing at the very essence of his magic. Your core temperature is nearly 3 degrees above wizard baseline, she noted, making another annotation on a floating clipboard. And the patterns themselves, they appear to be both containing and channeling the excess energy simultaneously. They're binding runes, Harry said flatly. And they're failing. Winterhall's head snapped up, her professional detachment momentarily broken. You know what they are. Harry debated how much to reveal, deciding a partial truth might yield more information than evasion. Bill Weasley recognized them. They're ancient, designed to contain whatever magic is inside me until I could handle it. Contain, Winterhall repeated, studying him with new intensity. An interesting choice of word, Mr. Potter. Typically, magical bindings are placed on forces considered dangerous or unpredictable. I was a baby when they were placed, Harry countered. Any uncontrolled magic would have been dangerous. Perhaps. Winterhall resumed her measurements, though her manner had shifted subtly. Yet most magical children experience accidental magic without requiring primordial binding runes to contain it. She emphasized the word primordial carefully, watching Harry's reaction. He kept his expression neutral, though inwardly he reeled at the confirmation that Winterhall, and by extension, the Ministry, knew more than they were admitting. I survived a killing curse, he replied evenly. Nothing about my magic has ever been normal. Winterhall smiled thinly. Indeed. Though the question remains, was your survival of the killing curse a result of these bindings, or were the bindings necessary because of what you already were? The question hit uncomfortably close to Harry's own uncertainties. Before he could formulate a response, a sharp pain lanced through his chest, causing him to gasp. The golden patterns flared brilliantly, and several of Winterhall's instruments began emitting high-pitched warnings. Interesting, she murmured, making no move to help as Harry struggled to bring the surge under control using Bill's techniques. The energy pattern is reconfiguring itself. Adapting. Through gritted teeth, Harry managed to direct the surge through the established pathways, though it took considerably more effort than previous episodes. When the immediate crisis passed, he found Winterhall watching him with clinical fascination. You're learning to channel it, she observed. Impressive, though ultimately futile, I suspect. What do you mean? Harry asked, still breathing heavily from the exertion. Winterhall adjusted her glasses, her demeanor shifting to something almost sympathetic. Mr. Potter, Minister Thornwood has authorized me to offer you assistance. Real assistance, not temporary measures like Mr. Weasley's resonance techniques. Harry's suspicion spiked. What kind of assistance? The Department of Mysteries has facilities designed specifically for containing and studying extraordinary magical phenomena, she explained, as though offering a wonderful opportunity. State-of-the-art magical suppressants, experts in core stabilization, research capabilities beyond anything available at Hogwarts. You would be comfortable, well cared for, and most importantly, safe, both for yourself and others. The implication was clear: voluntary containment now, or forced containment later. And how long would this research take? Harry asked carefully. Winterhall's pause told him everything. These matters can't be rushed, Mr. Potter. The safety protocols alone. You don't want to help me, Harry interrupted, anger rising. You want to lock me away and study me like a lab rat. That's not, it's exactly what you're proposing, Harry cut her off again, standing abruptly. Several of her instruments shuddered as his magic responded to his emotions. Minister Thornwood doesn't understand what's happening to me any better than I do. He's just afraid of what I might become. Winterhall's sympathetic facade crumbled, replaced by cold efficiency. His concern is justified, Mr. Potter. The energy readings we're detecting from you are escalating exponentially. If the pattern continues, you'll exceed the containment capacity of Hogwarts wards within days. She stepped closer, lowering her voice. This isn't personal. It's about protecting the magical community from a potential catastrophe. I'm not a catastrophe, Harry said quietly, though doubt crept through him. I'm just changing. Into what? Winterhall challenged. Because our analysis suggests something beyond wizard kind. Something our ancestors deemed necessary to bind for good reason. Before Harry could respond, the office door opened without a knock. Dumbledore stood in the doorway, his expression serene though his eyes were sharp as they took in the scene. Pardon the interruption, Professor Winterhall, he said pleasantly. I require Mr. Potter's assistance with an urgent matter. Winterhall's lips thinned with displeasure. We're in the middle of a ministry-mandated assessment, Headmaster. Indeed, and I'm certain you've gathered significant data already, Dumbledore replied, his tone remaining light though Harry recognized the steel beneath it. However, as Mr. Potter remains a student under my care, his educational needs must take precedence over administrative evaluations. The standoff lasted several seconds before Winterhall relented, though her expression promised future consequences. We'll continue tomorrow, Mr. Potter. The minister will be most interested in today's readings. I'm sure he will, Harry muttered, gathering his robes and moving quickly to join Dumbledore at the door. Once they were safely away down the corridor, Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Thank you, Professor. No thanks necessary, Harry, Dumbledore replied, guiding them toward a less traveled passage. Though I fear I've only bought you time. Ophelia Winterhall is not a woman easily deterred when acting on ministerial authority. She knows about the primordial bindings, Harry said urgently. The ministry knows more than they're letting on. Dumbledore nodded gravely. As I suspected. Minister Thornwood's background in the Department of Mysteries gave him access to records few ever see. Not the full context, perhaps, but enough to recognize the significance of your condition. They want to take me to some facility for research, Harry added, the golden patterns on his skin brightening with his agitation. Containment, they called it. An outcome we must avoid, Dumbledore agreed. Which is why I've accelerated our plans. William Weasley has prepared the room of requirement for an intensive session this evening, one that may help you achieve greater stability before your next encounter with Professor Winterhall. Harry wasn't reassured. Bill said the bindings are failing no matter what we do. Another session might help temporarily, but, this will be more than a standard session, Dumbledore interrupted, his pace increasing. Bill has consulted ancient texts I was able to procure from contacts who specialize in primordial magic. They suggest a method for guiding the transition rather than merely managing symptoms. Hope warred with apprehension in Harry's chest. You mean, intentionally breaking the bindings. Controlling how they fail. Precisely, Dumbledore confirmed. Though not without risk. The process would accelerate what's already occurring, bringing you to the critical transition point under controlled circumstances rather than waiting for it to happen unpredictably. They had reached the 7th floor corridor. Dumbledore paused, turning to face Harry directly. "The choice must be yours, Harry," he said seriously. This procedure would likely trigger the final breakdown of the bindings within hours rather than days. You would emerge, changed. How dramatically, I cannot say with certainty. Harry considered the options, none of them good. Wait for the bindings to fail naturally, possibly in the middle of a class or while sleeping, with catastrophic results. Submit to ministry containment and become a research subject indefinitely. Or take control of the process, facing whatever transformation awaited him on his own terms. When framed that way, there wasn't really a choice at all. Let's do it, Harry decided. Tonight. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment before nodding. Very well. I'll inform Bill to prepare. And Harry, his expression softened slightly. Whatever you become when these bindings fail, remember that who you are remains your choice. Power does not define character, how we use it does. With those words hanging between them, Dumbledore turned and walked away, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts and the increasingly insistent pulsing of the golden patterns beneath his skin. The room of requirement had transformed again by evening, now resembling an ancient temple chamber with a circular pool at its center. Water filled the pool, but it moved unnaturally, swirling in patterns that matched the golden lines across Harry's skin. Bill Weasley stood beside the pool, deep in conversation with Dumbledore and, surprisingly, Professor McGonagall, whose presence suggested the seriousness of what they were about to attempt. "Ah, Harry," Bill greeted as Harry approached. "Good timing. We're just finishing the preparations." Harry nodded, eyeing the pool warily. "What exactly are we doing?" "A controlled dissolution," Bill explained, gesturing to the swirling water. "These patterns aren't just decorative, they're pathways designed to guide the energy as the bindings break down." He indicated ancient symbols carved around the pool's edge. "We've reconstructed the original binding ritual in reverse, essentially creating a template for a stable transition rather than an explosive release." McGonagall stepped forward, her usual stern expression softened by genuine concern. "Mr. Potter, I want you to understand that this is highly experimental magic. If at any point you wish to stop, I don't have that luxury, Professor," Harry interrupted gently. "The bindings are failing regardless. This just gives me some control over how it happens." "A mature perspective," Dumbledore observed quietly. Bill nodded, moving to a stone table where various items were arranged, the tuning fork from their earlier session, several crystals of different colors, and what appeared to be a small golden dagger with runes etched along its blade. "The process has 3 phases," he explained, lifting the tuning fork. "First, we establish resonance with your core, as we did before but at a deeper level. Then, using the synchronized energy, we'll identify the key binding nodes and," he hesitated. "This is the difficult part. We'll need to sever them in a specific sequence." "Sever?" Harry repeated. "With that?" He nodded toward the dagger. "Yes," Bill confirmed. "The blade is ceremonial, forged specifically for binding and unbinding rituals. It won't cut your physical body, but rather the magical constructs beneath." Harry swallowed hard. "And the third phase?" "Stabilization," Dumbledore answered. "As the bindings dissolve, your innate magic will seek new forms of expression. The pool serves as both focus and buffer, helping channel the released energy along sustainable pathways rather than allowing it to disperse chaotically." The explanation was both reassuring and terrifying. Harry looked from face to face, reading the tension even in these experienced magic users. "What are the risks?" he asked directly. "Beyond the obvious." Bill glanced at Dumbledore before answering. "There's a possibility that the release of energy could be more powerful than we've anticipated. In that case, containment might fail, affecting the castle's wards or nearby magical structures. You mean I could blow up Hogwarts, Harry translated bluntly. Unlikely to that extreme, McGonagall interjected. But significant magical disruption is possible. There's also the matter of your core identity, Dumbledore added quietly. Primordial beings, according to the texts, experienced consciousness differently than wizards. Your sense of self might undergo adjustment. Harry processed this, understanding the unspoken concern. He might emerge as something other than Harry Potter, the person they knew. I'm willing to risk it, he decided finally. It's better than waiting for disaster or letting the Ministry lock me away. Bill nodded, respect evident in his expression. Then let's begin. Remove your outer robes and shoes, then step into the pool. The water is enchanted, it won't feel wet, but rather like standing in pure magic. Harry did as instructed, shedding his school robes and shoes before cautiously stepping into the pool. Bill was right, the swirling substance felt less like water and more like stepping into a gentle current of electricity, tingling but not unpleasant. The golden patterns on his skin brightened immediately in response, seeming to recognize something kindred in the enchanted liquid. Good, Bill murmured, positioning himself at the edge of the pool. Now close your eyes and focus on your breathing. Try to feel the magic flowing through the patterns rather than fighting against them. Harry closed his eyes, following Bill's instructions. The familiar pressure of contained magic built within him, but this time he didn't resist it, instead trying to sense its natural flow, where it wanted to go, how it sought expression. That's it, Bill encouraged. Now, I'm going to establish the resonance. When you hear the tone, try to visualize it aligning with your own magical frequency. The tuning fork rang out, its vibration rippling through the enchanted pool and into Harry's body. Unlike their previous session, where the tone had merely calmed the surging magic, this resonance seemed to awaken something deeper. The golden patterns grew brighter, and Harry felt a strange doubling of awareness, as if part of his consciousness was observing from a distance while another part remained rooted in his physical form. The patterns are responding, he heard McGonagall murmur from what seemed like very far away. More than responding, Bill replied, his voice tense with concentration. They're reconfiguring. I've never seen anything like this. Harry couldn't see what they were observing, but he could feel it. The golden lines across his skin were no longer following their original paths but forming new configurations, more complex and somehow more right. As if they were returning to their natural state after being forced into artificial arrangements. Phase 2, Bill announced. Harry, you'll feel pressure at specific points. Try not to resist, even if it's uncomfortable. Harry nodded, though he wasn't sure they could see the gesture. The doubled awareness was intensifying, part of him still Harry Potter, standing in an enchanted pool in the room of requirement, while another part expanded outward, touching the very fabric of magic that permeated the castle. The first touch of the ritual dagger wasn't painful so much as shocking, like a circuit being completed. Harry gasped as he felt something snap, a binding that had been part of him for so long he hadn't known it existed until it was gone. Magic rushed to fill the void, golden energy visibly spiraling around his arm where Bill had touched the blade to a key pattern junction. One down, Bill said, his voice steady despite the tension. 11 more to go. Each subsequent cut of the ritual blade released another binding, and with each release, Harry's expanded awareness grew stronger. By the sixth binding, he could perceive the magical signatures of everyone in the room, Dumbledore's vast, controlled power, McGonagall's precise, disciplined energy, Bill's unique blend of academic and practical magic. By the ninth, he could sense the castle itself, the ancient wards and enchantments humming with centuries of accumulated power. The energy readings are off the scale, McGonagall reported, her voice tight. Albus, the containment, will hold, Dumbledore replied firmly. Continue, William. We're too far to stop now. The final 3 bindings were the deepest, tied to the very core of Harry's being. As Bill severed each one, Harry felt fundamental shifts in his understanding of himself and magic. The golden patterns now covered his entire body, no longer just lines but intricate, flowing symbols that seemed to exist in more dimensions than should be possible. "The final binding," Bill announced, positioning the ritual dagger over Harry's heart. "This is the anchor point, Harry. When it's released, there's no going back. Are you ready?" Through his expanded awareness, Harry could sense urgency building. Something was gathering beyond the severed bindings, something vast and ancient that had been part of him all along, yet separate. Not malevolent, but wild and powerful beyond human conception. "Do it," Harry managed, his voice sounding strange even to his own ears. The ritual blade touched his chest, directly over his heart. For a moment, nothing happened, then the final binding shattered with an audible crack that echoed through the room of requirement. Golden light exploded outward from Harry's body, so bright that even with closed eyes, his vision went white. The doubled awareness collapsed, but not back into his human perspective. Instead, Harry felt himself expanding, consciousness stretching to encompass something far greater than his physical form. Knowledge poured into him, not facts or information, but understanding at a fundamental level of how magic itself functioned, its currents and tides, its very essence. From a distance, he heard shouting, felt the room itself groaning under the pressure of the power being released. The containment spells were failing, magic spilling beyond their boundaries. "Harry." Bill's voice penetrated the expanding awareness. "You need to stabilize. Find an anchor. An anchor. Something to tether this vast consciousness to a human perspective before he lost himself entirely." Harry reached through the overwhelming flood of sensation, searching for something familiar, something that defined him beyond power. Images flashed through his mind, his parents' faces in the mirror of Eriste, Ron and Hermione standing beside him through countless dangers, Sirius's bark-like laugh, the feel of a broomstick beneath him as he soared through the air, Hedwig's gentle nip at his fingers, the warmth of the Weasley home. These connections, these relationships, they were what made him Harry, not the magic now coursing through him unbound. He seized them, using them as focal points around which to organize the chaos of his expanding awareness. Gradually, the golden light began to coalesce, drawing back toward his physical form but not diminishing. Rather than containing the power as the bindings had done, Harry was integrating it, accepting it as part of himself rather than something separate to be controlled or feared. When he finally opened his eyes, the room of requirement had changed again, or perhaps his perception of it had changed. He could see not just the physical structure but the magical architecture beneath, the intricate spellwork that allowed the room to transform itself according to need. Bill, Dumbledore, and McGonagall stood at the edge of the pool, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension. Harry realized he was floating several inches above the liquid surface, the golden patterns now a permanent part of his skin, not glowing obtrusively as before, but shimmering subtly like sunlight through water. "Harry?" Dumbledore asked carefully. "Are you still with us?" The question carried layers of meaning. Was he still Harry Potter? Had his humanity survived the transformation? "I'm here," Harry replied, surprised to find his voice unchanged despite the profound shift in his being. "I'm still me, just more." He extended a hand experimentally, watching as golden energy gathered in his palm without effort or incantation, raw magical force responding to mere thought. With a gentle push of will, he directed it toward a damaged column where the containment failure had cracked the stone. The energy flowed outward, and the column repaired itself instantly, the magic restructuring the physical material at a fundamental level. "Remarkable," McGonagall breathed, her customary composure momentarily forgotten. Bill was staring at readings from instruments he'd set up around the pool. "The bindings are completely gone, but there's no instability. He's channeling the energy naturally, as if." He looked up at Harry with wonder. "As if he was always meant to." "How do you feel, Harry?" Dumbledore asked, studying him intently. Harry considered the question, taking inventory of the changes. His physical body felt lighter, more responsive, as though gravity had less claim on him. His senses extended beyond normal parameters, he could perceive magic in a way he'd never imagined possible, seeing it as currents and patterns woven through everything around him. Most significantly, the constant pressure that had been building for days was gone, replaced by a steady flow of power that responded to his will rather than threatening to overwhelm him. Different, he answered honestly. But not wrong. Like I've been seeing through a fogged window my whole life, and someone finally wiped it clear. He stepped out of the pool, or rather, floated to its edge before willing himself back to normal physical contact with the floor. The sensation of magic responding to his unconscious desires would take some getting used to. What happens now? Harry asked, looking down at his transformed body. The golden patterns had settled into a permanent state, visible but not glaring, tracing elegant designs across his skin that seemed to shift subtly when viewed from different angles. That, Dumbledore said quietly, will depend largely on how the Ministry responds to your transformation. And on what you choose to do with these newfound abilities. As if summoned by his words, the doors to the room of requirement burst open. Professor Winterhall stood in the entrance, flanked by the two Ministry Aurors, her expression a mixture of fury and vindication as she took in the scene. Albus Dumbledore, she announced formally, by order of Minister Thornwood and the authority vested in me by the Department of Magical Containment, I am placing Harry Potter under Ministry protection, effective immediately. Her gaze fixed on Harry's transformed appearance, the golden patterns marking him as something beyond ordinary wizardry. The subject has undergone full binding failure, she continued, addressing the Aurors while keeping her wand trained on Harry. Containment Protocol Omega is now in effect. The Aurors stepped forward, raising specialized restraint devices Harry had never seen before, crystalline manacles designed to suppress magical output. Behind them, more Ministry personnel were visible in the corridor, a full containment team prepared for what they clearly considered a worst-case scenario. Harry felt a flicker of anger, but tempered it with his new awareness. He could sense their fear, their uncertainty faced with something beyond their understanding. Violence wasn't the answer, but neither was submission to those who would cage him out of fear. I don't want to fight you, he said calmly, addressing Winterhall directly. But I won't be contained, Professor. Not by you, not by Minister Thornwood, not by anyone who sees me as a threat rather than a person. Golden light rippled across his skin as he spoke, not aggressively but as a natural expression of the power now flowing freely through him. Without conscious effort, he found himself rising several inches off the floor again, magic responding to his emotional state. Winterhall's eyes widened, but her wand remained steady. Stand down, Mr. Potter. The Ministry facilities are the only places equipped to handle magical anomalies of this magnitude. This isn't personal, it's for the safety of everyone, including yourself. Safety through imprisonment isn't safety at all, Harry countered. It's fear masquerading as protection. The standoff stretched taut as a bowstring, neither side willing to make the first aggressive move. In the silence, Dumbledore stepped forward, placing himself between Harry and the Ministry officials. I suggest a compromise, he said calmly. Harry remains at Hogwarts under supervised conditions while he adjusts to his new abilities. Ministry observers are welcome, of course, but no containment measures unless he demonstrates actual threat rather than theoretical danger. Winterhall's expression hardened. My orders are clear, Headmaster. The subject is to be, my name, Harry interrupted, his voice resonating with new authority, is Harry Potter. Not the subject. And while I respect the Ministry's concern, I will not surrender my freedom because of what I might do rather than anything I've actually done. To emphasize his point, he allowed his awareness to expand slightly, touching the magic of the castle itself. The room of requirement responded instantly, its very architecture shifting subtly to reflect his will, not threatening, but demonstrating that force would be futile. The Aurors exchanged uneasy glances, clearly recognizing that their containment tools were likely inadequate against whatever Harry had become. Winterhall, however, remained resolute. Minister Thornwood anticipated resistance, she said coldly. Which is why he authorized this. From her robes, she withdrew a small, ancient-looking device, a cube inscribed with symbols similar to those that had been bound to Harry's skin. Before anyone could react, she activated it with a complex wand movement. The effect was immediate. The symbols on the cube flared to life, reaching out with tendrils of silvery energy that sought to wrap around Harry, to bind him once more. For a terrible moment, Harry felt the familiar constriction beginning to form around his core. But he was no longer the infant who had been bound before, nor the unaware teenager who had carried those bindings unknowingly. With his new understanding of magical architecture, he could see exactly how the ancient binding spell was constructed, and how to unravel it. With a thought, he reversed the energy flow, sending it back toward the cube in Winterhall's hands. The device shuddered, symbols flickering as their purpose was inverted. Instead of binding primordial energy, the cube began to absorb it from its surroundings, drawing not from Harry, but from the ambient magic of Hogwarts itself. Winterhall dropped the device with a cry of alarm as it grew hot in her hands. The cube fell to the floor, cracks appearing across its surface as it absorbed more magic than it was designed to contain. With a gesture, Harry encased it in a sphere of golden energy moments before it shattered, containing the explosive release within a controlled space. The room fell silent save for the gentle hum of magic surrounding Harry. The ministry officials stared in a mixture of fear and awe at the display of control over forces they had believed uncontrollable. "As you can see," Dumbledore said into the silence, his voice mild but firm, "attempts at forced containment would be both unnecessary and unwise. Harry has demonstrated perfect control over abilities that, moments ago, were completely new to him. Perhaps cooperation would prove more productive than confrontation." Winterhall seemed at a loss, her carefully constructed plans in ruins. After a long moment, she lowered her wand, though her expression remained wary. "The minister will want a full report," she said stiffly. "And this isn't over, Dumbledore. The magical community has protocols for entities of this nature." "Entities," Harry repeated quietly. "That's what I am now. Not a person, but an entity." For the first time, Winterhall looked directly at him, really seeing him rather than the phenomenon she'd been sent to contain. Something in her expression shifted, uncertainty replacing clinical detachment. "What would you have us call you?" she asked, and the question seemed genuine despite her adversarial position. Harry considered this, aware that his answer carried weight beyond this room. How he defined himself now would shape how others saw him, as a threat to be contained, a wonder to be studied, or simply a young man facing extraordinary circumstances. "My name is Harry Potter," he said finally. "I'm a student at Hogwarts, a wizard, and a person with rights and dignity like anyone else. What's changed is my understanding of magic, not who I am at heart." He gestured to the golden patterns visible on his skin. "This transformation doesn't make me less human, it just reveals what was always there beneath the bindings. If the ministry wants to understand what that means, I'm willing to cooperate with research that respects my autonomy. But I won't be caged, Professor Winterhall. Not by Voldemort, not by the ministry, not by anyone." The name of Voldemort sent a visible shudder through the ministry officials, a reminder that far more dangerous threats existed than a transformed teenager who had shown no aggression despite significant provocation. Winterhall seemed to reach a decision. "I will convey your position to Minister Thornwood," she said formally. "Until further notice, you'll remain at Hogwarts under observation. But make no mistake, Mr. Potter, at the first sign that you cannot control these abilities, or that they present danger to others, the ministry will act decisively." It was as close to a compromise as they were likely to get. Harry nodded once, accepting the terms while making no promises beyond what he'd already stated. As the ministry officials withdrew, Harry felt the adrenaline of the confrontation ebbing, leaving him suddenly aware of how profoundly the night's events had changed him. He looked down at his hands, where golden patterns shimmered with each pulse of magic through his system, visible proof that he was no longer just the boy who lived, but something unprecedented in the modern wizarding world. "What am I, Professor?" he asked quietly once they were alone, looking to Dumbledore for the wisdom he had always provided in moments of crisis. Dumbledore considered him thoughtfully. "You are what you have always been, Harry, a young man of remarkable courage facing circumstances few could imagine. The fact that those circumstances now include primordial magic doesn't change your essential nature. His eyes twinkled slightly. Though I suspect it will make your remaining time at Hogwarts rather more interesting than even your previous adventures. Despite everything, Harry found himself smiling at the understatement. More interesting than a basilisk and the Triwizard Tournament? That's saying something. Indeed it is, Dumbledore agreed. And yet, I have every confidence that you will rise to this challenge as you have to all others, with integrity and compassion that define you far more truly than any power, however ancient or profound. As dawn light began to filter through the windows the room had provided, Harry felt a strange peace settling over him despite the uncertainty ahead. The bindings were gone, the transformation complete. Whatever he was becoming, Titan, Primordial, or simply a wizard with extraordinary gifts, the choice of how to use these abilities remained his own. And that, perhaps, was the most important magic of all. Chapter 2, Titanic Emergence. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through the hospital wing windows, its warmth unusually vivid against his skin. He could feel each individual ray, sensed the subtle magic in the light itself. For a moment, he simply lay there, experiencing the world through newly awakened senses. "He's awake," came Hermione's voice from nearby, a mixture of relief and apprehension coloring her words. Harry turned his head to see Ron and Hermione sitting beside his bed, both looking as though they hadn't slept. Behind them, Madame Pomfrey hovered anxiously, her wand tracing diagnostic patterns in the air. "Morning," Harry said, surprised by how normal his voice sounded despite the profound changes he could feel throughout his body. "How long was I out?" "About 12 hours, Ron answered, leaning forward. "Blimey, Harry, your eyes." Harry blinked, suddenly self-conscious. "What about them?" Hermione conjured a small mirror and handed it to him wordlessly. Harry's reflection showed a face he recognized but with startling differences. His green eyes now contained flecks of gold that seemed to shift and swirl like liquid metal. The golden patterns that had manifested during the ritual had settled into his skin, no longer glowing obtrusively but present as faint, iridescent markings that traced elegant designs across his visible skin, disappearing beneath his hospital pajamas and re-emerging at his wrists and neck. "Well," he said after a moment, "at least I'm not actually glowing anymore." Ron snorted, tension breaking. "Leave it to you to find the bright side of turning into a—" He stopped, clearly unsure what term to use. "A primordial," Hermione supplied quietly. "That's what Professor Dumbledore called it when he explained what happened last night." Harry set down the mirror, examining the intricate patterns on his hands. They seemed to pulse subtly with his heartbeat, the magic now flowing freely through pathways that had once been constrained. "How do you feel?" Hermione asked, watching him carefully. Harry considered the question. "Different. Like I've been living in a fog my whole life and now everything's clear." He reached for the glass of water on his bedside table, and it floated into his hand before he physically touched it. "Oh. That's new." Madame Pomfrey made a small sound between a gasp and a sigh. "Mr. Potter, please try to refrain from casual magic until we better understand your condition. The instruments are having difficulty calibrating to your magical signature as it is." Harry nodded apologetically, noticing for the first time the array of monitoring devices surrounding his bed, more elaborate than anything he'd seen in the hospital wing before. Several were emitting soft, concerned chimes. "Sorry," he said, carefully setting the glass down the normal way after taking a sip. "I didn't really mean to do that." "That's precisely what concerns us," came Dumbledore's voice as the headmaster entered the hospital wing, followed by Bill Weasley. "Unconscious magic is common in children but rarely manifests in teenagers except under extreme duress." "Professor," Harry greeted, sitting up straighter. "Is everything all right with the ministry?" "After last night, I thought, a temporary détente has been established," Dumbledore replied, his expression grave despite his light tone. "Professor Winterhall has reported to Minister Thornwood, who is, shall we say, reconsidering his approach in light of the unsuccessful containment attempt." "That's diplomatic speak for, they're terrified and planning something else," Bill translated, giving Harry a wry grin. Good to see you awake. How's the transition feeling? Harry gestured vaguely. Strange. I can sense magic everywhere, in people, objects, the castle itself. It's like seeing a new color that was always there but I couldn't perceive before. Fascinating, Hermione breathed, academic interest momentarily overriding concern. Can you describe how different types of magic appear to you now? Before Harry could answer, the hospital wing doors opened again, this time admitting Professor McGonagall, whose normally composed expression showed signs of strain. Albus, she said without preamble, they've arrived. Dumbledore's expression darkened. Earlier than expected. How many? A full containment division squad, McGonagall replied. 12 operatives led by Darius Blackthorne himself. They're demanding immediate access to Mr. Potter, citing emergency powers under the Magical Entities Regulation Act. Ron stood abruptly. They can't just barge in and take Harry. Legally, I'm afraid they can, Dumbledore said quietly. The Act grants the Ministry broad authority when dealing with magical phenomena deemed potentially hazardous. Authority I suspect Minister Thornwood has been eager to exercise. Harry felt a surge of both anger and fear, the golden patterns on his skin brightening in response to his emotions. The monitoring instruments around his bed began to chime more urgently. I'm not going with them, he said firmly. Not to be locked away and studied like some magical creature. Bill stepped closer, lowering his voice. The Ministry's Containment Division doesn't exactly have a reputation for gentle handling, Harry. If they get their hands on you. They won't, Hermione interrupted, her expression shifting from academic to determined in an instant. We need to get Harry somewhere safe. Somewhere they won't think to look immediately. The room of requirement? Ron suggested. Dumbledore shook his head. After last night's events, it would be among the first places they'd search. And I fear Hogwarts itself may not remain sanctuary for long. Minister Thornwood has threatened to suspend my authority as headmaster if I interfere with the Containment Division's mandate. Harry stood, ignoring Madame Pomfrey's protests. The hospital pajamas did little to hide the golden patterns now visible across most of his body. I won't let anyone else suffer for protecting me. If I need to leave Hogwarts, no, Dumbledore said firmly. Outside these walls, you would be even more vulnerable. What you need is time to understand and gain control of these new abilities before confronting whatever the Ministry has planned. The Chamber of Secrets, Harry said suddenly, the idea forming fully formed in his mind. No one can access it except me. Not even the Ministry could follow. Brilliant, Ron agreed immediately. They'd never find you there. It's also ancient magic, Hermione added, thinking rapidly. If Harry's connecting to primordial magical forces, a place with magic that old might actually help stabilize the transition. Dumbledore exchanged a significant look with McGonagall. It would buy us time to negotiate with the Ministry from a position of strength rather than crisis, he acknowledged. Though I dislike the thought of you isolated in such a place, Harry. We'll go with him, Ron said immediately. Hermione and I. Absolutely not, McGonagall objected. I cannot condone placing additional students in potential danger. With respect, Professor, Hermione countered, Harry's going to need support. Both emotional and practical. We've faced dangerous situations before. Not like this, Bill warned. Harry's magic is in a state of flux. Unpredictable. Powerful in ways we don't fully understand yet. Harry looked at his friends, torn between wanting their support and fearing for their safety. Before he could speak, however, the hospital wing doors banged open. Professor Winterhall strode in, accompanied by a tall, severe-looking wizard in charcoal gray robes embroidered with silver containment runes. That's quite enough planning for one morning, Winterhall announced, her tone coldly triumphant. Darius Blackthorne, head of the Containment Division. We have authorization to take Subject Potter into protective custody immediately. The wizard beside her stepped forward, assessing Harry with clinical detachment. Impressive manifestation, he noted, as if discussing an interesting specimen rather than a person. The primordial patterns are more developed than reported. I have to say, Dumbledore, Winterhall added, harboring the subject after explicit ministry directives constitutes a serious breach of your authority as headmaster. Harry Potter is a student under my care, Dumbledore replied calmly. And until presented with a specific threat he poses rather than theoretical concerns, I am obligated to protect his rights as I would any student's. Blackthorn smiled thinly. The theoretical became quite concrete last night, when monitoring stations detected a magical surge powerful enough to register in Edinburgh. He produced an official-looking document bearing the minister's seal. This authorization requires no justification beyond the subject's classification as a Class A magical entity under the 1743 protocols. I'm standing right here, Harry said, anger rising. And I have a name. It's not subject or entity. As he spoke, the golden patterns across his skin brightened noticeably. Glass instruments throughout the hospital wing vibrated in response to his emotions, and Harry felt magic gathering within him, responding to his distress. Blackthorn took a step back, hand moving to a containment device at his belt. Control yourself, Potter, or we'll be forced to employ suppression measures. That would be unwise, Dumbledore said quietly, but with unmistakable warning in his voice. Harry's abilities are still stabilizing. Attempts at magical suppression could trigger precisely the kind of event you claim to be preventing. A tense standoff ensued, broken only when the hospital wing doors opened yet again, admitting the rest of Blackthorn's team, witches and wizards in matching grey robes, carrying specialized equipment Harry didn't recognize but instinctively knew was designed for containment. Last chance, Potter, Blackthorn said, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Come voluntarily, or we employ more direct methods. Harry looked around desperately, at Dumbledore's concerned face, at Ron and Hermione's determined expressions, at the ministry operatives preparing to take him by force if necessary. The magic within him surged in response to his panic, the golden patterns now glowing visibly through his clothing. Run! Hermione suddenly shouted, flicking her wand with precision. A blinding flash filled the hospital wing, accompanied by a deafening bang, a perfect decoy detonation charm that sent the containment team into momentary confusion. In the chaos, Ron grabbed Harry's arm, pulling him toward the exit. Go, mate. We'll be right behind you. Harry hesitated for only a second before making his decision. With a silent apology to Dumbledore, he bolted through the momentary gap in the ministry's formation, racing down the corridor with speed that surprised even him. Behind him, he heard shouts and the beginning of pursuit, but his new awareness of the castle's magic gave him an advantage. He could sense where people were, avoid interception. He ran without conscious thought, his body seeming to know where to go. Down staircases that shifted to accommodate his passage, through corridors that somehow appeared vacant just as he needed them to be. It wasn't until he reached the second-floor girls' bathroom that he realized his destination had been clear all along. Myrtle's bathroom was empty, the ghost herself nowhere to be seen. Harry approached the sink with the snake engraving, his heart pounding. Behind him, distant shouts indicated pursuit was closing in. Open, he hissed in Parseltongue, the command coming as naturally as breathing despite years since he'd last used it. The sink began to move, revealing the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Harry peered into the dark passage, suddenly uncertain. The last time he'd entered this place, he'd nearly died. But now it represented his only sanctuary from forces that would cage him for what he'd become. Footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. Harry's decision was made for him by circumstance. He slipped into the passage just as the bathroom door burst open, sealing it behind him with another hissed command before sliding down into the darkness below. The Chamber of Secrets looked much as Harry remembered, cavernous, dimly lit, and permeated with ancient, unsettling magic. The massive statue of Salazar Slytherin still dominated the far end, its stone face frozen in eternal contempt. Harry moved cautiously through the main chamber, keenly aware of the basilisk skeleton still lying where it had fallen 4 years earlier. But something was different now. With his newly awakened senses, Harry could perceive the magic woven into the very architecture of the chamber, complex spellwork layered over centuries, some of it feeling oddly familiar to his transformed awareness. The chamber wasn't just a secret room, it was a nexus of old magic, designed with purpose beyond mere concealment. "What were you really building down here, Slytherin?" Harry murmured, running his fingers along a wall inscribed with serpentine runes that seemed to respond to his touch, glowing faintly where the golden patterns on his skin made contact. A distant noise from the entrance pipe pulled Harry from his contemplation. Someone was coming. He tensed, preparing to defend himself if Blackthorn's team had somehow gained access, but the voices that echoed toward him were familiar. "Absolutely mental, Ronald Weasley," came Hermione's voice, tinged with both exasperation and fear. "Following Harry down here without a clear plan, what was I supposed to do?" Ron retorted. "Let those ministry goons cart him off to some containment facility. Besides, you followed me." Harry hurried back toward the entrance, relief flooding through him at the sight of his friends emerging from the pipe, both looking somewhat worse for wear but unharmed. "You shouldn't have come," he said, though he couldn't keep the gratitude from his voice. "That's getting rather old, you know," Hermione replied, brushing slime from her robes as she straightened. 6 years of adventures, and you still think we'd let you face things alone?" Ron grinned, though his eyes widened as he took in Harry's appearance in the chamber's dim lighting. The golden patterns seemed more pronounced here, responding to the ancient magic surrounding them. "Bloody hell, mate. You're glowing again." Harry looked down at his arms, where the patterns had indeed brightened, pulsing in rhythm with the magical currents he could now perceive flowing through the chamber. "It's this place," he realized. "The magic here is responding to whatever I've become." Hermione approached one of the walls, studying the runes with academic interest despite their precarious situation. "These inscriptions aren't just decorative. They're functional, part of a larger magical system." "Can you read them?" Harry asked. She shook her head. "Not entirely. Some are in early Parseltongue script. Others appear even older." Her fingers hovered near but didn't touch the stone. "Harry, I think this chamber wasn't built just to house a basilisk. The magical architecture is too complex, too deliberate." Harry had come to the same conclusion. Moving deeper into the chamber, he felt drawn to the central platform where he had once faced the shade of Tom Riddle. The stone floor there was inscribed with a circular pattern of runes that bore a striking resemblance to the markings now etched into his own skin. "Look at this," he called, kneeling to examine the inscriptions more closely. Ron and Hermione joined him, careful to avoid the basilisk's massive skeleton nearby. "It's the same pattern," Hermione breathed, looking from the floor to Harry's exposed forearm. "Exactly the same." "Not quite," Harry corrected, surprising himself with knowledge he shouldn't possess. "These are binding configurations, but they're inverted, designed to channel power rather than contain it." Ron and Hermione exchanged concerned glances. "Harry, how do you know that?" Hermione asked carefully. Harry shook his head, unsure himself. "I just can see it now. The way the patterns flow, what they're designed to do." He placed his palm against the central rune, and the entire circle flared to life, golden light racing through channels long dormant. The chamber itself seemed to awaken in response. Braziers along the walls ignited with emerald flames, illuminating areas that had remained in shadow. The water in the surrounding channels began to flow more vigorously, and the very air grew charged with magical energy. "I don't think Salazar Slytherin built this," Harry said slowly, certainty growing as the chamber revealed more of itself to his perception. "Not originally. He found it. Claimed it. But this place is older than Hogwarts itself." "A primordial site," Hermione whispered, academic excitement momentarily overriding caution. "Magical locations that predate human civilization, they're mostly theoretical, but the oldest texts mention them as places where magic first manifested in the physical world. Ron looked decidedly less enthusiastic about this revelation. So we're hiding in an ancient magical hotspot that's responding to Harry's new condition. Is that safe? Before either could respond, a sharp pain lanced through Harry's chest. He gasped, doubling over as the golden patterns across his skin flared brilliantly. This wasn't like the controlled surge from the ritual, this felt raw, primal, as though the chamber itself was resonating with something inside him, amplifying it. Harry! Hermione cried, reaching toward him but stopping short when arcs of golden energy began to crackle around his body. Something's happening, Harry managed through gritted teeth. The binding, there must have been one we missed, it's breaking, the pain intensified, driving him to his knees. The circular platform beneath him responded, ancient runes igniting one by one in a spiraling pattern that mirrored his distress. Harry could feel magic pouring into him from the chamber itself, as though the place recognized something in him and was feeding it, strengthening it. We need to get help, Ron said urgently, moving toward Hermione. Bill would know what to do, no time, Harry gasped. The pressure building within him was unlike anything he'd experienced before, not just power-seeking release but transformation-seeking completion. Get back, both of you, I can't control it, Hermione grabbed Ron's arm, pulling him away from the platform as the golden energy surrounding Harry intensified. It's the final stage, she said, understanding dawning. The ritual started the process, but being here, in this place, it's accelerating the transformation. Harry barely heard them. His awareness was splitting again, part of him still kneeling in agony on the stone platform, part expanding outward, connecting to magical currents that flowed not just through the chamber but through the earth itself. Ancient knowledge poured into him, not as facts or information but as innate understanding, the language of magic in its purest form. With a final, searing surge of pain, something deep within Harry's magical core shattered completely. Golden light exploded outward from his body, so intense that Ron and Hermione had to shield their eyes. The chamber responded in kind, the entire structure resonating with power as ancient enchantments activated after centuries of dormancy. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, Harry existed in two states simultaneously, his human form and something vast, elemental, that had always been part of him yet separate. Then, with a thunderous crack that shook the very foundations of the chamber, the transformation completed itself. The golden light receded, though it didn't disappear entirely. Instead, it seemed to settle into Harry's very being, no longer contained beneath his skin but integrated fully with his existence. When he finally rose to his feet, he was still recognizably Harry Potter, but undeniably something more. His physical form had changed subtly but significantly. He stood slightly taller, his frame more defined. The lightning bolt scar that had marked him since infancy had faded to a faint silver line, while the golden patterns that had emerged during the binding removal now appeared as luminous tattoos that shifted slightly when he moved, responding to the magic flowing through and around him. His eyes, when he opened them, contained swirling galaxies of gold and emerald. Harry? Hermione called cautiously from where she and Ron had taken shelter behind a stone column. Are you all right? Harry took a moment to assess himself. The pain had vanished completely, replaced by a sense of balance he'd never known before. The magic within him no longer fought for release but flowed naturally, an extension of his will rather than a force to be controlled. Yes, he answered, his voice deeper and resonant in a way that filled the chamber. I think I am. Ron emerged hesitantly from behind the column. You look different. I feel different, Harry acknowledged, looking down at his transformed body. The hospital pajamas had been destroyed in the process, replaced by what appeared to be clothing formed from the same golden energy that had surrounded him, a simple tunic and trousers that shimmered slightly, materializing from his unconscious desire not to be standing naked before his friends. Hermione approached slowly, scientific curiosity warring with caution. The transformation is complete, isn't it? Whatever was bound within you, it's fully awakened now. Harry nodded, knowledge settling into place as naturally as breathing. The ritual removed most of the bindings, but being here, in this place, it resonated with what remained. Completed the process. He gestured to the chamber around them, seeing it with new understanding. This was a focus point for primordial magic long before Hogwarts existed. Slytherin didn't build it, he discovered it and adapted it for his purposes. And it recognized you, Hermione concluded, her analytical mind connecting the pieces. Because you're a primordial, Harry finished when she hesitated. A titan of magic. Or at least, that's what the ancient knowledge inside me is saying. He paused, struggling to articulate concepts that transcended normal language. It's not that I've become something else entirely. More like, I've finally become what I always was beneath the bindings. Ron was staring at him with a mixture of awe and lingering concern. So what exactly can you do now? Besides the glowing and the magic clothes thing? Despite the gravity of their situation, Harry found himself smiling at Ron's practical question. It was so quintessentially Ron to cut through the mystical implications to the concrete details. I'm not entirely sure yet, he admitted. I can sense magic in a way I never could before, see it, feel it, understand its currents and patterns. He extended his hand, and a sphere of golden energy formed above his palm, responding to mere thought rather than wand or incantation. Wandless magic seems fairly effortless now. And I suspect there's more, but it's all new. As if to demonstrate this point, the water in the chamber's channels suddenly rose and formed complex shapes in the air, dragons, phoenixes, serpents, before settling back into its proper place. Harry hadn't consciously directed this, the magic had simply responded to his passing thought. That's going to take some getting used to, he murmured, watching the water ripple back to stillness. Harry, Hermione said, her tone shifting to urgency, what are we going to do now? The Ministry will be searching for you, and after this. She gestured to his transformed appearance. They'll be even more determined to contain you. The reality of their situation crashed back. Harry had been so focused on the transformation itself that he'd momentarily forgotten the circumstances that had driven them into hiding. We need to contact Dumbledore, he decided. Let him know what's happened. Maybe now that the transformation is complete, we can negotiate with the Ministry from a position of strength rather than fear. Small problem with that, Ron pointed out. We're sort of trapped in a secret chamber under the school with no way to send messages out. Harry considered this, then closed his eyes, extending his newfound awareness through the magical architecture of the chamber. To his surprise, he could sense pathways, magical conduits that connected this place to others throughout and even beyond Hogwarts. There might be a way, he said slowly. This chamber wasn't built in isolation. It's connected to other places, magical junctions that predate Hogwarts itself. He moved toward the far wall, where an elaborate carving of intertwined serpents concealed what his enhanced perception revealed to be a doorway. There. With a thought rather than a command in Parseltongue, Harry activated the hidden mechanism. The stone serpents unwound themselves, revealing a passage that none of them had noticed during their previous visit to the chamber. That definitely wasn't there before, Ron said warily. It was, Harry corrected. But it only responds to. He hesitated, still uncomfortable with his new nature. To someone like what I've become. Hermione studied the revealed passage with academic interest despite their precarious situation. Where does it lead? Multiple places, Harry replied, knowledge surfacing from the ancient awareness now integrated with his own. The chamber was built at a convergence of magical ley lines. These passages follow those lines to other nexus points. Including one outside Hogwarts? Hermione asked hopefully. Harry nodded. Including the Forbidden Forest. There's a grove, a place where primordial magic surfaces naturally. He could see it clearly in his mind, though he'd never physically visited it. From there, we might be able to contact Dumbledore without revealing my location to the Ministry. Ron looked skeptical. The Forbidden Forest? That's your idea of a safe alternative to staying here? Actually, It might be perfect, Hermione said thoughtfully. The forest has its own ancient magic, magic the Ministry doesn't fully understand or control. If Harry's connecting to primordial forces, being there might actually help him stabilize further. Harry sensed she was right, though for reasons beyond what Hermione could articulate. The forest called to something in his newly awakened nature, a kinship with wild magic unbound by human constraints. We should go soon, he decided, glancing back at the main chamber. I don't think the Ministry can access this place directly, but they might find ways to track the magical surge that just occurred. Hermione bit her lip, clearly calculating risks and options. We need supplies. Food, water, proper clothing for you. And a plan beyond hide in the spooky forest, Ron added. Harry closed his eyes, extending his awareness once more through the magical pathways connected to the chamber. To his surprise, he could sense not just the structure but the intent behind it, the original purpose of this network that Slytherin had later co-opted for his own use. The passages were designed for more than travel, he said slowly, opening his eyes. They're part of a larger system, places where those with primordial connections could safely exist without disrupting the wider magical world. He gestured to a different wall, which shifted at his approach to reveal what appeared to be a small chamber. There. Inside, they found what could only be described as living quarters, ancient but preserved by magic that responded to Harry's presence, illuminating and refreshing the space. Simple furnishings, storage areas, even what appeared to be a rudimentary kitchen facility powered by elemental magic rather than house elf assistance. It's like a safe house, Hermione marveled. Built thousands of years ago. For others like me, Harry said quietly, the realization settling into him with certainty. I wasn't the first. There were others, primordials who needed sanctuary from those who feared what they were. The implications hung heavy in the air. History was repeating itself, with Harry now facing the same fear and potential persecution that had led to the creation of this hidden network centuries or even millennia ago. Right, Ron said practically, breaking the somber mood. Let's gather what we need and figure out our next move. Ministry's not getting any less determined to find you while we stand around having historical revelations. Harry smiled despite himself, grateful for Ron's grounding presence. You're right. Let's prepare to move. As they gathered supplies from the ancient stores, preserved by magic that recognized Harry's nature and responded accordingly, Harry felt a strange certainty growing within him. This transformation, this awakening, hadn't happened by accident or coincidence. Something ancient had been set in motion, and he was only beginning to understand his place within it. The passage to the Forbidden Forest proved more straightforward than Harry had anticipated. Unlike the crude pipe that served as the chamber's main entrance, this tunnel was carefully crafted, its walls inscribed with runes that glowed softly in response to Harry's presence. The magic embedded in the stone recognized him, guiding them along the optimal path through what would otherwise have been a confusing network of intersections and junctions. It's responding to you, Hermione observed as another fork in the tunnel illuminated the correct path without Harry having to make a conscious choice. Almost like it was waiting. It was, Harry replied, the knowledge surfacing naturally from the ancient awareness now integrated with his own. These passages were designed to activate fully only in the presence of a primordial. Otherwise, they remain dormant, appearing as ordinary cave systems to anyone who might stumble upon them. Ron, who was bringing up the rear, glanced nervously over his shoulder. Any chance the Ministry could track us through here? Magical traces or something? Unlikely, Harry said. These tunnels exist partially outside normal magical space, a bit like the Room of Requirement, but anchored to natural ley lines rather than Hogwarts architecture. He paused, still adjusting to how easily such complex magical theory now came to him. The magic here is older than the Ministry's detection methods. They're designed to monitor wizard magic, not, whatever this is. Primordial magic, Hermione supplied, her academic interest clearly piqued despite their predicament. Theoretical texts mention it as the original form of magical energy, raw, elemental, predating the structured spellwork wizards developed later. Harry nodded, feeling the truth of her words resonate within him. The magic flowing through him now wasn't the carefully channeled force he'd learned to direct through a wand, but something more fundamental, power that responded to intent and will rather than incantation and movement. After what felt like hours but might have been less, time seemed to flow differently in the magical passages. The tunnel began to slope upward. The air grew fresher, carrying the scent of earth and vegetation. Finally, they reached what appeared to be a dead end, a solid wall of interwoven roots and stone. End of the line? Ron asked, looking dubious. No, Harry replied, approaching the barrier. Just the transition point. He placed his palm against the seemingly solid surface, and the golden patterns on his skin brightened in response. The barrier rippled like water, then parted silently to reveal dappled sunlight filtering through ancient trees. Harry stepped through first, his senses immediately expanding to encompass the wild magic of the forbidden forest. Unlike the chamber's ancient but contained power, the forest's magic was alive, dynamic, flowing through every tree, stone, and creature. He felt it respond to his presence, currents of energy shifting to accommodate this new elemental force in their midst. Ron and Hermione followed, both gasping softly as they emerged into a clearing unlike any they'd seen in their previous ventures into the forest. Massive trees formed a natural cathedral, their canopy allowing just enough sunlight to illuminate a circular space centered around a pool of water so clear it seemed more like liquid crystal. Stone monoliths, weathered by centuries but still bearing traces of ancient runes, stood at cardinal points around the clearing. "It's beautiful," Hermione whispered, her voice hushed as though in a sacred place. "And old," Ron added, showing unusual perception. "Feels like we shouldn't be here. Except Harry, maybe." Harry understood what Ron meant. The clearing wasn't hostile to human presence, but it clearly existed outside human domain, a place where elemental forces held sway, where the boundaries between the physical and magical worlds grew thin. "This is a nexus point," Harry explained, moving toward the central pool. "A place where primordial magic surfaces naturally in the physical world." He knelt beside the water, watching as it responded to his proximity, subtle patterns of light forming beneath its surface that mirrored the markings on his skin. The ancient texts called such places wellsprings. "Wellsprings," Hermione repeated, her academic mind clearly cataloging this information. "I've read theoretical references, but most modern magical historians dismissed them as myth." Harry smiled faintly. "A lot of myths are turning out to have substance today." He reached out, allowing his fingers to touch the pool's surface. The water embraced his hand, swirling around it with apparent sentience. Through this contact, Harry's awareness expanded dramatically. He could suddenly perceive magical currents flowing throughout the forest and beyond, connecting to similar nexus points across Britain and further still. "I can see them," he murmured, eyes unfocused as his perception traversed distances. "Other wellsprings. Dozens of them, scattered across the world. Some dormant, some active, all connected through the ley lines." "Harry," Hermione said carefully, "your eyes are glowing." He blinked, drawing his awareness back to the immediate surroundings. Ron and Hermione were watching him with expressions mingling concern and fascination. "Sorry," Harry said, withdrawing his hand from the water. "It's overwhelming sometimes, how much I can perceive now." "No need to apologize, mate," Ron replied with forced casualness. "Just maybe warn us before you go all transcendent." "Despite everything," Harry laughed. "I'll try to remember that." The momentary levity faded as reality reasserted itself. They were still fugitives from the Ministry, hiding in the Forbidden Forest while Dumbledore presumably tried to manage the political fallout of Harry's transformation and escape. "We need to contact Professor Dumbledore," Hermione said, echoing Harry's thoughts. "Let him know you're safe and what's happened with the final transformation." Harry nodded, considering options. "I think I can send a message through the magical currents, but I'm not sure how to make it intelligible. This isn't like casting a Patronus messenger." "The pool," Hermione suggested, gesturing to the crystalline water. If it's connected to the ley lines, maybe it can serve as a conduit. Harry knelt beside the water again, this time with specific intent. The pool responded immediately, its surface growing still as glass, reflecting the canopy above but with subtle alterations. The image shifted to show the interior of what Harry recognized as Dumbledore's office. It's like a pensieve, he realized. But connected to the present rather than memory. Through the pool's surface, they could see Dumbledore deep in conversation with Professor McGonagall and, surprisingly, Remus Lupin. Their voices came through faintly, as though from a great distance. No trace of them since they entered the chamber, McGonagall was saying, her expression taut with worry. And the magical surge we detected. Albus, what if something went wrong? What if the transformation? Harry is more resourceful than we often give him credit for, Dumbledore replied calmly, though lines of tension were visible around his eyes. And he has Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley with him. They have proven themselves capable of extraordinary feats when circumstances demand. That doesn't change the fact that the Ministry has essentially declared martial law within Hogwarts, Lupin pointed out, looking more careworn than ever. Blackthorn's team has sealed off the second floor entirely. They're bringing in specialists to try to breach the chamber. They won't succeed, Dumbledore said with quiet certainty. The chamber's defenses were designed specifically to repel such intrusions. What concerns me more is Minister Thornwood's next move. His public statement classifying Harry as a Class A magical entity has already caused significant alarm among the wizarding population. Harry felt a chill at these words. Class A magical entity was the Ministry's designation for the most dangerous and unpredictable magical forces, the category that included Dementors and certain ancient creatures considered too powerful to exist without strict containment. Can we communicate with them? Hermione whispered, nodding toward the pool. Harry focused on the question, and the pool responded, its surface rippling slightly. I think so, he said. But it might not be subtle. The magic here doesn't understand the concept of secrecy in the way we do. Better than nothing, Ron decided. They need to know you're alright, at least. Harry nodded, placing both hands on the pool's edge and concentrating. The water between his palms began to glow with the same golden light that marked his skin, the radiance spreading until the entire pool shimmered. In Dumbledore's office, the reflection of the same golden light suddenly appeared, casting the room in an ethereal glow that drew the immediate attention of all three occupants. Albus? McGonagall questioned sharply. Dumbledore stood, moving toward the light source with measured steps. It appears we're receiving a visitor, he said quietly. Or at least, a visitation. The pool's surface rippled more intensely, and Harry felt the magic respond to his intent, creating a connection across the distance. The image of Dumbledore's office grew larger, more defined, as though they were looking through a window rather than a reflection. Professor Dumbledore, Harry said, his voice carrying a resonance that hadn't been there before his final transformation. Can you hear me? In the office, all three adults turned toward the source of Harry's voice, a shimmering area of air that was beginning to form into a window-like portal through which Harry's face was visible, surrounded by golden light. Harry, Dumbledore breathed, relief evident in his voice. You're alive. And by all appearances, quite dramatically transformed. The binding completed its breakdown, Harry confirmed. We're safe, for now. In a secure location within the forest. Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger? McGonagall asked urgently. Ron leaned into view of the portal. We're here, Professor. All in one piece. Though perhaps not for long if we're discovered, Hermione added, practical as ever. Professor, what's happening with the Ministry? We overheard something about Class A entity classification. Lupin stepped forward, his expression grave but relieved to see them. Minister Thornwood has issued an emergency declaration. Harry has been classified as a potentially dangerous magical entity requiring immediate containment. There's a full containment division squad searching the castle and grounds, with reinforcements arriving hourly. Harry felt a mixture of anger and resignation. They're determined to lock me away, then. Study me like a specimen. I'm afraid Minister Thornwood's concerns extend beyond mere study, Dumbledore said gravely. The classification he's invoked permits more permanent solutions should containment prove impossible. The implication hung heavily in the air. Not just imprisonment but potential execution if Harry was deemed too dangerous to control. That's insane. Ron burst out. Harry hasn't done anything wrong. He hasn't hurt anyone. Fear rarely concerns itself with facts, Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore replied. And what Harry has become represents something beyond the Ministry's understanding or control, a fundamental challenge to their authority over all things magical. Harry absorbed this, a cold clarity settling over him. They're afraid of what I represent, not just what I might do. Precisely, Dumbledore confirmed. Your very existence suggests magic beyond their regulations, beyond their comprehension. For an institution built on the premise of controlling and directing magical power, you are an existential threat. So what do we do? Hermione asked, her practical nature asserting itself. Harry can't stay hidden forever. Dumbledore seemed to consider this carefully before responding. For the immediate future, remaining concealed is indeed your safest course. I am working through diplomatic channels to convince Minister Thornwood that cooperation would prove more productive than confrontation, but his position is entrenched. You mean he's not listening? Harry translated. He is listening, Dumbledore corrected, to voices that confirm his fears rather than challenge them. Particularly to a group calling themselves the Balance Keepers, magical theorists who have long held that primordial forces should remain bound for the greater magical equilibrium. Harry felt a jolt of recognition at the name. Balance Keepers. The woman in the memory you showed me, Elara, she used that term. Indeed, Dumbledore confirmed. Elara was a senior member of their order, though they operated with greater secrecy in those days. Since the public revelation of your transformation, they have emerged as vocal advocates for your immediate containment. But they're the ones who bound me in the first place. Harry protested, anger flaring. The golden patterns across his skin brightened in response, causing the portal between them to fluctuate. Careful, Harry, Lupin cautioned gently. Your emotional state seems directly connected to your magical output now. Harry took a deep breath, forcing the anger back. Sorry. But it seems hypocritical for them to bind me, then declare me dangerous when the bindings fail. The hypocrisy is not lost on those of us advocating for your rights, Dumbledore assured him. However, the Balance Keepers possess ancient knowledge that lends weight to their warnings, deserved or not. What should we do, Professor? Hermione asked again, more urgently. Dumbledore exchanged looks with McGonagall and Lupin before answering. Remain where you are for now. The location you found appears to be shielded from conventional magical detection, likely by the same primordial forces that Harry is now connecting with. We can't just hide indefinitely, Harry pointed out. No, Dumbledore agreed. But you can use this time to better understand your transformation. Harry, what you've become offers possibilities beyond anything in modern magical experience. Learning to control and direct these abilities may be your greatest protection, and potentially, the key to changing minds rather than simply evading them. The wisdom in this approach was clear, even as Harry chafed at the idea of remaining hidden while others decided his fate. How will we stay in contact? The connection you've established appears stable, Dumbledore observed. Though I would recommend using it sparingly to avoid detection. We will send Fawkes if we need to reach you urgently. Phoenix magic exists outside Ministry monitoring. Harry nodded, then felt a sudden shift in the magical currents around them, a disturbance approaching the clearing. Someone's coming, he warned, his expanded senses detecting multiple magical signatures moving through the forest toward their location. Not human, but magical beings. We must end this connection, Dumbledore said quickly. Harry, be cautious. The forest contains ancient alliances and enmities that may respond unpredictably to your presence. The portal began to fade as Harry withdrew his focus, the golden light dimming until only the natural reflection remained on the pool's surface. He stood quickly, turning toward the disturbance he'd sensed. "What is it?" Ron asked, drawing his wand. "Acromantulas. Centaurs." "Centaurs," Harry confirmed, his awareness tracking their approach. "A hunting party, moving with purpose in our direction." Hermione looked worried. "They're territorial at the best of times. How will they react to?" She gestured vaguely at Harry's transformed appearance. Before Harry could speculate, the undergrowth at the clearing's edge parted. 8 centaurs emerged, bows drawn and arrows nocked, led by a palomino Harry recognized as Firenze. Unlike their previous encounters, however, the centaurs' expressions showed not hostility but a wary reverence. Firenze stepped forward, lowering his bow and offering what appeared to be a formal salute, right arm crossed over his chest, head slightly bowed. "The stars spoke true," he said, his voice carrying clearly across the clearing. "The firstborn returns to the ancient grove." The other centaurs maintained their positions but followed Firenze's example, lowering their weapons in what seemed like ceremonial recognition. Harry felt their magical signatures responding to his presence, not with fear but with something like acknowledgement of a natural force. "Firstborn?" Harry repeated, uncertain how to respond to this unexpected reception. Firenze approached slowly, his expression solemn. "It is what our traditions name your kind, Titan child. Those who carried magic in its original form, before wizards learned to channel and constrain it." Ron and Hermione exchanged bewildered glances, clearly as surprised by this reception as Harry. "I'm still just Harry," he said, uncomfortable with the formality. "I'm not, whatever you think I am." A darker centaur that Harry recognized as Bane moved forward to join Firenze. "You are both," he said, his deep voice resonating with certainty. "The human child and the awakened primordial. The stars have foretold this convergence for centuries. The centaurs have been expecting you?" Hermione asked, her academic curiosity temporarily overriding caution. Firenze nodded. "Not Harry Potter specifically, but the return of primordial magic in conscious form. The celestial alignments have been moving toward this conjunction for generations." Harry was struggling to reconcile this reception with the centaur's usual aloofness toward human affairs. "I thought centaurs preferred not to involve themselves in wizard matters." "This is not a wizard matter," Bane replied firmly. "What you represent transcends the artificial boundaries your kind has placed around magic. The awakening of a Titan affects all magical beings, all creatures who share connection to the original forces." "We felt your emergence," Firenze added. The surge of primordial energy rippled through the forest, awakening ancient bindings and dormant magics. "The acromantulas have retreated to their deepest nests. The unicorns gather near the eastern springs. Even the thestrals circle above, drawn to the disturbance in the magical currents." The implications of this were staggering. Harry's transformation wasn't just a personal change but an event affecting the wider magical ecosystem, particularly those creatures with deeper, more instinctive connections to magic than wizards typically maintained. "We've come to offer sanctuary," Firenze continued. "Our enclave lies near another wellspring, protected by boundaries older than Hogwarts itself. The Ministry's agents cannot penetrate those defenses, even if they were to discover their existence." Ron looked skeptical. "No offense, but centaurs haven't exactly been welcoming to humans in the past. Why the change of heart?" "This is not about humans," Bane said dismissively. "It is about the balance of magic itself. The awakening of a Titan shifts that balance. We must understand what it portends." Harry sensed there was more to their offer than simple altruism. "You want to study me," he realized. "To see what my emergence means for your people." Firenze had the grace to look slightly abashed. "Observe, perhaps. The Centaur nation has maintained records of primordial manifestations for millennia. Your awakening represents the first such event in over 7 centuries." Despite his wariness, Harry recognized the potential value in this unexpected alliance. The centaurs possessed knowledge about his condition that might not exist in any wizard text, perspectives untainted by the Ministry's fear or the Balance Keeper's agenda. "What about my friends?" he asked, gesturing to Ron and Hermione. "They stay with me." Bane snorted, stamping a hoof. "Humans in the Enclave, unprecedented." "Then it remains unprecedented," Harry replied firmly, the golden patterns on his skin brightening with his resolve. "We stay together." The centaurs shifted uneasily as the clearing's magical atmosphere responded to Harry's emotions, the wellspring's waters swirling more actively, the air growing charged with potential. Firenze raised a hand in a calming gesture. "The Titan Child's companions are welcome," he declared, overriding Bane's objection. "Our traditions speak of the firstborn having chosen guardians from among mortal kind. Perhaps these are yours." Harry wanted to object to the framing. Ron and Hermione were friends, not guardians or servants, but recognized the diplomatic concession for what it was. "Thank you," he said instead. "We accept your offer of sanctuary, at least until we determine our next steps." Firenze nodded gravely. "Then follow. Night approaches, and other denizens of the forest grow restless with the shift in magical currents. Even your power, Titan Child, is not yet fully stabilized." As they prepared to leave the clearing, Harry felt a sudden reluctance to abandon the wellspring. Its magic had resonated with his transformed nature, offering clarity and connection he suspected he would need in the days ahead. Firenze seemed to understand his hesitation. "The grove remains accessible to you," he assured Harry. "The pathways between wellsprings respond to primordial signatures. You may return whenever you wish." Somewhat reassured, Harry joined his friends as they gathered their limited supplies. The centaurs formed a protective formation around them, bows now readied against potential threats rather than directed at the humans they escorted. As they left the clearing, Harry cast one last look at the crystalline pool. Its surface had returned to stillness, reflecting only the darkening sky above. Yet he could still feel its connection to the wider network of primordial magic, and through it, a growing awareness that his transformation represented not just a personal change but the beginning of something with far broader implications. The Centaur Enclave defied Harry's expectations. Rather than the primitive camp he had imagined, they entered a hidden valley of remarkable beauty and sophisticated magical design. Ancient trees had been grown rather than built into dwellings, their massive trunks and branches forming natural structures enhanced by magic that felt similar to the primordial currents Harry could now perceive. At the valley's center stood another wellspring, larger than the one they'd left behind, its waters flowing in elaborate channels throughout the enclave. Harry could sense how the centaurs had integrated this natural magical source into their way of life, not harnessing it as wizards might attempt, but living in harmony with its currents. "Our ancestors established this haven during the first great wizard conflicts," Firenze explained as they entered the valley. "When humans began to systematize magic, to claim it as their exclusive domain." "You mean when the first wizarding governments formed?" Hermione asked, her historian's mind clearly cataloging this new information. Bane made a dismissive sound. "Long before your ministry. When the first human magic users began binding elemental forces to their will rather than working within natural patterns." The implications of this timeline were staggering. The Centaur Enclave potentially predated not just Hogwarts but the entire established wizarding world as Harry knew it. Their arrival caused a stir among the centaur population. Young foals were quickly ushered into dwellings, while adult centaurs gathered at a respectful distance, watching with expressions ranging from curiosity to apprehension to reverence as Harry passed. The golden patterns on his skin, visible through the simple clothing he'd manifested, drew particular attention. "They can sense what you are," Firenze observed. "Even our youngest recognize primordial magic, though they have never encountered it in conscious form before." Harry felt uncomfortably conspicuous. "I'm still getting used to it myself." They were led to a structure that seemed designed specifically for visitors unlike the centaurs themselves, a dwelling formed from living trees but with accommodations suitable for humanoid inhabitants. Inside, they found comfortable if simple furnishings, fresh water, and what appeared to be prepared food. "You were expecting us?" Hermione asked, surprised by the readiness of their reception. An elderly female centaur with silver-streaked dark hair and intricate markings painted on her flanks stepped forward. "The stars have spoken of this convergence for generations," she said, her voice carrying the weight of authority. "When the magical surge emanated from the castle 3 nights past, we began preparations." 3 nights? Ron exclaimed. "But that was when the binding ritual began the process," Harry finished, realizing the implications. "They sensed it even then." The elderly centaur inclined her head in acknowledgement. "I am Asteria, lorekeeper of the herd. The awakening of primordial magic creates ripples that sensitive beings can detect. What happened tonight was merely the culmination of a process already well underway." She approached Harry with none of the wariness the other centaurs had shown, her gaze analytical as she studied the patterns on his visible skin. "Fascinating. The configurations are unlike those recorded in our histories. More integrated, less imposed. You've seen others like me before?" Harry asked, hope flaring that someone might have answers about what he had become. "Not I personally," Asteria clarified. "But our records describe previous Titan children who sought refuge here during the Great Binding." "The Great Binding?" Hermione repeated. "I've never encountered that term in any historical text." Asteria's expression suggested she found this unsurprising. Human magical historians have little interest in truths that challenge their perception of dominance. The Great Binding occurred approximately 2,000 years ago, when an alliance of early wizarding societies worked to contain primordial forces they feared might limit their growing control over structured magic. "They bound people like me?" Harry asked, a chill running through him despite the comfortable surroundings. "Not just people," Asteria corrected. "Primordial entities of all kinds, conscious beings like yourself, naturally occurring phenomena, even entire locations where wild magic surfaced too powerfully for their comfort." Her gaze grew distant with ancient memory passed through generations. It was the first great magical suppression, the event that established human wizardry as the dominant magical paradigm. The implications were staggering, a hidden history of magical suppression that predated modern wizarding society by centuries. Harry found himself wondering how much of what he'd been taught about magical history represented only the victor's perspective. "But some escaped?" he asked, focusing on the most immediately relevant aspect. Asteria nodded. "Some found sanctuary among magical beings who maintained deeper connections to primordial currents. Others went into dormancy, their essences persisting in altered states until conditions might allow re-emergence. Like me," Harry said quietly. "Born human but carrying something older." "Precisely," Asteria confirmed. "Though your case presents unique characteristics. The integration of human consciousness with primordial essence appears more complete than in previous recorded instances. You are neither fully one nor the other, but a true convergence." Ron, who had been uncharacteristically quiet during this exchange, finally spoke up. "So what does all this mean for Harry now? The Ministry's hunting him, these balance keeper people want him locked up again, and he's still figuring out what he can actually do with all this new, everything." Asteria's expression grew solemn. "It means, young human, that your friend stands at a pivotal moment for magical history. His emergence represents the potential awakening of forces long suppressed, a fundamental challenge to the established magical order." "No pressure, mate," Ron muttered, though his attempt at humor fell flat against the gravity of Asteria's assessment. "I didn't ask for this," Harry said, frustration edging into his voice. The golden patterns across his skin brightened in response to his emotions, causing several of the observing centaurs to step back. "I didn't ask to be born with this Titan core, or to have it bound, or to become some kind of walking challenge to magical history. Few who change the course of history ask for their role," Asteria replied calmly. "But that does not make their impact any less significant." Hermione, ever practical, steered the conversation toward immediate concerns. "What can you tell us about Harry's abilities? Now that the transformation is complete, what should he expect?" Asteria considered this, her gaze still fixed on Harry with scholarly interest. Primordial magic manifests differently in each bearer, shaped by their nature and experiences. However, certain commonalities exist across recorded instances. She gestured toward the wellspring visible through the dwelling's open design. Connection to elemental forces is perhaps the most fundamental. Water, earth, air, fire, the base components of physical reality respond more directly to primordial will than to structured spellcraft. As if to demonstrate, Harry found his awareness automatically extending toward the flowing water, which rippled in response to his attention alone, forming momentary patterns before returning to its natural course. Control will be your greatest challenge initially, Asteria continued, noting this unconscious interaction. Primordial magic responds to emotion and intent rather than precise formula. Your human upbringing has trained you to think of magic as something to be directed through specific channels, wand movements, incantations, mental disciplines. You must unlearn these constraints to fully access what you have become. Unlearn everything about magic? Harry asked incredulously. That's not exactly helpful in the short term. Not everything, Asteria clarified. Your human magical training provides a framework for understanding and directing power. But you must expand beyond it, recognize it as one approach rather than the only approach. Firenze, who had remained nearby during this exchange, stepped forward. Perhaps a demonstration would prove more illuminating than theory. If you are willing, Titan child. Harry hesitated, wary of experimenting with abilities he barely understood. What kind of demonstration? The elemental response Asteria described, Firenze suggested. A controlled attempt to direct primordial magic through intent rather than wizarding technique. Despite his reservations, Harry recognized the logic in this approach. He needed to understand his capabilities if he hoped to control them, particularly with the Ministry actively hunting him. All right, he agreed, standing from the seat he'd taken. But somewhere with space. I don't want to accidentally damage anything. Firenze led them to an open area near the wellspring, where a circular clearing provided ample room while remaining within the enclave's protective boundaries. Other centaurs gathered at a respectful distance, clearly interested in witnessing this demonstration of powers most had only heard of in their ancient traditions. What should I try? Harry asked, feeling self-conscious under their collective gaze. Begin with water, Asteria suggested, joining them at the clearing's edge. It is the most responsive element to primordial will, and this wellspring's waters are particularly attuned to ancient magic. Harry approached the edge of the pool, kneeling to better connect with the crystalline water. Unlike his experience with the forest wellspring, he tried now to direct his interaction consciously rather than instinctively. Don't think in terms of spells or commands, Asteria advised, observing his concentration. Primordial magic is about communion rather than control. Feel the water's nature, its essence, and suggest rather than demand. Harry closed his eyes, extending his awareness into the pool as he had done before. He could sense the water's magical properties, its connection to deeper currents, its receptiveness to influence, its essential fluidity. Rather than imposing his will as he might with a spell, he simply held an image in his mind of what he wanted the water to do. When he opened his eyes, a slender column of water was rising from the pool's surface, moving with sinuous grace like a serpent responding to a charmer. The liquid caught the fading daylight, refracting it into rainbow patterns that shifted and danced with each movement. Excellent, Asteria murmured. Now try shaping it further, giving it more complex form. Harry concentrated, and the water column expanded, dividing into multiple streams that began to weave around each other in an intricate dance. Without conscious thought, the pattern started to resemble something from his memories, the Great Hall of Hogwarts, rendered in flowing liquid, complete with 4 house tables and the distinctive head table. Bloody hell, Ron whispered from behind him. That's amazing, Harry. The praise broke Harry's concentration slightly, and the liquid castle wavered. Rather than trying to force it back into shape, Harry allowed the disruption to become part of the demonstration. The water flowed into new forms, a phoenix taking flight, then a stag leaping across the surface of the pool, then finally settling into a perfect miniature replica of Hogwarts itself, every tower and turret rendered in crystalline detail. A collective murmur of appreciation rose from the watching centaurs. Harry maintained the water sculpture for several more seconds before gently releasing his influence, allowing the liquid to return naturally to the pool with barely a ripple. "That was incredible," Hermione said, her academic fascination evident. "You didn't use a wand or an incantation, not even a gesture, really. Just thought." Harry nodded, surprised himself by how natural it had felt. "It's like the water wanted to be shaped. I just suggested the form, and it responded. This is the essence of primordial magic," Asteria explained. "Cooperation with the elemental forces rather than dominion over them. Your wizarding training teaches that magic is a tool to be wielded, the primordial understanding recognizes it as a living force to be partnered with." "What about other elements?" Ron asked, clearly impressed despite his earlier wariness. "Can you do that with fire or wind or whatever?" "Each element responds differently," Asteria cautioned. "Water is receptive, adaptable. Earth is stable but resistant to change. Air is free-flowing but difficult to visualize. Fire." She paused meaningfully. "Fire is the most responsive but also the most volatile, reflecting emotion more directly than conscious intent." Harry turned toward the central fire pit that illuminated the clearing as night descended. Unlike the gentle communion he'd established with the water, he felt a more immediate connection to the flames. They seemed to pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat, growing brighter as he focused on them. "Careful," Asteria warned, noticing the intensification. "Fire responds as much to what you feel as what you intend." Too late, Harry realized his emotional state, the lingering frustration at being hunted, the uncertainty about his transformed nature, the weight of expectations suddenly placed upon him, was feeding into his connection with the fire. The flames surged upward with explosive force, forming a pillar of fire that towered above the clearing. Centaurs scattered in alarm as the flames took on a life of their own, shaped by Harry's subconscious rather than his deliberate control. Within the fire, images formed, a phoenix, a dragon, and finally, most alarmingly, a giant serpent that bore uncomfortable resemblance to the basilisk he had faced in the Chamber of Secrets. "Harry!" Hermione shouted, her voice cutting through his unintentional focus. "You need to calm it down." The urgency in her voice snapped Harry back to awareness of what was happening. The fire had grown dangerously large, threatening to spread beyond the central pit to nearby structures. He reached out with his newly awakened senses, trying to re-establish the kind of gentle communion he'd achieved with the water. But fire was indeed different, wild, eager, feeding on his emotional turmoil rather than his conscious direction. The more he tried to force it back under control, the more erratically it behaved, now splitting into multiple whirling columns that danced across the clearing like living entities. "Don't fight it," Asteria called, maintaining her position while other centaurs retreated further. "Fire cannot be dominated, only guided. Find harmony with its nature." Harry stopped trying to suppress the flames and instead focused on understanding them. Fire was transformation, energy, passion. It responded to the very emotions he was trying to contain. Instead of resistance, he offered acceptance, acknowledging his fear and frustration rather than denying them. Gradually, the wild flames began to respond. The chaotic columns coalesced back into a central pillar, still powerful but no longer threatening to spread beyond control. Harry directed this concentrated fire upward, away from anything it might damage, creating a spectacular fountain of flame that illuminated the entire enclave before gradually diminishing in size and intensity. Finally, the fire returned to its original state in the central pit, though it continued to pulse slightly with Harry's still elevated heartbeat. "Well," Ron said into the silence that followed, "that was dramatic." Several centaurs were staring at Harry with increased wariness, while others appeared even more reverential than before. Firenze approached cautiously, his expression thoughtful. "The fire response confirms what Asteria suspected," he said. "Your connection to the elemental forces is unusually strong, even by historical standards for Titan children. Which means what, exactly? Harry asked, disturbed by how quickly the demonstration had escalated beyond his control. It means, Asteria replied, that you must master emotional equilibrium before attempting further exploration of your abilities. Primordial magic amplifies what lies within, both your strengths and your vulnerabilities. Harry nodded, the lesson driven home by the near disaster. I understand. Do you? Asteria's gaze was penetrating. The Ministry hunts you because they fear precisely what we just witnessed, power beyond their established frameworks of control. The Balance Keepers seek to rebind you for similar reasons. Your journey forward requires not just mastery of these new abilities but wisdom in how and when to use them. Before Harry could respond, a disturbance rippled through the gathered centaurs. Bane galloped into the clearing, his expression grim. Humans approach the outer boundaries, he announced. Ministry forces, moving with purpose toward the Enclave. Harry felt a cold weight settle in his stomach. They've tracked us here. But how? Not tracked, perhaps, Forenza suggested, but they know the forest contains ancient magical sites. They may be searching methodically. We need to leave, Harry said immediately, looking to Ron and Hermione. I won't bring danger to your people after you've offered sanctuary. Asteria shook her head. Fleeing now would likely draw their attention more directly. The Enclave's boundaries have protected us for centuries. They will hold against casual intrusion. But if they're specifically looking for signs of primordial magic? Hermione began, her analytical mind already calculating risks. Then we must mask such signs, Asteria concluded. She turned to Harry. There is a technique used by our ancestors during the Great Binding, a method to temporarily dampen primordial emanations without fully suppressing the power itself. A disguise, basically, Ron translated. Precisely, Asteria confirmed. It will not fool dedicated magical detection indefinitely, but it should confuse initial surveys. Harry nodded, willing to try anything that might prevent immediate discovery. What do I need to do? Come, Asteria directed, leading him toward a smaller pool adjacent to the main wellspring. This requires the water of the deep current, untainted by surface magic. As Harry followed, he cast a concerned glance at Ron and Hermione. What about you two? If they find us, we'll say we got lost in the forest, Hermione replied promptly. It's happened before, after all. They have no reason to detain us specifically. Harry wasn't convinced, but there was no time for debate. At the smaller pool, Asteria was already preparing what appeared to be a ritual, inscribing symbols on the stone edge that resonated with the patterns on Harry's skin. Immerse yourself, she instructed. Completely, if possible. The water will temporarily bind the outward manifestation of your primordial signature while leaving the core essence untouched. Harry hesitated only briefly before removing the manifested golden clothing that had replaced his hospital pajamas during the transformation. Naked, the full extent of the golden patterns became visible, an intricate network covering his entire body, concentrated most densely around his heart and radiating outward along what appeared to be magical meridians. If Asteria was impressed or surprised by the extent of the markings, she showed no sign, maintaining her focus on the ritual preparations. The disguise will be temporary, she warned. Hours at most, depending on your emotional state. Strong feelings accelerate the dissolution of the masking effect. Harry nodded understanding before slipping into the pool. The water was startlingly cold at first, then seemed to adjust to his body temperature, or perhaps his body adjusted to it. Either way, he felt an immediate response as the liquid enveloped him, seeming to seep into the golden patterns themselves. Submerge completely, Asteria directed. And focus on drawing the patterns inward, beneath the surface rather than visible upon it. Harry took a deep breath and sank beneath the surface. Underwater, with eyes closed, he concentrated on the sensation of the patterns on his skin, visualizing them sinking deeper, becoming internal rather than external markers of his transformed nature. The water around him began to glow with absorbed golden light, creating an ethereal illumination visible to those watching from the pool's edge. Harry felt the patterns responding to his visualization, gradually receding from the surface of his skin, becoming something carried within rather than displayed without. When he finally emerged from the pool, the visible golden markings had vanished entirely. His appearance was once again that of an ordinary 17-year-old wizard, though with subtle differences apparent to closer inspection. His eyes still contained traces of gold among the green, and his physical form retained the slightly enhanced definition that had accompanied the transformation. "It worked," Hermione exclaimed softly as Harry climbed from the pool, conjuring simple clothing with a thought. Even this wandless magic seemed less visibly dramatic than before, though he could still feel the power flowing easily in response to his will. "For now," Asteria cautioned. "But remember, this is concealment, not suppression. The primordial essence remains fully active, merely less detectable. Strong emotions or deliberate use of your abilities will cause the disguise to fade more quickly." A young centaur galloped into their secluded area, his expression urgent. "The humans have reached the outer markers," he reported. "They bear instruments of detection and speak of primordial signatures." Firenze's expression grew grave. "They search with purpose, then. Not mere patrols but specific hunters." "Balance keepers," Harry guessed, remembering Dumbledore's warning about the ancient order that had been responsible for his original binding. "Likely," Asteria agreed. "Few others would possess the knowledge to track primordial emanations with such precision." Harry made a quick decision. "I should leave the Enclave. Draw them away from here." "And go where?" Hermione challenged. "Into the forest alone, with both Ministry forces and these balance keepers searching for you." "Better than bringing danger to those who've helped us," Harry insisted. Firenze interrupted this debate with unexpected authority. "Neither option is necessary. The Enclave's boundaries include pathways unknown even to most of our own kind, emergency routes established during the Great Binding specifically to conceal those with primordial signatures. Secret passages," Ron clarified. "More than passages," Firenze corrected. "Spaces that exist partially outside conventional magical detection, pockets where the ancient ways of concealment persist despite modern methods of tracking." Harry understood immediately. "Like the Chamber of Secrets and its connected network." "Precisely," Asteria confirmed. "Part of the same ancient system, in fact. The network extends far beyond what your Salazar Slytherin discovered and claimed." This revelation opened new possibilities. Instead of simply hiding or fleeing, they might be able to access resources and knowledge that could help Harry understand his transformation more completely, and potentially, negotiate from a position of strength rather than weakness. "How do we access these pathways?" Harry asked. "I will show you," Firenze offered. "But we must move quickly. The masking ritual buys us time, but balance keepers are nothing if not persistent in their pursuit." As they prepared to leave, gathering the few supplies they'd brought from the Chamber of Secrets, Harry felt a strange mixture of emotions. Fear at the closing net of pursuers, gratitude for the Centaur's unexpected alliance, and beneath it all, a growing determination that transcended mere survival. Whatever he had become, whatever history and prophecy and magical politics said about his transformation, the choice of how to use these abilities remained his. Not the Ministry's, not the Balance Keepers, not even Dumbledore's or the Centaur's. "Harry?" Hermione prompted, noticing his momentary abstraction. "Are you ready?" He nodded, resolution settling into place. "Ready." "And Hermione?" He glanced toward where the young centaur was reporting the Ministry's continued approach. "I'm done running. After we reach safety, we're going to figure out exactly what I can do with these abilities." "And then?" Ron asked, catching Harry's tone. "And then," Harry said quietly, "we're going to show both the Ministry and these balance keepers that some powers aren't meant to be contained, they're meant to restore balance, not destroy it." The golden patterns beneath his skin pulsed once in response to this declaration, momentarily visible through the masking ritual's effect before subsiding once more. Whatever came next, Harry knew with sudden clarity that it wouldn't be decided by those hunting him, but by his own choices in the days ahead. The Ministry's search party moved with methodical precision through the Forbidden Forest, their formation suggesting extensive training in magical tracking operations. Leading them was a woman whose grey robes bore subtle differences from the standard Containment Division uniforms, additional symbols embroidered in silver thread that seemed to shift and change depending on the angle of observation. "The signature faded here," she announced, consulting a device that resembled a compass but with multiple needles oscillating over arcane markings. "Approximately 2 hours ago, based on the residual pattern." Darius Blackthorne, head of the Containment Division, approached with barely concealed impatience. "Faded or was concealed, Keeper Vance?" "There's a significant difference." The woman, Keeper Vance of the Balance Keepers, gave him a look of professional disdain. "When you can distinguish between a 17-year-old's attempt at magical concealment and the natural dissipation of a primordial signature, I'll defer to your expertise, Mr. Blackthorne. Until then, I suggest you allow me to do the job Minister Thornwood specifically requested of my order." Blackthorne's jaw tightened, but he stepped back, gesturing for her to continue. The tension between the Ministry's conventional forces and the specialized knowledge of the Balance Keepers had been evident throughout their joint operation. Vance returned her attention to the tracking device, adjusting controls that responded more to magical resonance than physical manipulation. "There's something else here," she murmured. "An interference pattern consistent with..." She trailed off, her expression growing more focused as she moved in a slow circle, the device's needles swinging wildly before suddenly aligning in a specific direction. "Centaurs," she announced with certainty. "They've been here, and recently. And they've employed old magic, boundary wards designed specifically against detection." "The centaur herds have no interest in wizard fugitives," Blackthorne objected. "They barely acknowledge our existence except to warn us away from their territories." Vance smiled thinly. "Potter is no ordinary fugitive, Mr. Blackthorne. And what he's becoming represents something far more significant to beings like centaurs than you apparently understand." She gestured toward a seemingly unremarkable section of the forest ahead. "Their enclave lies in that direction, concealed by boundaries established during the time of separation, what your historical records quaintly call the centaur withdrawal." Blackthorne signaled to his team to prepare for advance. "Then we breach these boundaries and continue the search." "I wouldn't advise that," Vance cautioned, her tone suggesting she found his approach laughably naive. "Centaur enclaves established during that period are protected by more than conventional magical barriers. They exist partially outside normal magical space, similar to your unplottable locations, but considerably more sophisticated." "Then how do you propose we proceed?" Blackthorne demanded, frustration evident. "Every hour Potter remains at large, the risk of catastrophic magical disruption increases." Minister Thornwood was quite clear about the priority of this operation. Vance considered the boundary ahead, her expression calculating. "We don't breach, we request parley. Centaurs respect formal diplomatic approaches, particularly when framed in terms of maintaining greater magical balance." Blackthorne looked skeptical but nodded reluctant agreement. "And if they refuse?" "Then we know with certainty they're harboring Potter," Vance replied. "And we employ more, specialized methods of extraction." She patted a silver container hanging at her belt, its surface inscribed with symbols similar to those Harry had seen in Dumbledore's memory of his infant binding. "The Balance Keepers have maintained tools for managing primordial manifestations since long before your ministry existed, Mr. Blackthorne." As the ministry team prepared their formal approach to the Centaur territory, neither Vance nor Blackthorne noticed the ancient oak tree nearby, its bark inscribed with nearly invisible runes that pulsed faintly as they passed. Deep within the magical network that connected the Centaur enclave to other primordial sites, the conversation had been observed and transmitted to those it concerned most directly. "They're using tracking devices specifically designed for primordial signatures," Hermione reported, having witnessed the exchange through the magical viewing portal Forenza had activated for them. "And that woman, the one in the grey robes with silver markings, she's definitely not standard ministry." "Balance Keeper," Harry confirmed grimly. "I recognize the symbols on her equipment." They're similar to the bindings I saw in Dumbledore's memory. They were gathered in what Firenze had called a junction chamber, a nexus point where multiple pathways of the ancient network converged. Unlike the crude tunnel leading from the Chamber of Secrets, this space was clearly designed for habitation and transit, with smooth stone walls inscribed with elaborate runic patterns and comfortable furnishings that suggested frequent use, at least in some distant past. The centaurs won't reveal your presence, Firenze assured them, having rejoined them after consulting with Asteria and the herd's leadership. Our laws of sanctuary predate any allegiance to wizard authorities. But they're putting themselves at risk by protecting us, Harry pointed out, uncomfortable with the potential consequences for their hosts. The herd protects its own interests as much as yours, Titan child, Firenze replied frankly. Your emergence represents a shift in magical equilibrium that directly affects our future. The Balance Keepers would reimpose constraints that have limited all non-human magical beings for centuries. This perspective added new dimensions to the conflict surrounding Harry's transformation. What he had initially viewed as a personal crisis was revealing itself as something with far broader implications for the entire magical world. These junction chambers, Hermione said, her practical mind focusing on immediate options. You said they connect to other locations in the network. How extensive is it? Firenze gestured toward an elaborately carved map on one wall of the chamber, a representation of Britain overlaid with glowing lines that Harry recognized as magical ley lines. At various intersection points, symbols pulsed with gentle light. The network was established during what we call the time of concealment, when primordial forces and those connected to them retreated from the advancing dominance of structured wizard magic. It encompasses most major ley line convergences throughout these isles and connects to similar networks across the Great Waters. Ron approached the map with unexpected interest. These are all places Harry could potentially travel without being detected by the Ministry. Not all remain accessible, Firenze cautioned. Many fell into disuse or were deliberately sealed during subsequent conflicts. Others have been claimed by various magical beings or communities who may not welcome unexpected visitors, regardless of their nature. Harry studied the map more carefully, recognizing some locations from his magical education, Stonehenge, Glastonbury Tor, the Callanish Stones, while others were unfamiliar to him despite their apparent significance. This one, he said, pointing to a pulsing symbol in what appeared to be the Scottish Highlands. It feels important somehow. Firenze's expression grew solemn. The Quar Dub. The Black Cauldron. It is said to be the site where the first binding of primordial forces was attempted, and where that binding ultimately failed, creating the first documented Titan child in our histories. You're saying someone like me has existed before? Harry asked, hope and apprehension mingling at this revelation. Not precisely like you, Firenze clarified. Each primordial manifestation is unique, shaped by the individual consciousness through which it expresses. But yes, the phenomenon itself has occurred throughout magical history, though with decreasing frequency as the bindings and suppressions became more sophisticated. Hermione had been examining the map with scholarly intensity. So these locations aren't just hiding places, they're potential sources of knowledge about Harry's condition. Indeed, Firenze confirmed. The network was established not merely for safety but for preservation of primordial understanding, knowledge that conventional wizarding scholarship has largely forgotten or deliberately obscured. Harry felt a surge of purpose at this information. Instead of simply evading capture, they had an opportunity to actively seek answers, to understand what he had become and what it might mean for the wider magical world. I need to visit the Quar Dub, he decided. If it's the site of the first binding and unbinding, there might be information there that could help me understand how to manage these abilities. It's also likely to be one of the first places the Balance Keepers search, Ron pointed out pragmatically. If it's that significant to primordial history, they probably know about it too. A valid concern, Firenze acknowledged. However, the junction pathways offer advantages conventional travel does not. You could reach the Quar Dub before they reorganize their search in that direction. How does this network actually function? Hermione asked, her academic curiosity evident despite the urgency of their situation. It can't be apparition or port keys, the ministry would detect those magical signatures. It is neither, Firenze explained. The junction pathways follow the natural flows of primordial magic along ley lines. Traveling them requires attunement to these currents rather than the directed magical transport your kind has developed. Attunement that Harry now possesses, Hermione concluded, looking at her friend with new understanding. Harry nodded, feeling the truth of this instinctively. Since his transformation, he had been increasingly aware of magical currents flowing through the world around him, currents that existed independently of wizard-defined spellcraft. I can navigate it, he confirmed, the knowledge settling into place with certainty. Not just for myself, but... He glanced at Ron and Hermione. I think I can bring you both with me, if you're willing to trust me. Ron snorted. Bit late to start questioning that after 6 years of following you into increasingly mental situations, mate. Hermione's response was more measured but equally resolute. We're with you, Harry. Whatever you're becoming, whatever it means, we'll face it together. The simple declaration eased something tight in Harry's chest. Whatever else had changed with his transformation, the loyalty of his friends remained constant, an anchor to his humanity amid the expanding awareness of his primordial nature. We should depart soon, Firenze advised, glancing toward the viewing portal where they could still see the ministry team preparing their formal approach to the Centaur Enclave. While your magical signature remains masked and their attention is directed here. Harry nodded, decision made. We'll go to the Quar Dub, learn what we can about previous Titan children, then determine our next steps based on that knowledge. A wise approach, Firenze approved. I will provide what guidance I can for the journey, though once within the junction pathways, your own primordial sense will prove a more reliable navigator than any external direction. As they prepared for departure, gathering the limited supplies they'd accumulated during their brief stay, Harry felt a strange sense of anticipation beneath the tension of their circumstances. For the first time since his transformation began, he was moving toward understanding rather than simply reacting to events beyond his control. Ready? He asked Ron and Hermione as they stood before the junction portal, an archway of intricately carved stone that appeared solid until Harry focused his attention on it, causing the surface to ripple like disturbed water. Ready as we'll ever be, Ron replied, squaring his shoulders with the familiar determination that had carried him through countless previous adventures. Hermione simply nodded, her expression reflecting both apprehension and the intellectual excitement that new magical frontiers always inspired in her. Harry turned to Firenze, offering a formal bow that seemed to come naturally with his new awareness of Centaur customs. Thank you for your guidance and your people's sanctuary. I won't forget either. Walk with balance, Titan child, Firenze replied formally. And remember, what you become affects more than yourself alone. The awakening of primordial magic creates ripples that touch all magical beings. With these words resonating in his mind, Harry turned back to the portal. Following instincts that felt as natural as breathing, he extended his awareness into the stone arch, connecting with the ancient magic woven into its structure. The solid surface dissolved into a swirling vortex of golden light, revealing not a physical passage but a tunnel of pure magical energy pulsing along the ley line's path. Stay close, Harry instructed his friends, taking their hands in his. And whatever happens, don't let go. With that warning, he stepped forward into the glowing pathway, drawing Ron and Hermione with him. The physical world seemed to dissolve around them, replaced by rushing currents of primordial magic that carried them swiftly away from the Centaur Enclave, toward knowledge, toward understanding, and toward whatever destiny awaited a reawakened titan of magic in a world that had long forgotten such beings could exist. Chapter 3, The Awakened Court. The journey through the junction pathway felt like flying and drowning simultaneously. Harry's consciousness expanded along the golden current while his physical form seemed to dissolve into pure magical energy. Only his grip on Ron and Hermione's hands anchored him to any sense of individual identity as the primordial magic carried them along ley lines that pulsed with ancient power. Time lost meaning in the shimmering tunnel. Harry sensed other pathways branching away at various junctions, some bright and well-traveled, others dim and nearly forgotten. His newly awakened senses guided him instinctively, choosing turns based on a magnetic pull toward their destination rather than any visible markers. When they finally emerged into physical space again, the transition was jarring. One moment they were pure magical energy, the next, three teenagers stumbling onto solid ground beneath an open sky streaked with pre-dawn light. Ron dropped to his knees, looking decidedly green. "Bloody hell," he gasped. That was worse than Portkeys. Hermione remained standing but swayed slightly, her face pale. "Fascinating," she managed, though her voice was unsteady. "We weren't traveling through physical space at all, were we? It was more like moving through the magical substrate itself." Harry nodded, recovering more quickly than his friends. The journey had felt almost natural to his transformed senses, like swimming through a current perfectly matched to his own essence. "Are we where we're supposed to be?" Ron asked, finally looking up to take in their surroundings. They stood in a steep-sided valley nestled between towering highland mountains. Morning mist clung to the slopes, partially obscuring ancient stones arranged in a circular pattern around what appeared to be a natural depression in the earth. At the circle's center sat a structure that could only be the Quar Dub itself, a massive cauldron-shaped basin carved from a single piece of obsidian stone, its surface etched with familiar golden runes. "Yes," Harry confirmed, feeling the place resonate with something deep within him. "This is the Quar Dub." Hermione approached one of the standing stones cautiously, studying the markings carved into its weathered surface. "These inscriptions are incredible. Pre-Celtic, possibly even predating conventional dating of organized magic in Britain. This place was ancient when the first wand-wielders were learning basic charms," Harry said, knowledge surfacing from the primordial awareness now integrated with his own. "It was a gathering place for the court." "The court?" Ron repeated, finally recovering enough to join them. Harry moved toward the central basin, drawn by its silent call. "The awakened court. The original council of primordials who maintained balance between elemental forces before wizards began systematizing magic." As he spoke, the golden patterns beneath his skin, still masked by the centaur's ritual but increasingly visible as the effect faded, pulsed in response to the location's magical resonance. When Harry touched the edge of the obsidian basin, the runes etched on its surface illuminated with matching golden light. Images flooded his mind, not memories but impressions preserved within the stone itself. Figures gathered around this basin, their forms both human and not, golden patterns flowing across their skin in configurations similar to but distinct from his own. They performed rituals, channeled elemental forces, maintained balances between magical currents that modern wizardry no longer recognized. "Harry." Hermione's voice pulled him back from the visions. "Are you all right? You went elsewhere for a moment." He blinked, reorienting himself to the present. "I saw them. The original court. They used this place as a ritual center, a focal point for managing the flow of primordial magic throughout the region." Ron looked around with new appreciation. "So this was like Primordial Ministry headquarters?" "Not quite," Harry corrected, continuing to absorb information from the basin's embedded memories. "They didn't govern or regulate like the ministry. They harmonized, balanced. Magic wasn't something they controlled but something they were part of. Until the binding," Hermione guessed, her historian's mind connecting the pieces. Harry nodded grimly. "Until early wizard societies decided uncontrolled magical forces were too unpredictable for their emerging systems of magical practice." His fingers traced the runes on the basin's edge, reading their story through touch. "They came here first, the original balance keepers. They believed binding the primordials was necessary for the advancement of structured magic." The basin's surface began to shimmer as Harry's connection deepened, the obsidian transforming into something like a liquid mirror. Images formed more clearly now, scenes from a conflict thousands of years in the past. Figures in archaic robes wielding primitive focusing tools that predated modern wands, confronting the radiant beings of the court. Complex binding symbols encircling primordials who fought, fled, or in some cases, submitted to containment. They didn't destroy them, Hermione observed, watching the images over Harry's shoulder. They bound them. Destroying primordial essences might have been impossible, Harry explained, knowledge flowing through his connection to the basin. And potentially catastrophic. These beings weren't just powerful wizards, they were living embodiments of magical forces. Removing them completely could have disrupted magical flows throughout the region. So instead, they, what? Imprison them? Ron asked. Some were bound into sleep, their power contained but still present to maintain necessary magical currents. Others were bound into objects, locations, or even bloodlines, their essence dispersed and constrained but not eliminated. Harry's voice had taken on an echoing quality, as though the basin itself spoke through him. A few escaped, retreating to places beyond the reach of the binding ritual. The images shifted, showing the aftermath, a magical world subtly altered. Where elemental forces had once flowed freely, now they ran in controlled channels. Where primordials had once mediated between magical realms, now strictures and regulations attempted to impose order through external means. The start of modern wizardry, Hermione whispered, understanding dawning in her eyes. The foundation of everything we've been taught about how magic works. Built on the binding of what came before, Harry confirmed. The golden patterns on his skin were fully visible now, the centaur's masking ritual having faded completely during their connection to this place of primordial power. Ron, who had been circling the stone arrangement with practical caution, suddenly called from the perimeter. Harry? Hermione? I think you should see this. They joined him at what appeared to be an entrance pathway leading into the circle. Stone slabs formed a crude corridor, its walls inscribed with what Harry now recognized as historical records of the court. But what had caught Ron's attention was fresher, marks of recent magical activity, scorch patterns consistent with complex spellwork. Someone's been here, Ron said unnecessarily. Recently. Harry knelt to examine the magical residue, his enhanced senses detecting signatures unlike standard ministry spells. Not the containment division. Different magical approach entirely. More, ritualistic. Balance keepers? Hermione suggested. Before Harry could answer, a new sensation swept through him, a pulling awareness that made the golden patterns on his skin brighten significantly. His head snapped up, attention drawn to a specific point beyond the circle's edge. What is it? Ron asked, instantly alert, wand drawn. There's something. Harry struggled to articulate the feeling. Someone. Bound, but, awake somehow. Nearby. Without waiting for his friends, Harry strode toward the sensation, drawn by a recognition that transcended conscious thought. The feeling led him to a smaller stone structure partially concealed by overgrowth at the valley's edge, a doorway carved into the living rock of the mountainside, its entrance sealed with symbols similar to those he'd seen in Dumbledore's memory of his infant binding. Another primordial, he breathed, fingers hovering over the binding marks. But different from me. The binding is, partial. Containing but not suppressing completely. Hermione approached cautiously. Harry, we don't know what's in there or why it was bound in the first place. Maybe we should, her warning came too late. Harry had already placed his palm against the central binding symbol, his own golden patterns flaring in response. The symbols illuminated, ancient magic recognizing its kin, and with a grinding of stone that had stood undisturbed for centuries, the doorway began to open. Cool air rushed outward, carrying scents of earth and water and something else, a crackling energy that raised the hair on their arms. Darkness lay beyond the entrance, but to Harry's enhanced perception, that darkness pulsed with restrained power. Hello, he called, his voice echoing into the chamber beyond. I know you're there. I can sense you. Silence answered for several heartbeats. Then a voice, feminine, melodic, with an accent Harry couldn't place, responded from the darkness. After all these years, it said, another of my kind comes calling. How unexpected. A figure emerged from the shadows, a woman who appeared to be in her late 20s, with striking features framed by hair so dark it seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Her eyes shifted color as she moved, cycling through deep blues and violets. Across her visible skin, patterns similar to Harry's own gleamed with silver rather than gold, forming different configurations but unmistakably primordial in nature. She studied Harry with ancient eyes in a youthful face, assessment giving way to genuine surprise. "So young," she murmured. "And so recently awakened. The binding patterns are still settling." Ron and Hermione had moved to flank Harry, wands held discreetly but ready. The woman noticed this with evident amusement. "Your guardians are protective," she observed. "Though their sticks would do little against either of us, Titan child." "They're my friends," Harry corrected firmly. "Not guardians." The woman inclined her head slightly. "As you say. I am called Morrigan, at least in this age." "And you are?" "Harry Potter." Recognition flickered in her color-shifting eyes. "Ah. The prophecy child who survived death. I've heard whispers, even in my semi-bound state." She circled him slowly, studying his golden patterns with academic interest. "Though nothing suggested you carried primordial essence." "Fascinating. A natural emergence or induced awakening?" "The bindings placed on me as an infant began failing," Harry explained, finding it strangely easy to discuss his transformation with this woman who shared similar nature. A ritual attempt to control the breakdown accelerated the process. "Typical human intervention," Morrigan remarked with a hint of disdain. "Always trying to manage what they don't understand, inevitably making things more chaotic in the process." She gestured to her own silver patterns. "My experience was rather different. A gradual awakening over decades, carefully managed on my own terms." "You've been awake all this time?" Hermione asked, unable to contain her scholarly curiosity. "How is that possible if you were bound?" Morrigan's gaze shifted to Hermione, assessing her with the same clinical interest she'd shown Harry. "Clever one, aren't you? The binding placed upon me was incomplete. Designed to contain my influence rather than my consciousness. A compromise reached with the balance keepers of the last century." "Last century?" Ron blurted. "Just how old are you?" A smile curved Morrigan's lips. "Age becomes meaningless when you're partially outside time's normal flow, young wizard. Let's say I remember when Hogwarts was merely a gleam in Ravenclaw's eye." Harry felt an unexpected kinship with this ancient being who shared his nature, yet something in her casual dismissal of his friends raised subtle warning flags. "Why are you still here?" he asked directly. "If you've been partially awake for centuries, why remain in this binding place?" Morrigan's expression grew more serious. "Because, young Titan, awakening is one thing. Finding purpose in a world that has moved beyond our kind is quite another." She gestured toward the open doorway behind her. "I've been studying, waiting, preparing for the right moment. Perhaps your arrival is part of that moment." She turned, beckoning them to follow her into the chamber. Harry hesitated only briefly before entering, Ron and Hermione close behind despite their obvious reservations. The space beyond was no mere cave but a well-appointed living area that blended ancient and modern elements. Bookshelves lined rough stone walls, filled with texts spanning centuries. A writing desk held both parchment scrolls and what appeared to be a modified magical version of a modern computer. Comfortable furnishings suggested long habitation, while magical artifacts of obvious antiquity occupied carefully designed displays. "My collection," Morrigan explained, noting Harry's interest in the artifacts. "Remnants of the court, preserved while the world forgot we ever existed." Harry approached a central display, a crystalline orb suspended in a field of gently pulsing energy. Within it, golden light swirled in patterns reminiscent of his own. "The Heart of Ain," Morrigan identified it. "All that remains of the court's sovereign of light after the Great Binding. Her essence, preserved but dormant." "You've been collecting these," Harry realized, noticing similar containments throughout the chamber. Pieces of bound primordials. Rescuing them, Morrigan corrected. Preserving what remains until circumstances might permit restoration. Hermione had gravitated toward the bookshelves, examining titles with growing excitement. These texts, many were thought lost centuries ago. Primordial histories, theoretical works on elemental magic, original accounts of the court. I've had time to be thorough, Morrigan said dryly. She turned her attention back to Harry. Your awakening changes the equation, young Titan. For centuries, I've been the only conscious primordial in Britain, maintaining a delicate balance with those who would bind our kind permanently. Now there are two of us. And that matters because... Ron prompted, still maintaining a protective stance near the entrance. Because revival becomes possible, Morrigan replied, her color-shifting eyes intensifying. What one primordial might accomplish alone, two working in concert could achieve exponentially more, including the awakening of others. Harry's gaze returned to the crystalline containments. You want to free them? All of them. I want to restore balance, Morrigan clarified. The original court maintained equilibrium between elemental forces, between magical realms, between the seen and unseen. When they were bound, that balance was disrupted, replaced by artificial constructs like your ministry that attempt to regulate what they fundamentally don't understand. The argument sounded reasonable, yet Harry sensed undercurrents of something less altruistic beneath Morrigan's words, a bitterness that centuries had not fully tempered. If restoring them is possible, why haven't you done it already? Hermione asked, her analytical mind identifying the same logical gap Harry had noticed. Because awakening a bound primordial requires specific energies, Morrigan explained with a patient tone that didn't quite mask her irritation at being questioned. Magical resonance that I alone cannot generate. Her gaze returned to Harry. But together, our combined signatures might achieve what I've worked toward for centuries. Harry felt the weight of this revelation. The possibility of awakening others like himself carried implications he couldn't fully grasp, political, magical, philosophical questions that stretched beyond his immediate circumstances. I need time to consider this, he said finally. Freeing beings this powerful without understanding the consequences. Morrigan's expression cooled. I sometimes forget how young you truly are, despite your nature. Very well. Consider carefully, Titan child. She gestured to a section of her library. These texts might assist your education. They detail the court's original purpose and the consequences of their binding. While Hermione eagerly began examining the offered books, Ron pulled Harry aside, keeping his voice low. I don't trust her, he muttered. Something's off about this whole setup. Harry nodded slightly. I feel it too. She's telling partial truths. But she does have knowledge we need, about what I am, what I'm becoming. Just be careful, mate, Ron cautioned. Remember Firenze's warning about each primordial having different approaches to power. Their conversation was interrupted by a strange humming from Harry's pocket. He extracted the communication stone Firenze had given them before their departure, a simple river rock inscribed with centaur runes that served as an emergency contact method. The stone vibrated more intensely as Harry held it, then projected a miniature image of Firenze's face, formed from golden light above its surface. Titan child, the centaur's projection spoke urgently. The Ministry's hunt has escalated. They've declared you a Class 1 magical emergency, their highest threat designation. Containment Division forces are mobilizing throughout Britain, and they've begun employing detection methods specifically calibrated for primordial signatures. Harry exchanged alarmed glances with Ron and Hermione. How did they develop those so quickly? The Balance Keepers, Firenze's projection answered grimly. They've provided the Ministry with ancient tracking tools designed during the Great Binding. Your friend Dumbledore sends warning that Minister Thornwood has authorized terminal containment protocols should conventional methods fail. The euphemism wasn't difficult to interpret. The Ministry had moved from wanting to capture Harry to being willing to eliminate him if necessary. There's more, Firenze continued. Reports of magical anomalies are increasing worldwide, weather patterns disrupted, magical creatures behaving erratically, unexplained surges in ley line activity. The Ministry is attributing these disturbances to your awakening. Are they right? Hermione asked, rejoining them after hearing the communication. Firenze's projection hesitated. The timing suggests correlation, though causation is less certain. Primordial awakenings historically coincide with periods of magical instability. Whether they cause such disruptions or simply occur during natural cycles remains debated among our scholars. Convenient scapegoat, though, Ron observed darkly. Blame everything on Harry instead of admitting they don't understand what's happening. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the chamber's temperature. The political situation was deteriorating faster than they'd anticipated, limiting their options and time. We need to move again soon, he decided. This location may be compromised if they have primordial tracking capabilities. The junction pathways remain your safest route, Firenze advised. Though I must warn you, increased magical instability may affect their stability as well. Travel with caution. The projection flickered. I must go. Ministry representatives have returned to the Enclave with more forceful demands. Stay safe, Titan child. The communication ended, leaving them in tense silence broken only when Morrigan spoke from where she'd been observing nearby. The pattern repeats, she said quietly. Fear leading to persecution, persecution to conflict. Humans never change their approach to power they don't control. These are exceptional circumstances, Hermione defended. If magical anomalies really are occurring worldwide, they are, Morrigan interrupted. I've felt the disturbances for months, growing steadily more pronounced. But they preceded your friend's awakening, not resulted from it. Her color-shifting eyes fixed on Harry with new intensity. In fact, I believe they may have contributed to the failure of his bindings in the first place. This perspective hadn't occurred to Harry. You think my transformation is a response to magical instability rather than its cause? Precisely, Morrigan confirmed. Primordials traditionally emerge during periods of magical imbalance, nature's way of restoring equilibrium. The court itself first formed during such a convergence, thousands of years ago. She moved to another section of her collection, retrieving an ancient scroll protected by preservation charms. These records detail previous cycles of awakening and binding. The pattern is consistent: periods of instability, emergence of primordial beings, attempts by conventional magic users to contain the perceived threat, eventual rebalancing of magical currents. And where are we in this cycle? Hermione asked, her scholarly mind engaging with the historical perspective despite their urgent situation. At the critical juncture, Morrigan replied, unrolling the scroll to reveal complex magical diagrams annotated in various ancient languages. The instability has reached levels that triggered your friend's awakening, but the forces that traditionally contain such emergences, your ministry, the balance keepers, are responding with unprecedented coordination and resources. Harry studied the scroll, finding he could understand scripts that should have been incomprehensible to him, another manifestation of the primordial knowledge now integrated with his consciousness. According to this, primordial awakenings typically come in clusters, he noted. Not isolated cases. Morrigan nodded, appearing pleased by his comprehension. The court was never meant to consist of a single sovereign. Different primordial aspects balanced each other, light and shadow, earth and air, fire and water, creation and transformation. A full awakening would ideally include representatives of each elemental domain. And which domain do you represent? Harry asked directly, suddenly realizing they knew little about Morrigan's specific nature. A smile curved her lips. I am shadow and transition, young Titan. The spaces between defined states, the passages from one form to another. The silver patterns across her skin shifted subtly as she spoke, seeming to absorb light from their surroundings. And you, with your golden configurations, appear to be manifesting as light and potential, quite the opposite of my own aspect. The revelation sent a shiver through Harry. The implications of their complementary nature suggested a deliberate pattern to these awakenings rather than random chance. You knew, he realized. You've been expecting another awakening to complement your own. I've been hoping, Morrigan corrected. Though I confess, I anticipated someone with more experience. Your youth and recent emergence present both challenges and opportunities. Hermione, who had been listening intently, suddenly straightened with the expression she always wore when connecting crucial pieces of information. The magical anomalies worldwide, the timing of Harry's binding failure, your presence here at the original court site. This isn't coincidence, is it? The cycle is repeating deliberately. Morrigan inclined her head in acknowledgement. Perceptive. Yes, the primordial currents are self-correcting. When conventional magic grows too rigid, too controlling, the original forces assert themselves through new vessels. She gestured to Harry. Your friend is not merely experiencing a personal transformation, he is part of magic's own immune response to systems that have grown increasingly restrictive. The weight of this revelation settled heavily on Harry. What he had been experiencing as a personal crisis was apparently part of something far larger, a fundamental shift in magical equilibrium that had been building for centuries. And the balance keepers, he asked. Where do they fit in this cycle? They began as genuine arbiters, Morrigan explained, a hint of bitterness entering her voice. Mediators between primordial forces and emerging structured magic. But over generations, they became increasingly aligned with control rather than balance, with human magical dominance rather than cooperation between magical approaches. Ron, who had been keeping watch near the entrance while listening to this exchange, suddenly tensed. Sorry to interrupt the history lesson, but I think we've got company. Harry extended his enhanced senses outward, immediately detecting what had alarmed Ron, magical signatures approaching the valley, moving with purpose and employing concealment charms that would have been effective against normal perception but remained visible to his primordial awareness. Ministry forces, he confirmed grimly. At least a dozen, with specialized equipment. They're surrounding the circle. Morrigan showed no surprise at this development. The binding markers here are significant enough to attract attention once activated. Your presence likely accelerated their discovery, but they would have found this place eventually. We need to leave, Hermione said urgently, already gathering their limited supplies. Get back into the junction pathway before they complete their perimeter. But Morrigan made no move toward the exit. Running again, Titan child? How long will you allow yourself to be hunted? These humans will never stop pursuing what they fear and cannot control. We're outnumbered, Harry pointed out practically. This isn't the time for confrontation. On the contrary, Morrigan countered, the silver patterns across her skin brightening with sudden intensity. It's precisely the time to demonstrate that primordial beings cannot be treated as mere magical creatures to be contained or destroyed. A lesson they should have learned centuries ago. Her casual dismissal of human concerns, referring to wizards as simply humans, with subtle condescension, triggered warning signals in Harry's mind. There was something disturbing in Morrigan's perspective, a detachment from humanity that felt fundamentally alien despite their shared primordial nature. We're not starting a war, he said firmly. These are people doing what they think is necessary to protect others. From us, Morrigan emphasized. From what we represent. Will you spend your existence running and hiding, young Titan? Is that why primordial magic awakened within you? The challenge struck a nerve. Harry had been reacting to circumstances since his transformation began, fleeing the ministry, seeking sanctuary with the centaurs, now preparing to run again. At what point did survival become merely postponing an inevitable confrontation? Before he could respond, a magical pulse washed over the valley, a detection wave specifically calibrated for primordial signatures. Harry felt it like cold fingers brushing against his essence, probing and cataloging. Too late for debate, Morrigan observed calmly. They've found us. Outside, voices called commands as containment specialists moved into position. Harry sensed binding magic being prepared, similar to what had been used against him as an infant but cruder, designed for immediate effect rather than long-term suppression. "Harry," Hermione urged, "the junction pathway. We need to go now." He nodded, turning to Morrigan. "Come with us." "If they're hunting primordials, they've known of my existence for decades," she interrupted. "We have an understanding. It's you they've come for, young Titan." Her color-shifting eyes held a challenge. "Though I'm curious to see how you'll handle this moment of truth." Understanding dawned with chilling clarity. "You led them here," Harry realized. "You wanted this confrontation." Morrigan neither confirmed nor denied the accusation. "Consider it a test, if you prefer. Will you run forever, or will you claim your birthright?" Before Harry could respond, the chamber's entrance exploded inward. Ministry containment specialists stormed through the debris, wands raised and specialized equipment at the ready. Leading them was Keeper Vance, her gray robes marked with the silver symbols of the Balance Keepers. "Harry Potter," she announced formally, "by authority of the Minister of Magic and the ancient protocols of magical containment, you are hereby designated a Class 1 magical entity requiring immediate neutralization." Her gaze flicked to Morrigan, narrowing slightly. "Lady Morrigan. Your presence was not anticipated in our intelligence." "Keeper Vance," Morrigan replied with cold familiarity. "Still serving as the Ministry's pet historian, I see. How disappointingly predictable." The exchange confirmed Harry's suspicion of prior association between them, though the nature of that relationship remained unclear. Vance returned her attention to Harry. "Surrender peacefully, Mr. Potter. The containment process has been specially designed to minimize discomfort while suppressing the primordial manifestation." Harry assessed their situation with newfound tactical clarity. The containment team had positioned themselves to block the chamber's only visible exit. Their equipment included crystalline devices similar to what Winterhall had attempted to use at Hogwarts, designed to impose temporary bindings until more permanent measures could be implemented. What they couldn't know was that Harry's understanding of such binding magic had grown exponentially since his transformation completed itself. He could see the underlying principles of their equipment, the magical architecture of their containment spells, and their fundamental weaknesses. "I don't want to fight you," he said evenly, meaning it despite the golden patterns brightening across his skin in response to the threat. "There are larger issues at stake than my containment." "Your cooperation will be noted," Vance replied without warmth. "But the containment proceeds regardless of your preferences." She nodded to her team, who began activating their equipment. Silver energy crackled between the devices, forming a containment grid designed to suppress primordial signatures. Harry felt the magic reaching toward him, seeking to bind his essence as it had been bound before. Time seemed to slow as he faced a crucial decision. Run again, fight back, or submit to containment that might never be reversed. The golden patterns across his skin pulsed with his accelerated heartbeat, primordial power responding to his emotional state despite his conscious restraint. In that extended moment, Harry became acutely aware of Ron and Hermione beside him, his friends, his anchors to humanity despite his transformed nature. He sensed their fear but also their unwavering loyalty, their belief that whatever he had become, he remained Harry at his core. The contrast with Morrigan couldn't have been starker. Where his friends represented connection to humanity, she embodied detachment from it, viewing humans as lesser beings to be manipulated or dismissed. Her primordial nature had not supplemented her humanity but replaced it over centuries of isolation. That realization crystallized Harry's decision. He would neither run nor fight, not as they expected, at least. As the containment grid closed around them, Harry raised his hands in a gesture that appeared to be surrender. Vance's expression showed the first hint of relief, until the golden patterns across Harry's skin brightened to solar intensity, not in aggression but in deliberate display. "I understand your concerns," Harry said, his voice resonating with power but remaining fundamentally his own. "I represent something outside your experience, beyond your regulatory frameworks. But containment isn't the answer, not for me, not for the magical instabilities you're witnessing worldwide." The containment specialists hesitated, their equipment humming as the grid struggled to adapt to Harry's controlled power output. "This isn't a negotiation, Mr. Potter," Vance stated, though uncertainty had entered her tone. "The protocols are clear regarding unclassified magical entities of your magnitude." "Then perhaps the protocols need revision," Harry suggested calmly. With deliberate gentleness, he extended his awareness toward their containment grid, not disrupting it but revealing its structure to everyone present. The magical architecture became visible as golden light traced its patterns in the air, showing not just its immediate form but its underlying principles, its historical development, its fundamental limitations. Vance stared in astonishment at this unprecedented display of magical comprehension. "How are you doing this?" "I'm not fighting your magic," Harry explained. "I'm understanding it. There's a difference." He gestured to the now visible magical construct. "These binding techniques were developed during the Great Binding, when primordial forces were first systematically suppressed. They're based on fear of the unknown rather than genuine comprehension." Several containment specialists exchanged uneasy glances, clearly unaccustomed to a target who could analyze their methods with such precision. "The magical anomalies you're witnessing worldwide aren't caused by my awakening," Harry continued. "They preceded it. The primordial magic returning to consciousness through me is a response to imbalance, not its source." "Convenient theory," Vance countered, though her certainty seemed shaken. "But the timing, correlation, not causation," Hermione interjected, stepping forward despite Ron's attempt to hold her back. "We've found historical records showing similar patterns throughout magical history. Primordial awakenings coincide with periods of magical instability because they're nature's response mechanism." Vance's attention shifted to Hermione, recognition dawning. "Miss Granger. Your academic reputation precedes you. Are you suggesting the Ministry's assessment of this situation is fundamentally flawed?" "I'm suggesting," Hermione replied carefully, "that containing Harry won't solve the underlying magical disturbances. It might actually exacerbate them by removing a natural balancing force." This perspective clearly hadn't been considered in the Ministry's approach. Vance frowned, glancing toward the still humming containment equipment with new uncertainty. Morrigan, who had been observing this exchange with clinical interest, chose this moment to interject. "The child speaks truth, Keeper. Your superiors have misidentified cause and effect, as humans so often do when confronted with forces beyond their limited understanding." Her condescending tone immediately hardened Vance's expression. "Lady Morrigan, your established agreement with the Ministry doesn't extend to interfering with containment operations." "Agreement," Harry repeated, looking between them with growing comprehension. "You've been working with the Ministry all along." Morrigan shrugged elegantly. "An accommodation, reached after centuries of tedious conflict. I maintain certain freedoms within defined parameters, they pretend to monitor activities they couldn't possibly control." Her color-shifting eyes held a hint of amusement. "Politics, young Titan. Something you'll need to learn if you survive long enough." The casual revelation of Morrigan's double game shifted the dynamic in the chamber. Harry now understood why she had seemed unsurprised by the Ministry's arrival. She had likely informed them herself, creating this confrontation to test his response while maintaining her own position of neutrality. "Enough distraction," Vance declared, gesturing for her team to proceed. "The containment continues as ordered." The silver energy of the containment grid intensified, pressing inward toward Harry with renewed purpose. This time, he made no attempt to demonstrate its structure or limitations. Instead, he closed his eyes, focusing inward on the core of his transformed being. The golden patterns across his skin dimmed momentarily, then flared with blinding intensity, not as an attack but as a transformation. His physical form seemed to blur at the edges, becoming partially translucent as primordial energy temporarily superseded material constraints. When he spoke, his voice carried the resonance of deep magic while remaining recognizably his own. "I am not your enemy, Keeper Vance. Nor am I a simple magical entity to be classified and contained. I am both Harry Potter and something older, a consciousness-born human but carrying primordial essence that predates your Ministry's founding." The containment grid faltered as its magic encountered resistance unlike anything it had been designed to suppress. Not active opposition but fundamental incompatibility, like trying to cage light itself. This confrontation serves no purpose, Harry continued, allowing his form to re-solidify as he demonstrated control rather than instability. The magical disturbances will continue with or without my containment. The question is whether I can help address them or whether your fear will remove a potential ally. Vance stared at him, professional detachment warring with genuine uncertainty. Minister Thornwood's orders were explicit. Class 1 magical entities are not persons with rights and agency. Harry challenged gently. Is that truly the Ministry's position? Because if so, you should extend your containment to the centaurs, the mere people, the house elves, all magical beings whose nature exists outside your regulatory framework. The comparison clearly disturbed several of the containment specialists, whose training had prepared them for dangerous creatures or unstable magical phenomena, not articulate beings making reasoned arguments against their containment. This is different, Vance insisted, though with diminishing conviction. The power you represent is not inherently threatening, Harry finished. Power itself is neutral, Keeper Vance. Its application determines its nature. He gestured to the golden pattern still visible across his skin. I didn't choose this transformation, but I do choose how to respond to it. I choose cooperation over conflict. Understanding over fear. A tense silence filled the chamber as Vance weighed her options. The containment grid continued to hum, but its effectiveness against Harry's controlled manifestation seemed increasingly doubtful. Stand down, she finally ordered her team, though her expression remained guarded. Maintain position but deactivate the containment protocol. Relief washed through Harry, though he maintained his composed exterior. The golden patterns across his skin dimmed to their normal subtle glow as the immediate threat receded. This isn't over, Mr. Potter, Vance cautioned. I'm temporarily suspending containment operations pending consultation with my superiors, but the classification remains in effect. You are still considered a potentially dangerous magical entity under Ministry jurisdiction. I understand, Harry acknowledged. And I appreciate your willingness to reconsider your approach. May I suggest a conversation rather than a confrontation? There's much your ministry needs to understand about what's happening to magic globally. Vance studied him with professional assessment, clearly weighing genuine magical concerns against political directives. You have 10 minutes to present your case, Mr. Potter. After that, I make my decision regarding how to proceed. Harry nodded, accepting these terms. As the containment team reluctantly powered down their equipment, he turned briefly to Ron and Hermione. You should go, he told them quietly. If this goes badly, not happening, mate, Ron interrupted firmly. We're staying. Hermione nodded agreement. Besides, you'll need my research on the historical patterns we discovered. Their unwavering loyalty strengthened Harry's resolve. With a grateful nod, he turned back to Vance, who had ordered her team to establish a perimeter while maintaining their position in the chamber's entrance. The magical disturbances you're tracking worldwide follow a pattern documented in these records, he began, gesturing to the ancient texts in Morrigan's collection. They represent a cyclical readjustment of magical equilibrium that occurs approximately every 7 centuries, when conventional magical practices become too restrictive of natural magical flows. Vance's eyes narrowed at this claim, but she didn't interrupt as Harry continued. My transformation, and potentially others like it, isn't causing these disruptions but responding to them. Primordial beings historically emerged during such periods as living conduits for rebalancing magic across elemental domains. Convenient theory, Vance noted skeptically. Though it conveniently positions you as solution rather than problem. The historical evidence supports it, Hermione interjected, retrieving specific scrolls from Morrigan's collection. These records detail similar patterns in 438 BCE, 321 CE, and 1016 CE, each period marked by increasing magical instability followed by primordial emergences. Vance accepted the scrolls with professional interest despite her skepticism. As a balance keeper, her training included historical perspectives that standard ministry education lacked. Even if this cycle exists as you claim, she challenged after examining the evidence, it doesn't explain why we should leave an unregulated primordial being at liberty when previous instances were successfully contained. Because containment didn't solve the underlying problem, Harry countered. It merely postponed it, pushing the magical imbalance forward to our present time where it's manifesting more severely due to centuries of suppression. He gestured to Morrigan, who had been observing this exchange with clinical detachment. The historical balance keepers understood this. That's why some primordials were permitted partial liberty under negotiated agreements rather than complete binding. Morrigan inclined her head in acknowledgement of this point. My arrangement with your predecessors was pragmatic rather than ideological, Keeper Vance. They recognized that primordial forces cannot be permanently eliminated without catastrophic magical consequences, only temporarily redirected. This confirmation from a primordial being who had existed within ministry awareness for generations seemed to carry weight with Vance. She studied Harry with renewed assessment, professional calculation replacing immediate threat response. What exactly are you proposing, Mr. Potter? That we simply allow you to roam free while magical instabilities continue to escalate worldwide? I'm proposing cooperation, Harry clarified. I want to understand these abilities, learn to direct them constructively, help address the imbalances rather than exacerbate them. He met her gaze directly. I'm still Harry Potter. My humanity hasn't been erased by this transformation, it's been expanded. Something in this declaration resonated with Vance, though she maintained her professional reserve. Noble sentiments. But Minister Thornwood requires more concrete assurances than good intentions. Then let me provide them, Harry offered. I'll submit to monitoring, not containment, but observation. Regular consultations with ministry specialists to document this transformation and its effects. Transparency about my activities and discoveries. Vance considered this proposal, her expression revealing the internal conflict between rigid protocol and practical reality. The containment team shifted uneasily, awaiting her decision while maintaining watchful positions. Such an arrangement would be unprecedented, she finally said. The protocols for Class 1 magical entities make no provision for conditional liberty. Then perhaps the protocols require revision, Harry suggested. As you've witnessed, traditional containment methods are ineffective against fully awakened primordial beings. Cooperation offers a more productive approach than conflict. The pragmatism of this argument seemed to sway Vance more than appeals to rights or historical patterns. After several moments of consideration, she reached a decision. I will recommend suspension of active containment operations pending further assessment of your proposal, she stated formally. However, you will remain classified as a regulated magical entity, subject to monitoring and intervention should your activities threaten magical security. Relief washed through Harry, though he maintained his composed exterior. Thank you, Keeper Vance. I believe this approach better serves everyone's interests. Don't mistake pragmatism for trust, Mr. Potter, Vance cautioned. The ministry remains deeply concerned about unregulated primordial manifestations. My recommendation includes stringent monitoring conditions. I understand, Harry acknowledged. And I'm willing to work within reasonable parameters. Vance turned to her team, issuing orders to establish a modified monitoring protocol rather than immediate containment. As the specialists reconfigured their equipment, she addressed Harry again with professional directness. You have 72 hours to present yourself at the Department of Magical Regulation for formal assessment and documentation. Failure to appear will result in immediate reinstatement of containment protocols at maximum authority. Harry nodded acceptance of these terms. I'll be there. As the containment team withdrew to establish their modified perimeter outside, Ron let out a low whistle of relief. That was intense, mate. Didn't think they'd actually back down. They haven't backed down entirely, Hermione cautioned. Just shifted approach. We still need to be careful. Harry turned to Morrigan, who had observed the entire exchange with enigmatic interest. You staged this confrontation deliberately. Why? She smiled, neither confirming nor denying the accusation. Perhaps I wished to observe how you would handle direct conflict. Whether you would flee, fight, or find another path. Her color-shifting eyes studied him with new appreciation. Your approach was unexpected. Neither submission nor aggression but something more nuanced. I'm not interested in your tests or manipulations, Harry said firmly. If we're going to understand what's happening with these primordial emergences, we need honesty between us. Morrigan's expression grew more serious. Honesty, then. Yes, I anticipated the Ministry's arrival. I've maintained channels of communication with them for centuries, a necessary accommodation for one in my position. She gestured to the chamber around them. But my interest in your awakening is genuine, as is the historical information I've shared. And your goal? Harry pressed. What do you actually want from all this? Restoration, she answered simply. Return of the court in contemporary form, primordial beings working in concert to rebalance magical currents that have grown increasingly chaotic under human management alone. Her gaze intensified. What I want to know is whether you share that vision or have one of your own. The question struck at the heart of Harry's internal conflict since his transformation began. What did he want? To return to normal life as a wizard? Impossible now. To embrace his primordial nature fully? That path seemed to lead toward Morrigan's detachment from humanity. To forge some middle ground between Titan and human? Perhaps, but what would that actually look like? I don't know yet, he admitted honestly. This transformation wasn't something I chose or prepared for. I'm still discovering what it means, what possibilities it creates. Rather than disappointment, Morrigan's expression showed unexpected approval. A wiser answer than immediate certainty would have been. Time to discover your own path may be exactly what you need. She gestured toward the collection of preserved primordial essences. These have waited centuries. They can wait a little longer while you find your footing. Harry felt a surge of relief at this unexpected reprieve. He had feared Morrigan would press for immediate action to awaken other bound primordials, a step he wasn't prepared to take without fuller understanding of the consequences. We should go, Hermione urged, glancing toward the chamber's entrance where Ministry personnel could still be sensed establishing their monitoring perimeter. The agreement with Vance buys us time, but we shouldn't press our luck. Harry nodded agreement. The junction pathway should still be accessible from here. We can return to Hogwarts to consult with Dumbledore before I meet with the Ministry. Morrigan raised an eyebrow at this plan. You trust Dumbledore to advise you objectively? He represents the very magical establishment that has maintained primordial suppression for generations. He also protected me when the Ministry wanted immediate containment, Harry countered. And unlike some, he's been honest about the limits of his knowledge regarding my transformation. The subtle rebuke wasn't lost on Morrigan. She inclined her head in acknowledgement of the point. Fair enough. But remember, young Titan, no matter how well-intentioned, conventional wizards view primordial magic through the lens of control rather than communion. Their frameworks may be inadequate for what you're becoming. Despite his wariness of Morrigan's manipulations, Harry recognized the validity of this caution. His experiences since the transformation began had repeatedly demonstrated the limitations of standard magical understanding when applied to primordial phenomena. I'll remember, he assured her. And I'll return once I've spoken with Dumbledore and met the Ministry's documentation requirements. I'll be here, Morrigan replied, her tone suggesting she had little choice in the matter. Though I recommend discretion regarding my existence when you speak with your Ministry contacts. My arrangements with them are delicately balanced. Harry nodded understanding. As they prepared to depart, Hermione approached Morrigan with scholarly determination. Those texts about primordial history, she began hesitantly. Would it be possible to borrow some for your research? Morrigan finished, looking amused. How refreshingly predictable, Miss Granger. Yes, you may take these. She selected several volumes and scrolls from her collection. They provide context without revealing information that might prove disruptive at this stage. Hermione accepted the materials with barely concealed excitement despite the condescending tone of the offer. "Thank you. I'll treat them with appropriate care." As they moved toward the exit, Harry paused, turning back to Morrigan with one final question. "The other primordials you've collected, the essences in containment. Were they willing participants in whatever process preserved them, or?" The question clearly caught Morrigan off guard. After a moment's consideration, she answered with unexpected candidness. "Some were preserved with consent when their physical forms were failing. Others were rescued from more destructive containment methods employed by early balance keepers. A few." She hesitated. "A few were already reduced to essential energy when I found them, their consciousness fragmented by crude binding techniques." The admission carried implications Harry wasn't prepared to fully explore, but it reinforced his caution regarding immediate revival efforts. Whatever Morrigan's ultimate agenda, the ethical complexities surrounding these preserved beings demanded careful consideration rather than hasty action. "Thank you for your honesty," he said simply. "We'll return soon." With that, they departed the chamber, moving cautiously through the valley where Ministry personnel maintained their monitoring positions at a respectful distance. Using his enhanced senses, Harry located a junction access point concealed among the standing stones of the original circle, a doorway similar to the one they'd used in the Centaur Enclave but marked with different runic configurations. "Ready?" he asked his friends, extending his hands to establish the connection needed for the junction pathway. "As will ever be," Ron replied with grim humor. "Though fair warning, I might be sick again when we arrive." Harry smiled despite the tension of their situation. "I'll try to make it smoother this time." With concentration born of growing familiarity with his abilities, Harry activated the junction doorway. Golden light spilled from the ancient stone archway, forming a tunnel of pure magical energy aligned with the ley line flowing beneath the valley. As they prepared to step into the pathway, Harry cast one last look at the chamber where Morrigan remained, an ancient being who shared his nature but approached it with fundamentally different perspective and purpose. The encounter had left him with more questions than answers, but also with growing clarity about his own priorities amid this transformation. Whatever primordial legacy he had awakened to, his humanity remained his anchor and his guide. Unlike Morrigan, he had no intention of viewing humans as lesser beings to be manipulated or dismissed. The challenge ahead wasn't choosing between his human and primordial natures, but integrating them into something neither tradition had anticipated. With that resolution firming in his mind, Harry stepped into the golden pathway, drawing Ron and Hermione with him. The physical world dissolved around them as primordial magic carried them along ancient currents toward Hogwarts, and whatever future awaited a being who was both wizard and titan, both human and primordial, both Harry Potter and something magic itself had awakened to restore balance to a world increasingly out of equilibrium. Hogwarts Castle stood silhouetted against the afternoon sky, its towers and turrets familiar yet somehow different to Harry's enhanced perception. Layers of magical protection surrounded the structure like luminous veils, some ancient and profound, others more recent additions responding to specific threats over the centuries. They had emerged from the junction pathway at the forest's edge, deliberately avoiding direct arrival within the castle grounds where detection might be more likely. Harry's agreement with Keeper Vance bought them breathing room but not immunity from ministry oversight, particularly within an educational institution. "It looks different," Harry murmured, studying the castle with his primordial senses. "I can see the magic woven into its very stones, generations of enchantments layered like geological strata. Is it safe to approach?" Hermione asked practically. "The ministry might have monitoring equipment established after your departure." Harry extended his awareness, carefully scanning the magical defenses. "There are detection wards specifically calibrated for primordial signatures, recently installed and quite sophisticated." He frowned, concentrating more deeply. "But there are also countermeasures embedded within the older protections, modifications that seem designed to shield certain magical signatures from newer detection methods." Dumbledore, Ron guessed. Must have anticipated you might return and created a loophole in the ministry's surveillance. Clever, Harry acknowledged. He's established a pathway through the defenses, not disabled the ministry's detection wards but created a channel that runs between them. He traced the pattern with his enhanced senses, mapping the route. We can approach through the eastern grounds near the greenhouses. The surveillance coverage is weakest there. As they made their way cautiously along the forest edge before cutting across toward the indicated approach, Harry became increasingly aware of how his perception had changed since his transformation. Where once he had seen Hogwarts simply as a magnificent castle, he now perceived it as a living magical entity, not conscious in human terms, but possessed of a certain awareness built from centuries of magical habitation and purpose. More disconcerting was how the castle seemed to perceive him in return. As they drew closer, Harry felt the ancient magic responding to his presence, not with hostility but with something like recognition, as though the primordial elements woven into Hogwarts' foundation recognized a kindred essence. "The castle knows you," Hermione observed perceptively, noting how certain wards shifted subtly as they approached. "It's adapting to your presence." "More like remembering," Harry corrected, knowledge surfacing from the primordial awareness now integrated with his own. Hogwarts wasn't built from scratch by the founders. They established their school on a site already significant to older magical traditions. They reached the eastern approach without incident, slipping between greenhouses where Professor Sprout's more exotic specimens provided additional magical signatures that helped mask their presence. As they neared the castle proper, Harry felt a gentle magical probe, a quiet question rather than an aggressive scan. "Dumbledore," he recognized. "He's sensing our arrival." Rather than fighting the probe, Harry allowed limited connection, confirming his identity while maintaining shields around his full primordial signature. The response was immediate, a subtle shift in the castle's protective wards, creating a corridor of access leading toward a rarely used side entrance near the astronomy tower. "This way," Harry directed, following the magical pathway only he could perceive. "Dumbledore's creating a route for us to reach him without broader detection." They entered the castle through a small doorway concealed behind trained ivy, emerging into a narrow corridor Harry didn't recognize from his previous explorations of Hogwarts. The passage led upward through the astronomy tower via a spiral staircase that connected directly to what Harry sensed was Dumbledore's office, bypassing the usual gargoyle-guarded entrance entirely. "I never knew this was here," Ron commented, looking around with surprise. "And I thought Fred and George knew every secret passage in the castle." "I suspect it wasn't here until recently," Hermione replied thoughtfully. "Or at least, not in this configuration. Hogwarts can adapt its internal architecture when necessary. It's in Hogwarts, a history." At the top of the staircase, they found a simple wooden door that swung open at their approach, revealing Dumbledore's office from an angle Harry had never seen before. The headmaster himself stood near his desk, his expression showing equal measures of relief and concern as they entered. "Harry," he greeted, blue eyes quickly assessing the physical changes evident since their last meeting. "I see the transformation has progressed considerably. And Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, your loyalty remains as steadfast as ever." "Professor," Harry acknowledged, feeling a strange mixture of comfort and caution in Dumbledore's presence. His enhanced perception showed him the headmaster's magical signature, immensely powerful by wizard standards, but fundamentally different from his own primordial essence. "I must say, your negotiation with Keeper Vance was unexpected," Dumbledore continued, gesturing for them to sit. Minister Thornwood was quite displeased to learn his containment operation had been converted to a monitoring protocol. Though perhaps not as displeased as he might have been, given the alternatives. Harry blinked in surprise. "You know about that already? It only happened hours ago." A faint smile crossed Dumbledore's face. "I maintain certain information channels independent of official ministry communications. Particularly important given recent tensions between myself and Minister Thornwood." "How bad is it?" Hermione asked directly. "The political situation, I mean." Dumbledore's expression grew more serious. "Complicated, to say the least. Minister Thornwood has effectively declared a state of magical emergency, citing worldwide anomalies as justification for expanded powers. The Balance Keepers have emerged from centuries of relative obscurity to take prominent advisory positions. And public opinion remains deeply divided between those who fear primordial emergence and those who see potential benefits in magical rebalancing. He turned his attention specifically to Harry. Your agreement with Keeper Vance creates breathing room, but doesn't resolve the fundamental conflict. The Ministry remains determined to establish control over primordial manifestations, while the magical disturbances continue to escalate globally. They're not caused by my awakening, Harry stated firmly. The pattern was already established before my transformation began. We found historical records showing similar cycles throughout magical history. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed, surprising them. My own research since your departure has reached similar conclusions. These disturbances appear cyclical, occurring approximately every 7 centuries when conventional magical practices become too restrictive of natural magical flows. Hermione placed the texts borrowed from Morrigan on Dumbledore's desk. These contain detailed accounts of previous cycles, including records of how primordial beings emerged in response rather than as cause. Dumbledore examined the ancient materials with scholarly interest, his eyebrows rising slightly as he recognized their significance. These are remarkably comprehensive, historical accounts I believed lost centuries ago. May I ask how you obtained them? Harry hesitated, remembering Morrigan's request for discretion regarding her existence. We found them at the Quar Dub, the Black Cauldron site in the Highlands. It was a gathering place for primordial beings before the Great Binding. It wasn't precisely a lie, though it omitted Morrigan's role. Dumbledore's penetrating gaze suggested he sensed the omission but chose not to press the issue. These will prove invaluable in building a case for alternative approaches to the current situation, he acknowledged, carefully handling the ancient texts. Though I fear Minister Thornwood may be more concerned with establishing control than understanding historical patterns. Which brings us to the immediate question, Harry said, leaning forward. I've agreed to present myself to the Department of Magical Regulation within 72 hours. What should I expect? Dumbledore considered this carefully. Documentation, primarily. Magical signature recording, physiological assessment, classification protocols. The Ministry wishes to establish a baseline for your transformed state against which any future changes can be measured. And if they try to use the opportunity to implement containment despite the agreement with Vance? Ron asked skeptically. A legitimate concern, Dumbledore acknowledged. Though I believe Keeper Vance will honor the terms she established. Despite her allegiance to the Balance Keepers, she has a reputation for ethical consistency that predates Minister Thornwood's administration. Harry nodded, having sensed similar traits in his brief interaction with Vance. I'll comply with reasonable documentation requirements. But I won't submit to binding or constraints on my movement. A position I fully support, Dumbledore assured him. And one I believe we can maintain more effectively if you appear cooperative rather than combative. He studied Harry with renewed intensity. Though I must ask, how are you managing the integration of your transformed nature? Primordial awakening historically involves significant psychological adaptation. The question touched on Harry's deepest concern since his transformation, the subtle but persistent sense that his humanity was being altered by the primordial essence now fully awakened within him. While his core identity remained intact, his perception, priorities, and reactions had shifted in ways both subtle and profound. It's challenging, he admitted. I still feel like myself, but also, more. My awareness extends beyond normal perception. Magic responds to intention rather than technique. Time feels different, more fluid, less linear. Dumbledore nodded understanding. And your emotional responses? Connections to others? Here Harry hesitated longer, struggling to articulate changes he hadn't fully processed himself. My feelings seem both more intense and more distanced, somehow. As if I'm experiencing emotions on multiple levels simultaneously. He glanced at Ron and Hermione. Without my friends, I think the transition would be much harder. They keep me grounded, connected to who I was, who I still am beneath the transformation. Hermione reached over to squeeze his hand in silent support, a simple human connection that anchored him more effectively than she likely realized. Ron, less demonstrative but equally present, gave a brief nod of affirmation. That human connection will prove essential, Dumbledore observed. Historical accounts suggest primordial beings who maintained meaningful relationships with non-primordials adapted more successfully than those who isolated themselves with others of their kind. Harry thought immediately of Morrigan, centuries removed from genuine human connection and consequently viewing humans with detached condescension despite her evident intelligence. I've noticed that pattern as well, he acknowledged without elaborating. Which raises another consideration, Dumbledore continued. Your return to Hogwarts, not immediately, perhaps, but eventually. Continuing your education would provide both normalcy and community during this transition. The possibility hadn't occurred to Harry, who had assumed his transformation had permanently ended his time as a student. Would that even be possible? After the Ministry's classification? With appropriate accommodations, yes, Dumbledore confirmed. Educational rights transcend magical classification under laws established during the creature rights reforms of the previous century. Even beings designated as restricted entities maintain learning privileges. Hope flickered unexpectedly within Harry. The thought of returning to some version of normal life, classes, friends, Quidditch, everyday concerns beyond his transformed nature, offered a counterbalance to the weighty implications of primordial awakening. I'd like that, he admitted. Though I'm not sure how practical it would be with my abilities still stabilizing. Hence appropriate accommodations, Dumbledore reiterated. Modified attendance requirements, specialized training areas, adjusted practical examinations. The details would require negotiation with the Board of Governors, but the fundamental right cannot be denied. As they discussed potential arrangements, Harry became aware of a subtle shift in the castle's magical ambience, a tension in the protective ward suggesting external pressure. His enhanced senses extended automatically, detecting multiple magical signatures approaching the main gates. Someone's coming, he interrupted, focusing on the distant presences. A delegation. Ministry officials, I think, but not containment division. Different magical signature. Dumbledore moved to the window, though Harry knew his conventional senses couldn't detect what Harry now perceived. Ah. I believe that would be Madame Bones and her team from the Department of Magical Cooperation. I requested their presence as intermediaries between yourself and the Department of Magical Regulation. You knew I was coming back, Harry realized. I hoped, Dumbledore corrected gently. And made preparations accordingly. Madame Bones represents a more moderate faction within the Ministry, one that favors understanding over containment when dealing with magical phenomena outside conventional parameters. Harry considered this development, weighing options with newfound strategic clarity. Meeting with her here, on neutral ground, might be better than presenting myself directly to magical regulation as originally planned. My assessment as well, Dumbledore agreed. Though I suggest a brief pause before any such meeting. He gestured to Harry's appearance, the faintly visible golden patterns across his skin, the subtly altered physicality, the eyes containing swirling flecks of gold among the green. Your current manifestation might prove, startling to those unprepared for such dramatic transformation. Harry understood immediately. While he couldn't reverse his primordial awakening, he could modulate its external expression, a skill he'd been developing unconsciously since the transformation completed itself. With focused intention, he drew the visible golden patterns beneath his skin, adjusting his physical presence to appear more conventionally human while maintaining his transformed essence. The effect was subtle but significant. Where moments before he had radiated primordial energy in visible form, he now presented as a more mature but recognizably human Harry Potter, the golden patterns barely discernible unless one knew to look for them, his eyes still green with only hints of gold visible in direct light. Better, he asked, noting Dumbledore's approving nod. Much more approachable, the headmaster confirmed. The ability to modulate your presentation will prove valuable in navigating different constituencies. There are times when displaying your full nature serves your interests, and times when a more conventional appearance facilitates cooperation. Ron looked between them with practical concern. So what's the plan? Meet with Bones, establish terms, then proceed with the ministry classification business. Essentially, yes, Dumbledore agreed. Though I would add one crucial element, public communication. The narrative surrounding Harry's transformation has thus far been controlled by the Ministry and filtered through their threat assessment framework. A more balanced perspective might shift public opinion from fear toward cautious optimism. Hermione nodded eagerly. An interview with a reputable publication could help contextualize Harry's transformation within the historical patterns we've discovered. Present primordial emergence as a natural balancing mechanism rather than a threat. The Quibbler, Harry suggested immediately, surprising them. Luna's father would publish an unedited account without ministry interference. A bold choice, Dumbledore acknowledged. Though perhaps too easily dismissed by mainstream magical society. I was considering an arrangement with multiple publications, the Quibbler for comprehensive coverage, but also statements to the Daily Prophet and perhaps international magical cooperation quarterly for broader credibility. As they discussed communication strategy, Harry sensed the ministry delegation passing through Hogwarts' outer wards. Their magical signatures registered as cautious but not hostile, a significant improvement over the containment division's approach at the Quar Dup. They're almost here, he noted. Madame Bones and 3 others, 2 Aurors as security detail and someone with a magical signature I don't recognize. Specialization in magical documentation, I think, based on the equipment they're carrying. Dumbledore looked impressed despite himself at Harry's remote sensing abilities. Your perceptual range has expanded considerably. It's still developing, Harry admitted. Sometimes overwhelming, but increasingly useful. He turned to Ron and Hermione. You should both be present for this meeting. Your perspectives matter, and your presence reminds everyone involved that I'm still connected to the human world, not just some abstract magical entity. Both nodded agreement, though Ron looked somewhat uncomfortable at the prospect of a formal ministry meeting. Hermione, ever practical, quickly sorted the borrowed historical texts into what could be shared with ministry officials and what should remain private for now. As they prepared to meet the delegation, Harry felt a strange sense of transition, not in his magical nature, which had stabilized since the final transformation, but in his approach to his circumstances. Where he had initially reacted to events, fleeing the ministry, seeking sanctuary, following others' leads, he now found himself actively shaping the situation, making strategic decisions that acknowledged his transformed nature while maintaining his human identity and connections. Perhaps this integration, this middle path between human and Titan, between conventional magic and primordial essence, represented the true purpose of his awakening. Not merely to embody primordial power, but to demonstrate how such power could coexist with humanity rather than transcend or oppose it. The realization brought unexpected clarity as they made their way toward the meeting room Dumbledore had prepared. Whatever challenges lay ahead with the Ministry, the Balance Keepers, or other primordial beings like Morrigan, Harry had found his foundation, not in rejecting either aspect of his dual nature but in harmonizing them into something neither tradition had anticipated. In that harmony, he sensed possibilities that extended far beyond his personal circumstances to the very relationship between magical beings and the forces they channeled. The path forward remained uncertain, but for the first time since his transformation began, uncertainty felt like opportunity rather than threat. The meeting with Madame Bones proved more productive than Harry had dared hope. Where Keeper Vance had approached him as a magical entity to be regulated, Bones treated him as a person experiencing extraordinary circumstances, a subtle but crucial difference in perspective that shaped the entire interaction. Mr. Potter, she began once introductions were complete, I want to be clear that my department's involvement represents an alternative approach to your situation, one that prioritizes cooperation over containment. Minister Thornwood has authorized this diplomatic channel, but with specific parameters we must work within. Harry nodded understanding. I appreciate the approach, Madame Bones. I have no desire for conflict with the ministry, only for recognition of my continued personhood despite magical classification. This framing seemed to resonate with Bones, whose expression showed cautious approval. A reasonable position. Though I must emphasize that your classification as a Class 1 magical entity carries legal obligations regardless of diplomatic considerations. Which we are prepared to address, Dumbledore interjected smoothly. Harry has agreed to magical signature documentation, physiological assessment, and regulated monitoring within reasonable parameters that don't infringe on basic rights. The documentation specialist accompanying Bones, introduced as Archibald Wyndham from the Department of Magical Registration, produced a comprehensive checklist of standard procedures for magical entity classification. Harry, Dumbledore, and Bones spent the next hour negotiating which requirements were essential and which could be modified to accommodate Harry's unique circumstances. Throughout this process, Harry maintained the modulated appearance he had adopted earlier, present enough of his primordial nature to validate the classification concerns while appearing sufficiently human to facilitate personal connection with the ministry representatives. It was a delicate balance, but one he found increasingly natural to maintain. There remains the question of residential status, Bones noted as they neared the end of their negotiations. Minister Thornwood has expressed concern about an unclassified primordial being residing within an educational institution. Harry's educational rights are protected under the Magical Beings Educational Access Act of 1892, Hermione pointed out promptly. Even entities under restricted classification maintain learning privileges. Bones looked impressed by this reference. Correct, Miss Granger. Though the minister's concern centers on potential risk to other students rather than Mr. Potter's educational rights per se. A concern we take seriously, Dumbledore acknowledged. Which is why we propose modified accommodation arrangements that maintain Harry's connection to school life while providing appropriate security measures during periods of magical instability. The solution they eventually established was both practical and symbolic, residence in a specially adapted suite within Hogwarts but separate from standard dormitories, with monitoring equipment that would alert both Harry and Ministry observers to any unusual magical fluctuations. The arrangement preserved his status as a student while acknowledging the unique nature of his transformed state. I believe this framework satisfies essential ministry requirements while respecting Mr. Potter's fundamental rights, Bones concluded, reviewing the final agreement. Minister Thornwood may still raise objections, but this approach provides legal foundation that would be difficult to overturn without significant political capital. Which the minister may be reluctant to expend given other pressing concerns, Dumbledore observed mildly. The worldwide magical anomalies continue regardless of Harry's classification status. This reference to broader issues provided natural transition to the historical evidence Hermione had prepared regarding cyclical patterns of magical instability and primordial emergence. To Harry's surprise, Bones listened with genuine interest rather than bureaucratic dismissal. These historical correlations are compelling, she acknowledged after reviewing the documentation. Though establishing causality rather than mere coincidence would require further research. Research we're eager to participate in, Harry offered. Understanding these patterns benefits everyone concerned with magical stability. By the time the meeting concluded, they had established a framework that positioned Harry as a classified but cooperating magical entity with defined rights and responsibilities, a status that allowed him to remain at Hogwarts under modified conditions while participating in research regarding his transformation and its relationship to global magical phenomena. As the ministry delegation prepared to depart, Madame Bones addressed Harry directly with unexpected candor. I should inform you, Mr. Potter, that significant factions within the ministry remain convinced containment is the only appropriate response to primordial awakening. This agreement represents compromise, not consensus. I understand, Harry assured her. And I appreciate your willingness to pursue that compromise despite political pressure. My concern is magical stability and cooperation, not political expediency, Bones replied simply. If historical patterns suggest working with primordial emergence rather than against it promotes greater equilibrium, then pragmatism demands we explore that approach, regardless of traditional containment doctrine. With final arrangements established for Harry's formal documentation process, to occur at Hogwarts rather than Ministry headquarters, the delegation departed, leaving Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Dumbledore to assess this significant diplomatic achievement. "Well negotiated," Dumbledore commended once they were alone. "Your modulated approach struck precisely the right balance between acknowledging your transformed nature and maintaining relatable humanity." Harry nodded, allowing the carefully maintained modulation to relax somewhat, the golden patterns becoming more visible beneath his skin as he released the conscious restraint. "It's exhausting to maintain that level of control continuously. I'll need to practice if I'm going to function in normal wizarding society." "A skill that will serve you well," Dumbledore observed. "Though I suspect there will be contexts where revealing your full nature proves strategically advantageous." "Like with Keeper Vance at the Quar Dub," Hermione noted. "Demonstrating enough power to make containment impractical while remaining controlled enough to appear rational rather than threatening." Ron, who had remained surprisingly quiet throughout the Ministry meeting, finally spoke up. "So what happens now? You're back at Hogwarts, the Ministry's backing off direct containment, but everything else remains a mess: worldwide magical problems, balance keepers plotting, and whatever else is out there that might be waking up like Harry." The practical assessment cut through diplomatic satisfaction to the heart of their circumstances. Despite this significant progress, the larger issues surrounding primordial awakening and magical instability remained unresolved. "Now," Harry said with newfound certainty, "we start addressing those larger questions. Beginning with properly understanding what's happening globally and how my transformation relates to it." He turned to Dumbledore. "Professor, you mentioned other primordial sites similar to the Quar Dub, places where ancient magic surfaces naturally. Are they also experiencing increased activity during these disturbances?" Dumbledore nodded. "According to reports from magical monitoring stations worldwide, yes. Significant surges have been recorded at Uluru in Australia, Lake Titicaca in South America, Mount Fuji in Japan, and several others. The pattern suggests coordinated activity along major ley line intersections. Not random disturbances," Harry concluded, "but systematic reactivation of primordial magical currents that have been suppressed or redirected for centuries." "Precisely," Dumbledore confirmed. "Though the magical establishment has generally interpreted these surges as dangerous anomalies rather than natural recalibration." Harry considered this information, connecting it with knowledge gained during his transformation and subsequent explorations. What if these sites aren't just experiencing random surges? What if they're actively awakening, like I did? The implication hung heavily in the air. If Harry's transformation represented not an isolated incident but part of a coordinated global emergence, the political and magical implications extended far beyond his individual circumstances. "You believe other primordial beings may be awakening simultaneously?" Hermione asked, quickly grasping the theory. "It's consistent with the historical patterns we've discovered," Harry confirmed. "Previous cycles show multiple emergences occurring in sequence rather than isolation, often aligned with specific elemental domains." "Elemental domains?" Ron repeated skeptically. "Primordial magic organized around fundamental forces," Harry explained, drawing on knowledge that felt both ancient and newly integrated. "Light, shadow, earth, air, fire, water, life, death, transformation, each domain had its representatives in the original court." "And you represent?" Hermione prompted. Harry hesitated, still uncomfortable with certain implications of his transformed nature. "Light and potential, according to the primordial awareness I've accessed. Creative force rather than destructive or transformative aspects." Dumbledore studied him with renewed interest. "That aligns with your magical affinity as a wizard, strongest in defensive and protective magic rather than offensive applications. Your Patronus being particularly powerful makes new sense in this context." The observation provided unexpected continuity between Harry's wizard identity and primordial nature, suggesting his transformation had expanded rather than replaced his magical essence. "If this theory is correct," Hermione continued, analytical mind working rapidly, "then other primordial awakenings may already be occurring worldwide, each representing different elemental aspects. and potentially facing similar persecution from magical authorities following the Ministry's containment doctrine, Harry added grimly. The realization shifted his perspective from personal circumstances to broader responsibility. If others like him were emerging globally, possibly confused, hunted, lacking the support network he'd benefited from, his position as the first publicly identified case carried significant implications. I need to find them, he decided. Or at least establish communication. If multiple primordial awakenings are occurring simultaneously as part of a natural rebalancing cycle, we should be coordinating rather than struggling separately. An admirable but complex objective, Dumbledore cautioned. Identifying such emergences would require resources beyond even your enhanced perception, Harry. And approaching them safely would present diplomatic challenges given varying magical governance structures worldwide. Which is why I'll need help, Harry acknowledged. From all of you, from the Centaur's historical knowledge, from anyone who recognizes the pattern for what it is rather than merely fearing it. This declaration represented significant evolution from his initial reaction to transformation, from viewing his awakening as a personal crisis to recognizing it within a global context that demanded coordinated response. You're talking about establishing some kind of primordial network, Ron said, sounding simultaneously impressed and concerned. The Ministry will go mental if they realize that's what you're planning. Not a network for power consolidation, Harry clarified, but for mutual support and understanding. If primordial awakening serves natural magical rebalancing, then proper integration and guidance benefits everyone, conventional magic users included. The vision was taking shape in his mind, a contemporary approach to the ancient court concept, adapted for modern magical society rather than operating in isolation from it. Not opposition to established magical structures but complementary function alongside them, restoration of balance rather than replacement of systems. Dumbledore regarded Harry with an expression somewhere between pride and concern. You've come remarkably far in your thinking since this transformation began, Harry. From fearing what you were becoming to envisioning constructive application of it. I had good guidance, Harry acknowledged, glancing at his friends and mentor. And motivation to find a middle path between running from this transformation and surrendering completely to it. That middle path, integration rather than opposition between his human and primordial natures, increasingly felt like the unique contribution he might offer to this unfolding magical transition. Where someone like Morrigan viewed humanity with detached condescension, and the Ministry viewed primordial forces with fearful control impulses, Harry's dual perspective offered potential bridge between paradigms. So what's our immediate next step? Hermione asked practically. Beyond completing the Ministry documentation process. Research and communication, Harry decided. We need better understanding of where other awakenings might be occurring based on historical patterns and current magical anomalies. And we need to establish our narrative before the Ministry's containment perspective becomes further entrenched. The interviews we discussed earlier would serve that communication objective, Dumbledore suggested. Particularly if framed around historical context rather than merely your individual circumstances. And for research, Hermione added, already organizing mentally, we should compile data from multiple sources, the texts from the Quar Dub, Centaur historical records, Hogwarts restricted archives, and international reports of magical anomalies. As they discussed specific approaches to these objectives, Harry felt his awareness momentarily expand beyond the meeting room, connecting briefly with the primordial currents flowing beneath Hogwarts. Through that expanded perception, he sensed distant resonances, echoes of awakening power at various global locations, each with distinct elemental signatures different from but complementary to his own. The sensation confirmed his theory more concretely than any research could have. Others like him were indeed emerging worldwide, each representing different aspects of primordial magic responding to the same cyclical pattern. They were isolated now, likely confused and possibly hunted as he had been, but potentially allies in understanding and addressing the magical instabilities that had triggered their collective awakening. Establishing connection with these emergent primordials while navigating Ministry oversight would require delicate balance, revealing enough of his intentions to maintain transparency while protecting the broader objective from those who might misinterpret it as threatening consolidation of power. That balance, Harry realized, represented the fundamental challenge of his transformed existence, not merely managing his new abilities but applying them constructively within a magical society built on very different assumptions about how magic should function and be regulated. As the discussion continued around research methodologies and communication strategies, Harry found himself mentally returning to Morrigan's chamber at the Quar Dub, specifically to the preserved essences of bound primordials from previous cycles. Their containment represented the tragic consequence of failure to find that balance, magical potential reduced to artifact rather than integrated constructively into evolving magical understanding. Whatever path forward emerged from these discussions, Harry silently resolved that history would not repeat itself so tragically this time. The awakening primordials of this cycle would not end as specimens in preservation fields or footnotes in classified ministry records. With that resolution firming in his mind, he refocused on the immediate planning, contributing strategic insights informed by both his human perspective and primordial awareness. The integration of these viewpoints, neither fully human nor fully Titan but genuinely both, increasingly felt not like compromise but synergy, creating possibilities neither tradition alone could have envisioned. In that synergy lay hope not just for his personal circumstances but for addressing the magical instabilities themselves, not through dominance of one magical paradigm over another, but through balanced cooperation between traditions that had too long operated in opposition rather than harmony. Chapter 4, Balance of Power. The room of requirement had transformed itself to suit Harry's needs in ways he couldn't have articulated. A circular chamber ringed with crystalline pillars now occupied the center of the space, each pillar inscribed with runes that pulsed gently with golden light. At the room's center sat a pool of water similar to the wellspring in the Forbidden Forest, its surface reflecting not the ceiling above but distant locations connected through the primordial network. 3 weeks had passed since Harry's return to Hogwarts and his negotiated agreement with the Ministry. 3 weeks of intensive study, careful diplomacy, and increasingly urgent preparations as magical disturbances worldwide continued to escalate beyond conventional containment. "It's happening again," Hermione announced, entering the chamber with a stack of international magical newspapers. 3 more significant anomalies overnight: a tornado of pure magical energy in Arizona, spontaneous transmutation of seawater to freshwater near Hokkaido, and a temporal distortion in Cairo that aged a city block by approximately 50 years in minutes. Harry nodded grimly, not looking up from where he knelt beside the pool, fingers tracing patterns across its surface as he attempted to strengthen a connection with another awakening primordial he'd sensed in the Nordic regions. "The pattern's accelerating," he confirmed. "The disruptions are following ley line junctions in a clockwise spiral around major nexus points. Exactly as the historical records from the previous cycle described." Ron looked up from the magical map he'd been updating with each new anomaly. Red pins marked confirmed incidents, blue indicated suspected primordial awakenings, and green showed locations where Harry had successfully established contact with other emerging titans. "At this rate," Ron calculated, "we've got maybe 2 weeks before the wave hits London. The Ministry's containment teams are already stretched beyond capacity dealing with the outer ripples." Harry finally released the connection attempt, the water's surface settling back to stillness as he rose to his feet. The golden patterns across his skin were fully visible within the privacy of this chamber, no longer restrained by the modulation he maintained in public. "Any word from Madame Bones about the International Confederation meeting?" he asked, turning to Hermione. She nodded, setting aside the newspapers. "Scheduled for tomorrow in Geneva. Representatives from 27 magical governments, plus observers from non-human magical communities. They're calling it an emergency summit on magical stability, where they'll debate whether to implement global containment protocols while the actual problems continue to worsen," Harry said with a hint of frustration. "Political solutions for magical problems that transcend politics entirely." "You can hardly blame them," Hermione pointed out reasonably. "The conventional magical establishment has no framework for understanding primordial resurgence. They're applying the only tools they know." Harry acknowledged this with a slight nod, his irritation fading. Over the past weeks, he'd been working to temper the primordial perspective that sometimes threatened to overwhelm his human understanding, the ancient awareness that viewed modern magical governance as transient and limited compared to the fundamental forces now reawakening. Any progress with the Nordic connection? Ron asked, changing the subject as he added another red pin to the map. Fragments only, Harry replied. I can sense their awakening, but they're either unable or unwilling to establish full communication. The signature suggests Earth domain, deeply connected to physical matter rather than energy patterns. This matched the emerging pattern they'd been tracking. 7 confirmed primordial awakenings worldwide, each manifesting different elemental aspects: fire in Australia, water in the Pacific Islands, air in the Andes, life in Central Africa, death in Eastern Europe, and now potentially earth in Scandinavia. With Harry representing light and Morrigan embodying shadow, the balance of primary domains was nearly complete. We should focus on the London preparations, Hermione suggested, ever practical. If the pattern holds true, the convergence wave will reach the British Isles within 14 days. The Thames Valley ley line junction is already showing preliminary instability. Harry moved to the massive table where their defensive planning was centered. Maps of magical London overlaid with ley line charts showed the critical convergence points where multiple magical currents intersected beneath the city. Diagon Alley sat atop one such junction, with the Ministry of Magic itself positioned at another, placements that weren't coincidental but deliberate choices by the founders of those institutions to harness ambient magical energy. Dumbledore's meeting with the goblins today about reinforcing the Gringotts ward stones, Harry noted. They understand primordial currents better than most wizards, have been working with them since before the ministry existed. And McGonagall's organizing the Hogwarts contingent, Ron added. 7th-year volunteers for evacuation assistance, plus key order members for containment support. The scope of their preparations reflected how dramatically circumstances had evolved since Harry's initial transformation. What had begun as a personal crisis had expanded into coordinated response to a global magical phenomenon, one that transcended political boundaries and threatened the stability of both magical and mundane worlds if left unaddressed. A gentle chime interrupted their planning session. The enchanted mirror near the entrance activated, revealing Ginny Weasley's face. Harry. Your visitors have arrived. Dumbledore asked me to let you know they're waiting in the headmaster's office. Thanks, Ginny. We'll be right there. Harry ended the connection with a gesture, the mirror returning to ordinary reflection. As they gathered their materials, Ron gave Harry a knowing look. You should talk to her, you know. Properly, I mean. Harry felt a now familiar warmth rise in his chest, a reaction that manifested physically in the golden patterns brightening subtly across his skin. His relationship with Ginny had evolved in unexpected ways since his transformation. Where others had been hesitant or even fearful around his changed nature, she had approached him with the same direct pragmatism that characterized her approach to everything. It's complicated, Harry replied, not meeting Ron's eyes. Only because you're making it complicated, Ron countered with surprising insight. Primordial titan of magic or not, you're still rubbish at talking about feelings. Hermione suppressed a smile as she gathered her notes. He has a point, Harry. Ginny's been instrumental in helping coordinate between you and the rest of the school. She deserves to know where she stands. Harry couldn't argue with their assessment. Over the past weeks, Ginny had become his most consistent link to normal school life, bringing assignments, relaying messages, and most importantly, treating him as Harry rather than a magical phenomenon to be studied or feared. Their conversations had grown increasingly personal, charged with unspoken attraction that Harry had been hesitant to acknowledge given his transformed state. I'll talk to her, he promised. After the meeting. This isn't something to rush between crisis points. Ron snorted. With our lives? Between crisis points doesn't exist, mate. The truth in this observation hung between them as they made their way from the room of requirement toward Dumbledore's office. The past 3 weeks had been a continuous series of escalating situations, magical anomalies requiring containment, diplomatic negotiations with various factions, research into historical patterns, and Harry's own efforts to contact other awakening primordials. Through it all, Ginny had remained a grounding presence, unimpressed by the cosmic implications of primordial awakening yet deeply supportive of Harry himself. Her practical perspective had proven invaluable as he navigated the tension between his human identity and titanic nature. As they approached the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office, Harry consciously activated the modulation that rendered his primordial characteristics less visible. The golden patterns receded beneath his skin, his eyes dimmed to their normal green with only hints of gold, and his magical aura contracted to conventional wizard parameters. The technique had become almost automatic after weeks of practice, though maintaining it for extended periods still required concentration. "Crystallized pineapple," Hermione stated clearly, and the gargoyle leapt aside to reveal the spiral staircase. Dumbledore's office was more crowded than usual. In addition to the headmaster himself, they found Remus Lupin, Bill Weasley, and most surprisingly, a goblin in formal banking attire whom Harry recognized as Gornick, a senior account manager at Gringotts. The tension in the room was palpable even without Harry's enhanced perception. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore greeted, his tone pleasant though his expression remained grave. "Thank you for joining us. I believe you know everyone present." Harry nodded greeting to each person, noting the varying degrees of comfort with his presence despite his modulated appearance. Bill and Lupin had worked closely with him since his return to Hogwarts and showed no hesitation, while Gornick studied him with the calculating assessment typical of goblin interactions with powerful magical entities. "The situation has developed," Dumbledore continued once they were seated. "Master Gornick brings concerning information from Gringotts that aligns with discoveries Bill has made regarding the Thames Valley convergence point." Bill leaned forward, pushing a set of complex diagrams across the desk. "We've been monitoring the ley line fluctuations beneath London as part of the convergence preparations. 3 days ago, we detected an artificial interference pattern superimposed on the natural instability, someone deliberately manipulating the primordial currents." Harry studied the magical diagrams with his enhanced perception, immediately recognizing the significance. "They're not just monitoring the currents, they're extracting energy from them. Siphoning primordial power directly from the ley line junction." "Precisely," Gornick confirmed, his gravelly voice conveying deep concern despite his formal demeanor. "Gringotts ward stones draw passive energy from these same currents for our security systems. The interference has reduced their effectiveness by 17% in just the past 72 hours. Who would have both the knowledge and capability to tap primordial currents?" Hermione asked, though her expression suggested she already suspected the answer. "The Department of Mysteries," Lupin provided. "Specifically, a research division operating under direct ministerial authority rather than standard departmental oversight." The implications hung heavily in the air. Minister Thornwood's background in the Department of Mysteries had been a concerning factor since Harry's initial transformation, but direct manipulation of primordial energies represented escalation beyond political maneuvering into potentially catastrophic magical experimentation. "Do we know their purpose?" Harry asked, already calculating potential consequences of such interference with forces even he was still learning to understand. Bill and Dumbledore exchanged grim looks before the headmaster responded. "We have reason to believe Minister Thornwood is attempting to develop a containment system for primordial energy on an unprecedented scale, essentially, technology that could extract, store, and potentially deploy such power under ministry control." "That's..." Harry began, then paused, struggling to articulate the fundamental problem with such an approach. Primordial energy isn't just stronger magic. It's qualitatively different, it responds to consciousness and intention, not mechanical systems. Trying to contain it in artificial structures would be like trying to store a hurricane in a matchbox, Bill finished. The magical architecture required doesn't exist in conventional wizardry. Even the ancient binding techniques worked with living vessels, human or otherwise, rather than inert containment. Gornick's expression had grown increasingly severe during this exchange. Gringotts has maintained records of previous attempts to harness primordial currents directly. The resulting magical disruptions caused the destruction of Atlantean magical society and the great cataclysm of the Indus Valley civilization. In both cases, initial success preceded catastrophic failure as the contained energies reacted to the artificial constraints. Harry felt cold certainty settling in his chest. This explained the accelerating pattern of magical anomalies, not just natural instability but amplification caused by deliberate interference with the underlying currents. "Thornwood doesn't understand what he's doing," he said quietly. "He thinks he's securing magical power for the Ministry, but he's actually destabilizing the entire system." "Why would he take such a risk?" Hermione asked. "Surely the Department of Mysteries has historical records similar to Gringotts." "Power," Lupin suggested grimly. "The ability to control primordial energy would give the Ministry unprecedented magical authority, not just over awakening primordials like Harry, but potentially over all magical beings and institutions. Including Gringotts," Gornick added pointedly. "Which explains the Minister's recent proposals regarding enhanced security oversight of banking operations." The political implications were significant, but Harry's concern centered on the immediate magical danger. How long until the extraction process creates irreversible instability in the London convergence point? Bill consulted his diagrams. At the current rate of acceleration, 5 to 7 days before critical threshold. Once that happens, the convergence fails catastrophically, either collapsing into itself, creating a dead zone where magic can't function, or exploding outward in an uncontrolled release that would affect both magical and Muggle London. "Thousands could die," Hermione whispered, grasping the scale of potential disaster. "And the statute of secrecy would be irreparably breached." Dumbledore nodded gravely. "Which is why we must act decisively, despite the diplomatic complications of opposing sitting Ministry leadership during a declared magical emergency." "We need proof," Harry determined, studying the diagrams more closely. "These monitoring readings suggest interference but don't definitively identify the source. Before confronting Thornwood directly, we need evidence that connects the extraction directly to his orders." "The extraction facility would be the source of such evidence," Lupin noted. "If it exists as we suspect, it would require significant magical infrastructure, not something easily concealed, even with Ministry resources. Unless they're operating from within existing secured facilities," Ron suggested, demonstrating the strategic thinking that made him valuable despite his discomfort with the technical aspects of their discussion. "Like the Department of Mysteries itself. Who monitors the monitors?" Gornick made a sound that might have been approval. "The wizard raises a valid point. Gringotts detection systems indicate the interference originates from within the Ministry complex itself, specifically, from levels below the publicly acknowledged Department of Mysteries floors." This revelation shifted the tactical considerations significantly. Gathering evidence would require access to the most secure areas of magical Britain's governmental heart, during a period when Harry himself remained technically classified as a regulated magical entity subject to Ministry oversight. "I can't approach the Ministry directly," Harry acknowledged. "My presence would trigger every detection system they've installed since my transformation. We need another way in." "Perhaps," Dumbledore suggested carefully, "this situation calls for unexpected alliance rather than conventional infiltration." All eyes turned to the headmaster, whose expression held the particular blend of gravity and calculation that Harry had come to recognize as preceding unconventional proposals. "The Balance Keepers," Dumbledore continued, "have historical mandate to prevent precisely this kind of interference with primordial currents. While their recent alignment with containment protocols has placed them at odds with Harry's freedom, their deeper purpose transcends Ministry politics." "You're suggesting we approach Keeper Vance," Harry realized. "Appeal to the Balance Keepers' original mission rather than their current Ministry alignment." "Precisely," Dumbledore confirmed. "Ophelia Vance represents the traditionalist faction within their order, those who view their role as maintaining equilibrium between magical forces rather than merely containing primordial manifestations. If provided evidence that Minister Thornwood's experiments threaten that equilibrium fundamentally, she might provide access or information we couldn't obtain otherwise." Hermione completed the thought, already analyzing potential approaches. "But would she believe us without the very evidence we need her help to acquire?" The Gringotts data provides preliminary substantiation, Gornick offered. Sufficient perhaps to warrant investigation by those with appropriate historical context. Harry considered the proposal from multiple angles, strategic, diplomatic, and ethical. Working with someone who had initially tried to contain him represented significant risk, yet the potential alliance made sense given the greater threat Thornwood's experiments posed. I'll approach her, he decided. Not at the Ministry, but at the Balance Keeper's historical headquarters in Cornwall. Their order predates the Ministry, their allegiance to it is political rather than fundamental. If anyone might place magical stability above ministerial authority, it would be Keeper Vance. A direct approach carries significant risk, Lupin cautioned. Your status remains technically regulated, despite the accommodations Madame Bones negotiated. Harry met his former professor's concerned gaze steadily. Which is why I'll go through official channels, request a formal consultation regarding primordial historical records relevant to the current magical disruptions. Nothing technically outside my permitted activities. While actually assessing whether Vance can be turned against Thornwood's operations, Bill added with reluctant admiration. Clever, though dangerous. I'll accompany you, Hermione stated firmly. My academic credentials provide additional legitimacy to the research request, and two perspectives are better than one for evaluating Vance's potential cooperation. The plan took shape quickly, with Dumbledore arranging formal introductions through his connections at the International Confederation of Wizards, where the Balance Keepers maintained historical consultant status. Bill would continue monitoring the ley line interference patterns, while Lupin coordinated with Order members regarding evacuation contingencies should the London convergence destabilize further. The meeting with Vance is only our first step, Harry reminded the group as their planning session concluded. Even with her cooperation, addressing the extraction facility itself will require resources beyond what we currently have mobilized. One problem at a time, my boy, Dumbledore counseled. Though perhaps you might consider reaching out to another potential ally who understands primordial currents better than most wizards. Harry caught the subtle suggestion immediately. Morrigan. He hadn't mentioned his encounter with the ancient primordial to Dumbledore directly, though he suspected the headmaster had deduced much from the historical texts they'd brought back from the Quar Dub. Despite his reservations about Morrigan's perspectives and methods, her expertise regarding primordial energy flows was undeniable. I'll consider it, Harry acknowledged, not committing further. His instincts regarding Morrigan remained conflicted, respect for her knowledge tempered by wariness of her agenda. As the meeting dispersed, Harry found himself momentarily alone with Dumbledore while the others gathered materials and continued specific planning discussions. How are you managing, Harry? The headmaster asked quietly. Not the external challenges, but the internal ones. The balance between your transformed nature and human perspective grows more crucial as these events accelerate. The question touched on Harry's deepest ongoing struggle. While he had achieved remarkable physical control over his primordial manifestation, the psychological integration remained complex, moments of transcendent clarity alternating with periods when human concerns seemed frustratingly limited compared to the cosmic awareness his transformation had awakened. Better some days than others, he admitted. The primordial perspective offers insights conventional wizardry can't match, but sometimes I feel distant from everyday concerns. Like I'm observing human problems through the wrong end of a telescope. Dumbledore nodded understanding. A natural consequence of your expanded awareness. The ancients called it the Titan's gaze, perception that encompasses centuries rather than moments, forces rather than forms. But I don't want to lose my human connections, Harry said firmly. They're what separate me from beings like Morrigan, who view humans as lesser creatures rather than different but equal. Precisely why your transformation may represent something unprecedented, Dumbledore observed. Not merely awakened primordial power, but genuine integration between cosmic awareness and human compassion. His blue eyes twinkled briefly. Though I suspect certain human connections provide stronger anchors than others. Miss Weasley has shown remarkable aptitude for maintaining your human perspective, has she not? Harry felt warmth rising in his face, the golden patterns momentarily brightening beneath his skin before he reasserted control. Yes. She has. Some matters transcend even primordial concerns, it seems, Dumbledore noted with gentle amusement. Perhaps worth addressing directly, when circumstances permit. Before Harry could respond to this unexpected relationship advice from his headmaster, the office door reopened as Bill returned for additional materials. The moment passed, but Dumbledore's observation lingered in Harry's thoughts as they completed preparations for the approaching confrontation. Human connections, particularly those charged with emotional significance, did indeed anchor his humanity more effectively than abstract principles or ethical frameworks. And none had proven more grounding than his evolving relationship with Ginny Weasley, whose forthright acceptance of his transformed nature offered a bridge between his human past and primordial present. Perhaps Ron was right after all. Some conversations shouldn't wait for crisis points to pass, especially when such points seem to arrive in endless succession. The headquarters of the Balance Keepers occupied a windswept promontory on Cornwall's northern coast, overlooking the restless Atlantic. The structure itself defied conventional architectural description, neither castle nor temple but something that incorporated elements of both, its weathered stone surfaces inscribed with runes similar to those that had once bound Harry's primordial essence. "Cheery place," Ron muttered as they approached the imposing entrance. Despite the original plan for only Harry and Hermione to meet with Keeper Vance, circumstances had necessitated Ron's inclusion when magical disturbances along their travel route required additional assistance. "It predates Hogwarts by several centuries," Hermione noted, her academic interest momentarily overriding apprehension. "One of Britain's earliest formal magical institutions." Harry remained silent, his attention focused on the magical signatures surrounding them. The Balance Keepers' headquarters hummed with layered enchantments, some ancient and fundamental to the structure itself, others more recent additions clearly designed for specific monitoring functions. Most notably, he sensed specialized detection wards calibrated for primordial energy patterns, similar to but more sophisticated than those the Ministry had deployed at Hogwarts. "They'll know what I am the moment we cross the threshold," he observed quietly. "These wards are specifically designed to identify primordial signatures." "That's partly why we're here officially rather than trying to sneak in," Hermione reminded him. "Transparency about your nature but discretion about our concerns regarding Thornwood." Harry nodded, adjusting his modulation to a calibrated middle ground, neither fully concealing his primordial nature nor displaying it prominently. The golden patterns remained visible but subdued, a diplomatic statement in itself, acknowledgement of his transformed state while demonstrating control and consideration. The massive doors opened before they reached them, revealing a robed figure Harry recognized as Keeper Vance's assistant from their encounter at the Quar Dup. The young man's expression remained professionally neutral despite the subtle widening of his eyes when his gaze fell on Harry. "Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley," he greeted formally. "Keeper Vance is expecting you in the archives chamber. Please follow me, and refrain from touching any artifacts or inscriptions without explicit permission." The warning was unnecessary given the palpable power emanating from the various items they passed while following their guide through vaulted corridors. Display cases contained objects that radiated primordial energy in constrained forms, some appearing dormant, others actively resistant to their containment. Harry sensed kinship with these bound forces, though most appeared to be elemental manifestations rather than conscious entities like himself. The archives chamber houses our historical records regarding primordial manifestations throughout recorded magical history, their guide explained as they approached an elaborate doorway inscribed with preservation runes. "Keeper Vance has granted you limited research access in accordance with the academic consultation request approved by the International Confederation." The chamber beyond the doorway took Harry's breath away despite his enhanced exposure to magical wonders. Circular in design, it rose at least 5 stories upward, with walkways spiraling around a central column of what appeared to be pure magical energy, a contained ley line fragment serving as both power source and preservation mechanism for the countless artifacts and documents surrounding it. Ophelia Vance stood at a research table near this column, her grey robes embroidered with the silver symbols of her order. She looked up as they entered, her expression revealing nothing beyond professional acknowledgement. "Mr. Potter," she greeted, gaze moving deliberately to the visible golden patterns on his skin before returning to his face. "Your modulation technique has improved significantly since our last encounter. More controlled integration rather than suppression." "Thank you," Harry replied, slightly surprised by the technical observation. "Practice and necessity have been effective teachers." Vance nodded, then gestured to the materials spread across the table before her. "I've prepared the historical records you requested regarding previous cycles of magical instability and their correlation with primordial emergences. However, I suspect your actual interest lies elsewhere." The direct approach caught them off guard. Hermione recovered first, her academic demeanor shifting smoothly to more candid engagement. "We're concerned about artificial interference with the Thames Valley ley line convergence," she stated simply. "Evidence suggests extraction technology is being employed at a scale that threatens critical destabilization." If Vance was surprised by this declaration, she showed no sign. "And you believe this technology originates within the ministry itself? Specifically, under Minister Thornwood's direction?" It wasn't a question. Harry studied her carefully, extending his enhanced perception to read the subtle magical signatures surrounding her. Unlike their previous encounters, where professional duty had dominated her emotional state, he now sensed genuine concern beneath her composed exterior. "You already know," he realized. "The balance keepers have detected the interference pattern independently. We monitor all major ley line junctions as part of our foundational mandate," Vance confirmed, her formal demeanor softening slightly. "The extraction signatures became detectable approximately 12 days ago, though identifying their precise origin has proven politically sensitive. Because they trace back to the ministry," Ron concluded bluntly. "Bit awkward when the people supposedly protecting magical stability are the ones messing it up." Vance's lips thinned at this characterization, but she didn't dispute it. Instead, she activated a complex runic sequence on the table's surface, causing a three-dimensional magical projection to form above it, a detailed representation of London's underground magical currents with a pulsing distortion centered directly beneath the Ministry of Magic. "This interference pattern matches no known natural fluctuation," she explained, manipulating the projection to enhance certain energy signatures. "The extraction technology bears similarities to theoretical models developed within the Department of Mysteries during the last century but never implemented due to stability concerns identified by our order." But Thornwood had access to those theoretical models from his time in the department, Hermione reasoned, studying the projection closely. "And apparently disregarded the associated warnings," Vance confirmed, her professional tone slipping to reveal genuine anger. "The balance keepers provided explicit documentation regarding catastrophic consequences of direct primordial energy extraction. Minister Thornwood classified these warnings as historically exaggerated and proceeded without further consultation. The revelation confirmed their suspicions while raising critical questions about Vance's own position. As a senior balance keeper working within ministry frameworks, her knowledge of Thornwood's activities without apparent intervention suggested complex political constraints. "You've been aware of this threat but unable to act directly against it," Harry observed, reading between the lines of her explanation. "Constrained by the Order's current alignment with ministry authority." Vance met his gaze with unexpected directness. "The balance keepers have maintained independence from governmental authorities for over 2 millennia, Mr. Potter. Our recent cooperation with the ministry regarding primordial containment represented specific alignment of purposes, not subordination of our fundamental mandate." "Which is?" Hermione prompted. "Maintenance of equilibrium between magical forces," Vance stated firmly. "Containment of potentially destructive manifestations when necessary, but always in service to greater magical stability, never political agendas or power consolidation." She gestured to the pulsing distortion in the projection. "This extraction facility represents precisely the kind of destabilizing interference our order was established to prevent. That Minister Thornwood has implemented it under guise of security measures during a declared magical emergency makes it more dangerous, not less." Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione, sensing the potential alliance Dumbledore had anticipated might indeed be possible. Then why not act against it directly? The Balance Keepers have authority predating the Ministry itself. Modern political realities constrain historical authorities, Vance replied with evident frustration. Direct opposition to a sitting minister during declared emergency would trigger constitutional provisions that could compromise our order's independence permanently. She leaned forward, voice lowering despite the chamber's privacy protections. However, providing historical context and technical assistance to appropriate external parties represents our traditional advisory function rather than political opposition. The careful phrasing made the implied offer clear. The Balance Keepers couldn't move against Thornwood directly, but they could support those who did, maintaining official neutrality while providing crucial information and potentially access. We need evidence connecting the extraction facility directly to Thornwood, Harry said, testing the boundaries of this potential cooperation. Documentation of his orders, technical specifications of the equipment, projected usage plans. Evidence that would exist within the facility itself, Vance noted. Located in a sublevel of the Department of Mysteries accessible only to those with specific ministerial authorization. Or those with ability to bypass conventional security measures, Harry countered, allowing a subtle increase in his primordial manifestation, the golden patterns brightening briefly to emphasize his unique capabilities. Vance studied him with professional assessment. Primordial signatures trigger specific containment protocols throughout the Ministry complex. Even your considerable abilities would encounter sophisticated countermeasures designed with entities like yourself in mind. Unless those countermeasures were temporarily recalibrated during scheduled maintenance, she added after a meaningful pause, retrieving a sealed scroll from within her robes. This security protocol documents standard maintenance procedures for the Ministry's detection systems. Including a scheduled diagnostic reset occurring tomorrow between 2:37 and 3:14 a.m., a 37-minute window during which primordial detection specifically will be offline for recalibration. Harry accepted the scroll, recognizing the significant breach of protocol this information represented. Why are you helping us, Keeper Vance? Your order aligned with Thornwood's containment approach when my transformation first occurred. Containment of individual primordial manifestations represents established magical safety protocols, Vance replied carefully. Unsanctioned extraction of primordial energy from ley line junctions threatens catastrophic magical destabilization affecting millions. The Balance Keepers serve magical equilibrium above political authority, always have, despite occasional compromises with temporal powers. The distinction clarified her position, not personal support for Harry's freedom but professional opposition to Thornwood's dangerous experimentation. A limited alliance based on overlapping interests rather than shared philosophy. And if we obtain this evidence? Hermione asked practically. What then? Minister Thornwood controls the enforcement mechanisms that would normally address such violations. The International Confederation maintains emergency oversight authority during confirmed Class 1 magical stability threats, Vance explained. Documented evidence of unsanctioned primordial energy extraction would trigger those provisions, removing jurisdiction from national ministry control to international magical authority. The political strategy was sound, though Harry's immediate concern remained the magical danger rather than institutional responses. The extraction needs to be stopped regardless of political outcomes. The convergence destabilization is accelerating daily. Agreed, Vance said grimly. Which is why the evidence gathering and shutdown must occur simultaneously. One without the other leaves either the facility operational or Thornwood politically positioned to re-establish it under emergency powers. The complexity of their task expanded significantly with this understanding. Not just infiltration and documentation but actual neutralization of sophisticated magical technology operating on primordial energies, all while navigating political landmines that could determine whether the intervention represented legitimate security measures or criminal sabotage. We'll need technical information about the extraction equipment, Harry determined, mind already calculating approach vectors and necessary resources. Shutting it down improperly could trigger the very destabilization we're trying to prevent. Vance hesitated, then appeared to make a decision. She pressed her palm to a specific point on the table's surface, causing a hidden compartment to reveal itself. From within, she withdrew architectural plans and technical diagrams bearing Department of Mysteries classification marks. These were submitted to the balance keepers for historical safety review 6 months ago, she explained. Minister Thornwood subsequently classified our response as advisory rather than binding when we recommended against implementation. The diagrams detailed a massive magical apparatus designed to tap directly into ley line currents, extract specific energy signatures, and channel them through a series of containment chambers for refinement and storage. The scale and complexity exceeded anything Harry had anticipated, with multiple redundant systems and protective measures suggesting Thornwood had invested significant resources in the project. This isn't just experimental, Hermione realized, studying the technical specifications with growing alarm. It's fully operational infrastructure designed for continuous extraction. He's not testing a theory, he's implementing a strategic resource acquisition. Primordial energy as magical fuel source, Ron translated, grasping the implications immediately. Wizard-controlled power that doesn't require individual magical talent to utilize. Whoever controls it essentially controls magic itself. Which explains Thornwood's political maneuvering regarding magical creature regulations, international cooperative agreements, and educational reforms, Harry concluded. He's positioning the ministry to be the sole arbiter of magical access once this technology is fully implemented. The scale of Thornwood's ambition became clear, not merely containment of perceived threats but fundamental restructuring of magical society around technological control rather than innate ability. Primordial energy extracted and distributed according to ministry priorities would represent unprecedented centralization of magical power under governmental authority. The extraction must be stopped, Vance stated firmly, any pretense of political neutrality abandoned in face of the evidence before them. Not just documented but dismantled before irreversible convergence destabilization occurs. Harry studied the facility diagrams with his enhanced perception, identifying critical components and potential vulnerabilities. This won't be a simple shutdown procedure. The extraction channels are already integrated with the ley line currents. Improper disconnection could trigger cascading failure throughout the convergence point. Then we need someone who understands primordial energy flows at fundamental level, Hermione concluded reluctantly. Someone with experience predating modern magical constraints. Morrigan, Harry acknowledged, having reached the same conclusion. Her domain expertise in transition and transformation would be crucial for safe disconnection of the extraction mechanisms. Vance's expression sharpened at the name. You've had contact with the Shadow Primordial. Her existence is classified information within even our order. We've met, Harry confirmed without elaboration. She possesses technical understanding of primordial current manipulation beyond what's documented in conventional magical theory. For this specific task, her expertise would be invaluable. Though clearly uncomfortable with this development, Vance didn't object outright. The extraction facility contains sensitive magical artifacts and information beyond the primordial technology itself. The balance keepers cannot officially sanction unrestricted access to such materials by unregulated primordial entities. Then provide official oversight, Harry suggested. Accompany us during the operation as balance keeper representative. Your presence maintains institutional propriety while our combined capabilities address the technical challenges. The proposal represented significant risk for Vance professionally, but the urgency of their situation left few alternatives. After visible internal deliberation, she reached a decision. I will accompany your team in limited capacity, she agreed. Officially documenting the unauthorized extraction activities while providing historical context regarding proper containment protocols. My direct involvement in any equipment manipulation would constitute operational overreach under current ministerial authority. The careful delineation of her role provided political cover while allowing practical assistance, a balance typical of how the balance keepers had apparently operated throughout their long history. We'll need to move quickly, Harry said, returning to the technical diagrams. Tomorrow's maintenance window provides our best opportunity, but preparation must begin immediately. I'll contact Morrigan regarding the technical requirements while you coordinate with Dumbledore on the political contingencies. And I'll update Bill about the extraction specifications, Ron added. He'll need to monitor convergence stability during the shutdown process, warn us if things start going critical. Their planning continued with increasing specificity, Vance providing crucial details about ministry security protocols and facility layout while Harry developed tactical approaches leveraging his unique capabilities. As the strategy took shape, a sense of cautious optimism emerged despite the daunting challenges ahead. They were moving beyond reaction to intentional intervention, addressing the immediate threat while positioning themselves to influence the broader political response. For Harry, this represented significant evolution in his approach to his transformed nature, from subject of containment efforts to active participant in magical crisis management utilizing his primordial abilities as specialized resource rather than merely defending them from suppression. One final consideration, Vance said as their planning session concluded. Minister Thornwood has personally overseen key stages of this project. The potential for direct confrontation exists should our timing intersect with his inspection schedule. Has he been exposed to extracted primordial energy during these inspections? Harry asked, a concerning possibility forming in his mind. Vance frowned slightly. Our monitoring suggests increasingly extended exposure periods over recent weeks. Why? Untransformed humans aren't designed to handle direct primordial energy exposure, Harry explained, drawing on knowledge that felt ancient yet newly integrated within his awareness. Prolonged contact can cause unpredictable effects, magical enhancement initially, followed by psychological alteration and eventually physiological transformation if the exposure continues unchecked. You believe Minister Thornwood may be experiencing such effects? Hermione asked, grasping the implications immediately. It would explain the acceleration of the project despite mounting evidence of convergence destabilization, Harry reasoned. Primordial energy can induce hyperfocus on objectives while diminishing awareness of consequences, particularly in individuals already inclined toward power consolidation. Another reason for urgency, Vance concluded grimly. If the minister's judgment is compromised by unregulated exposure, the political situation becomes even more volatile. This additional complication hung heavily over their final preparations. Not just a dangerous magical experiment to be documented and dismantled, but potentially a minister experiencing primordial influence without the conscious transformation and integration Harry had undergone, power without perspective, enhancement without understanding. As they prepared to depart the Balance Keeper's headquarters, Harry felt the weight of tomorrow's operation settling upon him. Beyond the immediate technical and tactical challenges lay broader questions about the relationship between primordial forces and modern magical governance, questions his unique position bridging both realms positioned him to address in ways neither traditional authority could accomplish alone. We will succeed in this, he said with quiet determination as they stood at the headquarters entrance preparing to depart. Not just for immediate safety, but because this moment represents a crossroads for how magical society interfaces with fundamental forces. Containment versus cooperation, control versus harmony. Vance studied him with newfound consideration. Your perspective has evolved considerably since our first encounter, Mr. Potter. Less rejection of necessary constraints, more nuanced understanding of balanced integration. I've had good teachers, Harry acknowledged. From both traditional and primordial traditions. As they departed into the gathering dusk, Harry sent a mental call through the primordial network he'd been developing, a directed communication seeking Morrigan's attention regarding tomorrow's critical operation. Whether she would respond constructively remained uncertain, but her expertise had become essential to their chances of success. The golden patterns beneath his skin pulsed with his focused intention, connecting to currents that flowed beyond physical constraints of distance and conventional magical boundaries. Through these currents, he sensed not just Morrigan's distant presence but echoes of other awakening primordials across the globe, each responding to the same fundamental disruption in magical equilibrium that Thornwood's experiments were exacerbating. Tomorrow's operation would address immediate danger, but the larger pattern remained in motion, primordial forces reawakening after centuries of suppression, seeking reintegration with a magical world that had developed in their absence. How that reintegration proceeded, through conflict or cooperation, through balance or dominance, might well be shaped by the precedent established in the coming hours beneath London's ancient streets. The maintenance access tunnel leading to sub-level 9 of the Ministry of Magic had clearly not been designed for regular use. Narrow and damp, it wound through foundations dating to Roman occupation of Britain, occasionally intersecting with later construction from medieval and Victorian magical expansions. "Remind me why we couldn't just use the visitor's entrance like normal people," Ron muttered, ducking to avoid a low-hanging pipe that dripped something unidentifiable and faintly luminous. "Because normal people don't break into highly classified magical research facilities during maintenance windows," Hermione whispered back, carefully checking their position against the enchanted map Keeper Vance had provided. "3 more junctions, then we should reach the access point for the extraction facility's peripheral systems." Harry moved silently ahead of them, his enhanced senses mapping their surroundings more comprehensively than even the enchanted documents could provide. The golden patterns across his skin were deliberately brightened to provide illumination in the darkness, though he maintained tight control over his magical signature to avoid triggering any detection systems that might remain active despite the scheduled maintenance. "Someone's been through here recently," he observed, noting disturbances in the tunnel's accumulated dust. "Multiple people, moving with purpose rather than maintenance patrols." "Thornwood's research team," Ron suggested. "Or balance keepers conducting their own surveillance," Hermione countered. Vance implied they've been monitoring the facility as much as possible within institutional constraints. Harry didn't comment on either possibility, his attention focused on a subtle vibration emanating through the tunnel walls, a rhythmic pulse that his primordial senses identified as machinery interacting with magical currents in ways conventional technology shouldn't attempt. "We're getting close," he said quietly. "I can feel the extraction process, it's wrong. Forcing patterns that should flow naturally." The sensation grew stronger as they approached their destination, until Harry could perceive the extraction's magical architecture clearly through the intervening walls, a complex system drawing primordial energy from the ley line convergence, channeling it through increasingly refined containment chambers before storing it in specialized receptacles designed to preserve its unique properties while preventing natural dissipation. They reached the access point Vance had identified, an unmarked maintenance panel distinguished from surrounding stonework only by subtle runic configurations visible to magical perception. Harry placed his palm against these configurations, extending his awareness into the security systems beyond. "The primordial detection grid is offline as scheduled," he confirmed, "but conventional security remains active. I'll need to neutralize it without triggering administrative alerts." Hermione handed him a small crystal provided by Bill Weasley, a frequency modulator designed to interface with Ministry security systems through magical resonance rather than direct counterspells that might be detected. "Remember, we need exactly 7 minutes of security suspension," she reminded him. "Any longer risks automated diagnostic protocols activating." Harry nodded, pressing the crystal against a specific point within the runic configuration while simultaneously channeling a precise amount of his own energy through it. The security runes flickered briefly, then reconfigured themselves into a temporary maintenance pattern that would register as scheduled activity rather than unauthorized access. "Done," he announced. "Security systems show routine diagnostic sequence. We have 7 minutes to reach the main facility before this access point resets." The maintenance panel slid aside silently, revealing a narrow service corridor illuminated by enchanted sconces that cast cold blue light across utilitarian surfaces. Unlike the ancient tunnel they'd been traversing, this area featured modern magical construction, clinical and precise, designed for function rather than aesthetics. They moved quickly through the corridor, following Vance's detailed instructions toward the extraction facility's documentation center, their first objective before attempting any equipment shutdown. According to their intelligence, this area would contain the ministerial authorization records and research documentation necessary to prove Thornwood's direct involvement and awareness of convergence destabilization risks. "Contact approaching," Harry warned suddenly, sensing a magical signature moving toward their position from an intersecting corridor. Single individual, likely maintenance staff based on magical equipment signature. They pressed themselves into an alcove containing cleaning supplies, Harry extending a subtle concealment field around them, not true invisibility but a perception filter that would encourage casual observers to overlook their presence unless specifically searching for intruders. A bored-looking wizard in Department of Magical Maintenance coveralls passed their position without glancing in their direction, his attention focused on a diagnostic device that emitted occasional soft beeps. Once he had turned the corner, they continued toward their objective with increased urgency, aware that their window of opportunity was steadily diminishing. "There," Hermione whispered as they reached a doorway bearing the classification markings Vance had described. "Records and Research Documentation, Primordial Energy Initiative." The door featured multiple security measures, but with the primary detection grid offline, Harry was able to bypass them through direct magical manipulation, his primordial abilities allowing him to interface with the enchantments at more fundamental level than conventional counterspells could achieve. The room beyond contained exactly what they had hoped to find: extensive documentation organized in meticulous filing systems, including research journals, authorization forms bearing ministerial seals, and most crucially, risk assessment reports with Thornwood's signature acknowledging potential convergence destabilization while authorizing continued operations despite these dangers. "This is it," Hermione confirmed, quickly photographing key documents using a modified magical camera designed to capture authenticity verifications along with the content itself. Direct evidence linking Thornwood to both the extraction technology and willful disregard of stability warnings. While Hermione documented the evidence, Harry and Ron moved to the observation window overlooking the extraction facility itself. The scale of the operation exceeded even what the technical diagrams had suggested, a massive chamber dominated by concentric rings of machinery surrounding a central pillar of contained energy that pulsed with colors Harry recognized as primordial currents forced into unnatural configurations. "That can't be stable," Ron murmured, his strategic mind grasping the fundamental flaws despite limited technical understanding. "They're compressing energy that's meant to flow freely." "It's not stable," Harry confirmed grimly. "The compression is creating pressure throughout the convergence point. Like damming a river without proper overflow channels, eventually something gives way." He extended his awareness deeper into the facility's operations, mapping energy flows and identifying critical components that would need to be addressed for safe deactivation. The complexity of the system was impressive from engineering perspective but fundamentally flawed in its approach to primordial energies, treating them as passive resources to be harvested rather than active forces responding to consciousness and intention. "We need to move to Phase 2, Harry decided as Hermione completed her documentation. Morrigan should be waiting at the secondary access point with Keeper Vance. Their combined expertise will be essential for proper decommissioning sequences." They exited the documentation center carefully, Harry resealing the security measures to prevent immediate detection of their intrusion. Following the facility schematic Vance had provided, they made their way toward the secondary access point, a maintenance junction connecting to specialized equipment delivery systems that bypassed standard ministry security checkpoints. "Something's wrong," Harry said suddenly, stopping mid-corridor as his enhanced senses detected unusual energy patterns ahead. "The extraction rate has increased significantly since we arrived. The system's operating beyond designed parameters." Before Ron or Hermione could respond, a magical alarm activated, not general security but a system-specific warning indicating equipment stress beyond acceptable limits. Red magical light pulsed through the corridor as automated announcements echoed from unseen sources: "Warning, extraction parameters exceeding safety thresholds. Automatic stabilization protocols activating. All non-essential personnel evacuate extraction facility immediately." "That's not supposed to happen during standard operations," Hermione said urgently, consulting the facility documentation. "The extraction rate is calibrated specifically to avoid threshold warnings." Someone's increased the extraction intentionally, Harry realized, his awareness extending toward the facility's control center. "Overriding standard protocols for maximum energy collection." "Thornwood?" Ron suggested. "Or someone equally desperate," Harry replied, pace quickening as they continued toward the rendezvous point. "The convergence destabilization must be approaching critical levels earlier than projected. They're trying to extract maximum energy before potential collapse." The implications were chilling, not careful experimentation but reckless harvesting of primordial energy without regard for wider stability consequences. Whether driven by scientific ambition or political calculation, the accelerated extraction represented immediate danger to magical London and potentially beyond. They reached the secondary access point to find it already open, Keeper Vance waiting with tension evident in her normally composed features. Beside her stood Morrigan, her silver patterns gleaming against dark skin as her color-shifting eyes assessed their arrival with clinical interest. The extraction rate has been increased by ministerial order, Vance informed them without preamble. Minister Thornwood arrived 30 minutes ago and commanded immediate acceleration of the collection process, overriding all standard safety protocols. Is he insane? Hermione demanded. The convergence is already approaching critical instability. Increased extraction will only accelerate potential collapse. Sanity may no longer be relevant metric, Morrigan observed coolly. Your minister has been exposing himself to refined primordial energy without proper understanding or preparation. The effects on unawakened consciousness are unpredictable. Harry met Morrigan's gaze, silent communication passing between them through their shared primordial awareness. Unlike their previous encounter, her manner now conveyed professional focus rather than manipulative calculation, genuine concern for magical stability overriding whatever separate agenda she might maintain. The shutdown just became significantly more complex, Harry noted, turning to Vance. Gradual decommissioning isn't viable with extraction at these levels. We'll need to implement emergency containment before attempting systematic disconnection. Vance nodded grimly. The Balance Keepers maintain emergency protocols for primordial energy containment. However, implementation would normally require a full team of specialized practitioners. I can substitute for conventional practitioners, Morrigan stated matter-of-factly. My domain expertise in transitional states makes me uniquely qualified to stabilize energy flows during emergency procedures. And I can interface directly with the primordial currents themselves, Harry added. Guide them back toward natural configurations rather than just severing connections. The unprecedented cooperation between regulated primordial entities and traditional magical authority represented exactly the integration Harry had been working toward since his transformation, different perspectives united by common purpose rather than divided by historical suspicion. We'll need to split into teams, Hermione suggested practically. Harry and Morrigan focus on energy containment and redirection, while Ron and I implement the physical shutdown sequence under Keeper Vance's guidance. The strategy made sense given their respective capabilities. Harry and Morrigan possessed unique ability to interact directly with primordial energies, while the others could address the conventional magical technology maintaining the extraction system. The control center will be guarded, Vance warned. Minister Thornwood has assigned personal security detail to the facility since accelerating extraction operations. We'll handle them, Ron said with unexpected authority, his strategic mind clearly calculating approach options. Non-lethal neutralization while maintaining operational timeline. Harry felt momentary surprise at Ron's confident tactical planning, though it represented natural evolution of the strategic thinking he'd always displayed in wizard chess and later in real-world situations. Like all of them, Ron had grown significantly during recent challenges, developing capabilities that transcended their original roles as students thrust into extraordinary circumstances. Let's move, Harry decided. The longer extraction continues at current rates, the greater risk of catastrophic convergence failure. They proceeded into the main facility, Vance's authority credentials bypassing initial security checkpoints while Harry's perception identified patrol patterns that allowed them to avoid direct confrontation with security personnel. The extraction chamber itself dominated the facility's central section, a cavernous space constructed around the primordial energy pillar they had observed from the documentation center. Up close, the wrongness of the operation became viscerally apparent. The extracted energy fought against its containment, creating visual distortions and magical dissonance that even non-primordial observers could detect. Technicians in specialized protective gear monitored equipment that glowed with warning indicators, their movements suggesting increasing concern about system stability. The control center is there, Vance indicated, pointing toward an elevated platform overlooking the extraction chamber. Minister Thornwood established command presence approximately 40 minutes ago and has not departed. Harry focused his enhanced perception on this area, immediately detecting Thornwood's magical signature, but altered from previous encounters, now pulsing with incorporated primordial energy that created dissonant patterns within his conventional magical aura. He's been directly exposing himself to refined extracts, Harry confirmed grimly. His magical signature shows significant contamination without proper integration. A human attempting to incorporate primordial essence without awakened capacity to process it, Morrigan elaborated, her tone suggesting both disdain and concern. Temporary enhancement followed by degradation of natural magical barriers and eventually cognitive function. The assessment aligned with Harry's own analysis and explained Thornwood's increasingly erratic decision-making regarding extraction acceleration despite obvious stability warnings. Not calculated risk but impaired judgment driven by primordial influence without corresponding primordial understanding. We need to implement the containment protocol immediately, Harry decided. Hermione, Ron, Keeper Vance, proceed to secondary systems control as planned. Morrigan and I will address the primary energy column directly. The team separated according to this division, with Ron leading tactical approach to the secondary control systems while Harry and Morrigan moved toward the extraction column itself, the heart of the facility where primordial energy was being forcibly channeled from the ley line convergence into containment systems. As they approached this critical juncture, Harry felt the primordial currents responding to his presence, recognition of kindred essence creating resonance that momentarily disrupted the extraction process. Alarms intensified as monitoring systems detected this unexpected interference pattern. "They've noticed something's wrong," Harry observed, extending his awareness to track response patterns among facility personnel. "Security teams are mobilizing toward our position." "Irrelevant," Morrigan replied dismissively. "Once we initiate proper containment protocol, conventional security becomes meaningless against primordial energy reorganization." She wasn't wrong in technical terms, though Harry maintained greater concern for potential casualties among personnel who were following orders rather than fully understanding the dangerous forces they were manipulating. They reached the base of the extraction column, a massive pillar of swirling energy forced into unnatural configuration by surrounding magical technology. Here, the wrongness of the process became physically painful to Harry's primordial senses, like hearing beautiful music deliberately played discordant and distorted. "The extraction is approaching critical threshold," Morrigan noted, silver patterns brightening across her skin as she extended her awareness into the energy flows. "Conventional shutdown would trigger catastrophic release at this stage. We must implement primordial reconfiguration instead." Harry nodded understanding, the golden patterns across his own skin responding to proximity with the extracted energies. Together, they began the complex process of energy stabilization, not through mechanical controls or conventional spellwork but through direct communion with the primordial currents themselves. Morrigan's expertise in transitional states proved invaluable as she established containment boundaries that respected the energy's natural properties while preventing uncontrolled dissipation. Harry focused on reconnecting the extracted energy with its source patterns in the convergence, essentially reknitting magical currents that had been artificially separated. The process manifested visibly as silver and golden patterns extending from their bodies into the extraction column, gradually transforming its chaotic swirling into more harmonious configurations. Facility alarms continued blaring as monitoring systems detected significant changes occurring outside established parameters, though few observers could comprehend what they were witnessing, primordial beings communicating directly with primordial energies, guiding rather than compelling reorganization. Through his expanded awareness, Harry monitored the parallel operation at the secondary control systems, where Ron, Hermione, and Keeper Vance were implementing the physical shutdown sequence amid growing chaos. Security personnel had responded to the alarms, creating tactical complications that Ron was addressing with surprisingly effective non-magical solutions, physical barriers and misdirection rather than spellwork that might disrupt the delicate shutdown process. The critical moment approached as the extraction column's energy began flowing back toward natural patterns under Harry and Morrigan's guidance. The facility's technological components strained against this reversal, designed for one-way extraction rather than return flow. The machinery can't handle the reversal, Harry noted with concern. We need to disconnect the extraction mechanisms before completing energy reorganization. Your companions must accelerate the shutdown sequence, Morgan agreed. Otherwise mechanical failure will release uncontained energy throughout the facility. Harry extended his awareness toward the control center, establishing mental connection with Hermione through techniques they developed during recent weeks. The extraction systems need immediate disconnection, he communicated. The energy reversal is straining mechanical components beyond capacity. He felt Hermione's acknowledgement, followed by acceleration of the shutdown sequence under Vance's guidance. Critical systems began powering down in carefully orchestrated sequence, releasing their hold on the primordial energy Harry and Morgan were redirecting. Just as the process appeared to be succeeding, a new complication emerged. Through his expanded perception, Harry detected Minister Thornwood moving from the control center toward the extraction column, his altered magical signature pulsing with agitation and purpose. Surrounding him were security personnel whose expressions suggested confusion about their minister's behavior but unwillingness to directly oppose his authority. Terminate this interference immediately. Thornwood's voice carried across the chamber, amplified by both magical enhancement and the natural acoustics of the space. You are disrupting critical national security operations without authorization. Harry maintained focus on the energy reorganization while addressing Thornwood through divided attention. Minister, this facility is causing catastrophic destabilization of the Thames Valley convergence. Continued operation threatens magical London and potentially beyond. Acceptable calculated risk, Thornwood dismissed, moving closer despite warning gestures from technical personnel. The energy harvest provides essential strategic resource for ministry operations. Temporary instability is expected during collection phase. The casual dismissal of potentially catastrophic consequences confirmed Harry's assessment of primordial influence affecting Thornwood's judgment. The minister's magical aura showed increasingly erratic patterns as unintegrated primordial energy disrupted his natural magical functioning. This isn't calculated risk, Harry countered, still maintaining his connection to the extraction column while speaking. It's reckless endangerment based on fundamental misunderstanding of primordial energy properties. These forces cannot be harvested like conventional magical resources. Thornwood's expression darkened, his eyes showing unnatural luminescence, visual manifestation of the primordial energy he had been exposing himself to. You would deny the ministry access to power you yourself wield without restriction. Hypocritical position from an entity that refuses proper regulation. The accusation revealed the core of Thornwood's motivation, not just strategic resource acquisition but specific desire to control primordial energy he perceived as unfairly distributed to beings like Harry rather than human magical institutions. Envy disguised as security concern, personal ambition masked as ministerial responsibility. I don't control this power, Harry corrected, golden patterns pulsing as he continued guiding energy reorganization despite the confrontation. I commune with it. The distinction is crucial to avoiding exactly the instability your extraction is creating. Philosophical distinctions without practical difference, Thornwood dismissed. Power remains power regardless of relationship semantics. He turned to the security personnel accompanying him. Remove these individuals from the facility immediately. Use containment protocols as necessary. Before the security team could respond, Keeper Vance arrived from the control center, her balance keeper robes and formal insignia creating momentary hesitation among ministry personnel accustomed to respecting her authority. Minister Thornwood, she stated formally, the balance keepers have documented critical convergence instability directly linked to extraction operations. International protocols require immediate facility shutdown when primordial energy manipulation threatens regional magical stability. Thornwood's face contorted with uncharacteristic anger. The balance keepers serve at ministerial discretion during declared emergencies, Keeper Vance. Your authority is advisory, not operational. Our authority predates the ministry itself, Vance countered calmly. and transcends national boundaries when fundamental magical stability is threatened. The documentation has already been transmitted to the International Confederation. This revelation visibly unsettled Thornwood, though his expression quickly reconfigured into calculated assessment. Transmission means nothing without confirmation and response. The shutdown process can be reversed before international intervention materializes. The political calculation revealed strategic minds still functioning beneath increasingly erratic behavior, recognition that international response would require time regardless of evidence transmitted. Time Thornwood apparently believed he could utilize to either complete his extraction objectives or obscure evidence of his direct involvement. Harry sensed the extraction column stabilizing as their reorganization process neared completion. The immediate danger of catastrophic release was diminishing, though the convergence itself remained significantly destabilized from weeks of extraction operations. The shutdown will continue, Harry stated firmly, allowing his primordial nature to manifest more visibly, the golden patterns brightening across his skin, his eyes glowing with internal light that conveyed power without explicit threat. Not as political statement but as necessary magical safety measure. Thornwood's response was unexpected and alarming. Rather than continuing verbal confrontation or ordering security intervention, he moved directly toward the extraction column itself, toward specialized equipment at its base that Harry recognized from facility schematics as emergency collection receptacles. "Minister, don't," Vance began, recognizing his intention simultaneously with Harry. Too late. Thornwood activated the emergency collection system, designed to harvest concentrated primordial energy during shutdown procedures rather than allowing complete return to natural flow patterns. The machinery hummed to life, interrupting the careful reorganization Harry and Morrigan had been implementing. "If the Confederation questions our operations," Thornwood stated with disturbing calm, "they will find a ministerial emergency response to unauthorized facility interference rather than sanctioned extraction project." The political calculation was coldly effective, reframing their intervention as the threat requiring ministerial response rather than addressing the fundamental dangers his project had created. But the magical consequences of his action proved immediately catastrophic. The emergency collection system, never designed for the volume of primordial energy currently flowing through the extraction column, immediately overloaded. Containment fields flickered and failed as energy surged through pathways too narrow to accommodate proper flow. "Everyone out!" Harry shouted, recognizing imminent system failure. "The containment is breaking down." Facility personnel responded to the urgency in his voice, evacuating equipment stations despite confusion about conflicting authority. Security teams hesitated momentarily before self-preservation overcame chain-of-command concerns, ushering civilians toward emergency exits. Thornwood alone remained fixated on the collection receptacle, which now glowed with dangerous intensity as it absorbed primordial energy beyond its design capacity. His expression showed disturbing fascination rather than appropriate alarm. "Minister, you must evacuate immediately," Vance insisted, approaching despite obvious danger. "The system cannot contain this energy concentration." "So much power," Thornwood murmured, seemingly unaware of the critical warnings blaring throughout the facility. "Direct application rather than gradual integration, the possibility exists." With horror, Harry realized Thornwood's intention moments before action. The minister reached toward the overloading receptacle, hand extending into the containment field itself, direct physical contact with concentrated primordial energy no human consciousness was prepared to integrate. "No!" Harry shouted, launching himself toward Thornwood with primordial-enhanced speed. He was too late to prevent initial contact. Primordial energy surged from the receptacle into Thornwood's physical form, creating visible transformation as golden-white light coursed through the minister's body. His expression registered shock, then ecstasy, then pain in rapid succession as unfiltered primordial essence overwhelmed human magical channels never designed to accommodate such power. Harry reached Thornwood just as the minister's body began to destabilize from within, molecular structure unable to maintain coherence under primordial saturation. With desperate inspiration, Harry established direct connection between his own golden patterns and the chaotic energy coursing through Thornwood, attempting to provide stabilizing framework through his own integrated primordial nature. "Help me," he called to Morrigan, who had maintained position near the extraction column during these events. "He'll discorporate completely without stabilization." Morrigan hesitated, her expression suggesting limited concern for Thornwood's survival. Human consciousness cannot integrate primordial essence without proper awakening sequence. Attempting to preserve his current form may cause greater damage than allowing natural dissolution. "I won't let him die from his own ignorance," Harry insisted, struggling to maintain connection with the increasingly chaotic energy patterns surging through Thornwood's disintegrating form. There must be transitional state possible between dissolution and full integration. This framing, transitional state rather than complete preservation, apparently resonated with Morrigan's domain expertise. With visible reluctance, she extended her silver patterns toward Thornwood, establishing secondary connection to the chaotic energies threatening his existence. Together, they created temporary structure within the overwhelming power Thornwood had foolishly drawn into himself, not permanent integration but suspended animation of sorts, preserving his consciousness while preventing further physical deterioration. The process manifested visibly as Thornwood's form stabilizing into translucent state, primordial energy visibly flowing through temporarily preserved human structure. "This suspension is inherently temporary," Morrigan warned as they completed the emergency intervention. "Without proper awakening sequence or return to purely human state, dissolution remains inevitable outcome." Before Harry could respond, the extraction column itself reached critical failure point. Without the careful reorganization they had been implementing before Thornwood's interference, the contained primordial energy surged against its constraints with increasing force. Structural integrity warnings blared throughout the facility as the chamber itself began to warp under magical pressure. "We need to evacuate now," Hermione shouted from the control center, where she and Ron had completed the shutdown sequence despite the chaos. "The convergence is destabilizing beyond containment parameters." Harry assessed their options with primordial enhanced perception, calculating energy dispersal patterns and structural failure probabilities. "Standard evacuation routes will be compromised when containment fails completely. We need alternative exit strategy." "The junction network," Morrigan suggested immediately. "A pathway node exists beneath this facility, originally connected to primordial currents before Ministry construction obscured access. Can you activate it?" Harry asked, maintaining stabilization connection with Thornwood's suspended form while monitoring the rapidly deteriorating extraction system. Morrigan nodded, her silver patterns brightening as she extended awareness through the facility foundations toward the dormant junction access. "Activation requires primordial resonance at specific frequency. Cooperative effort would accelerate process." Understanding her meaning, Harry carefully transferred Thornwood's suspended form to Keeper Vance, who accepted the responsibility with grave understanding of its significance. Free from this immediate concern, he joined Morrigan in establishing resonance connection with the buried junction node, their complementary primordial signatures creating harmonic pattern that awakened ancient pathways long dormant beneath London's magical infrastructure. The facility floor shifted as primordial magic responded to their call, revealing an archway of golden-silver light, a junction pathway similar to what Harry had accessed previously but newly awakened for this specific emergency. "Everyone through the portal," Harry directed, maintaining the pathway's stability while monitoring the extraction column's imminent failure. "The junction will transport you to safety before critical collapse." Ron and Hermione arrived from the control center, ushering remaining personnel toward the glowing archway despite their confusion and hesitation. Keeper Vance moved with careful precision, Thornwood's suspended form floating beside her under primordial preservation that required constant magical attention. "You must go immediately," Harry instructed her. "His stabilization requires continuous balance keeper monitoring that I cannot maintain during facility collapse." Vance nodded understanding, moving through the junction portal with Thornwood's translucent form. The remaining evacuation proceeded quickly as ceiling supports began failing under magical stress, debris falling into the chamber as structural integrity deteriorated throughout the facility. "The convergence itself remains critically unstable," Morrigan observed as the last evacuees departed through their created pathway. Facility collapse will release remaining extracted energy in uncontrolled pattern throughout London's magical infrastructure. She was right. While they had prevented complete catastrophic failure through partial reorganization, the damage to the convergence structure extended beyond the facility itself into the ley line junction beneath London. Without intervention, the destabilization would propagate outward along connected currents, potentially affecting magical structures throughout the city. We need to establish containment boundary before evacuation, Harry decided, already extending his awareness toward the damaged convergence patterns. Direct the released energy upward rather than outward, localize discharge rather than widespread distribution. Morrigan immediately grasped the technical approach, her silver patterns complementing his golden ones as they established magical architecture around the failing extraction column. Together, they created channeling structure that would direct inevitable energy discharge vertically through the ministry's upper levels rather than horizontally through London's magical districts. The ministry complex will sustain significant damage, Morrigan noted without particular concern. Potentially extending to surface structures. Better concentrated damage than widespread destruction, Harry replied grimly, completing the containment boundary as the extraction column's integrity reached final failure point. We've directed the discharge away from civilian areas as much as possible. With the protective channeling established, they moved toward the junction portal themselves, the facility collapsing around them as primordial energy surged against artificial constraints with increasing force. The extraction column itself began to fracture along its length, golden-white light pouring through widening cracks in its containment structure. They reached the portal just as catastrophic failure commenced. Harry passed through first, maintaining the junction's stability from within the pathway as Morrigan followed. The portal sealed behind them as primordial energy exploded upward through their established channel, following the path of least resistance they had created through the ministry's central structure. Within the junction pathway, they experienced the discharge as distant vibration, ripples and the primordial currents that carried them away from the collapsing facility toward safety. Harry directed their transit toward the exit point they had established during evacuation planning, a secluded location in magical London sufficiently distant from the ministry to avoid immediate effects of the collapse while allowing rapid response to potential secondary damage. They emerged into pre-dawn darkness near the outer boundary of Diagon Alley, where evacuation procedures were already underway as magical sensors throughout the district registered the massive energy discharge occurring beneath the ministry complex. The sky above central London glowed with unnatural light as primordial energy continued venting through the channel they had established, creating aurora-like patterns visible even to non-magical observers. The containment is holding, Harry observed, monitoring the discharge pattern through his enhanced perception. Energy release following established channel rather than dispersing horizontally. Temporary solution to persistent problem, Morrigan noted, her tone suggesting limited optimism. The convergence itself remains fundamentally destabilized from weeks of extraction. This discharge addresses immediate crisis but not underlying structural damage to magical currents. She was right, though Harry had already reached the same conclusion. The sudden catastrophic release they had redirected represented only immediate consequence of Thornwood's reckless experimentation. The ley line convergence beneath London had sustained damage that would require significant restorative effort beyond emergency containment. Hermione and Ron approached from the evacuation gathering point established nearby, where balance keepers and ministry personnel were working together despite institutional tensions to manage the unfolding situation. The evacuation succeeded, Hermione reported, relief evident despite her obvious exhaustion. All documented personnel accounted for, though the facility itself appears completely destroyed based on magical monitoring. And Thornwood? Harry asked. Stabilized but unchanged, Ron replied grimly. Vance and her team established some kind of containment chamber for his current state. They're calling it suspended animation, though it looks bloody disturbing if you ask me. The description aligned with Harry's expectation. Thornwood's foolish attempt to directly absorb primordial energy had created unprecedented magical medical situation, neither alive nor dead in conventional terms, but consciousness suspended within partially discorporated form that required constant magical support to maintain any coherence. The balance keepers will need to determine long-term approach to his condition, Harry noted. Their historical records may include similar cases from previous cycles. A tremendous crack echoed across the city as the magical discharge reached its peak intensity, the channel they had established glowing visibly even from this distance. Ministry buildings at ground level showed physical effects of the energy release, windows shattering, architectural features cracking, protective wards flaring with strain as they attempted to contain magical forces beyond their design parameters. The damage appears concentrated, Hermione observed with professional assessment. Your channeling directive successfully prevented widespread destruction, though the ministry complex itself. She trailed off as another section of the main building visibly crumbled. Rebuilding physical structures represents lesser challenge than repairing convergence damage, Morrigan stated matter-of-factly. Your ministry focused on extracting power while ignoring fundamental stability requirements of the currents themselves. Restoration will require extensive primordial intervention beyond conventional magical repairs. The assessment aligned with Harry's own understanding. The ley line convergence beneath London represented critical magical infrastructure established millennia before human institutions built atop it. Repairing damage to such fundamental systems would require approaches that transcended ministry protocols or conventional magical engineering. We'll need to establish restoration team combining traditional magical authorities with primordial expertise, he determined, already calculating necessary resources and approaches. Balance keepers, unspeakables not aligned with Thornwood's faction, goblins with historical knowledge of London's magical foundations. And us, Hermione added pointedly. Your unique position bridging primordial and human perspectives will be essential for coordinating such diverse participants. Harry nodded acknowledgement of this reality. His transformed nature had evolved from personal challenge to critical resource during this crisis, providing capabilities conventional magical authorities couldn't match while maintaining human connections that purely primordial beings like Morrigan typically lacked. As the initial energy discharge began diminishing, revealing more clearly the physical damage to the ministry complex and surrounding areas, Keeper Vance approached their position. Her formal demeanor remained intact despite obvious exhaustion and magical strain from maintaining Thornwood's preservation. The International Confederation representatives have arrived, she informed them without preamble. The evidence transmission was received and authenticated before facility collapse. Emergency oversight provisions have been implemented, removing immediate authority from national ministry control to international magical governance. This represented significant political development amid the magical crisis, institutional response that would determine whether Thornwood's actions were treated as isolated incident or symptomatic of broader regulatory failure requiring systemic reform. The Confederation will require detailed briefing regarding both the extraction operation and our intervention, Harry noted. Including primordial perspective on convergence damage and necessary restoration approaches. Vance nodded agreement. Your participation has been specifically requested, Mr. Potter. Your unique status as both registered magical entity and instrumental intervention agent presents unprecedented regulatory classification that the Confederation wishes to address directly. The formal phrasing concealed significant political reality. Harry's actions during this crisis had demonstrated capabilities beyond conventional magical classification systems while simultaneously establishing cooperation model that transcended traditional containment approaches. The International Confederation now faced decision point regarding how primordial beings should be integrated within magical governance frameworks rather than simply regulated as external entities. I will participate, Harry confirmed. Though restoration efforts must take priority over political recalibration. The convergence damage represents ongoing threat regardless of governance questions. Agreed, Vance acknowledged. The Balance Keepers have already submitted preliminary restoration protocols for Confederation approval. Your expertise would strengthen implementation strategy considerably. As they discussed immediate response priorities, Morrigan remained slightly apart, her expression suggesting internal calculation regarding her own position amid these rapidly evolving circumstances. Her assistance during the crisis had been genuinely valuable, yet Harry sensed reservation in her continued engagement, as though weighing personal objectives against broader cooperation. The Confederation will have questions for you as well, he observed, turning toward her. Your historical perspective and domain expertise regarding transition states provides context beyond what either modern magical authorities or my own recently awakened awareness can offer. Morrigan's color-shifting eyes studied him with characteristic intensity. My historical interactions with human magical governance have rarely proven productive for either party. Suspicion and control impulses typically override rational cooperation despite shared objectives. This situation differs fundamentally from historical patterns, Harry countered. The crisis transcends institutional boundaries, affecting primordial currents and modern magical infrastructure alike. Cooperative restoration serves all interests more effectively than separate approaches. She seemed to consider this perspective, silver patterns shifting subtly across her skin as she processed implications. Perhaps observation role initially, rather than direct participation in your human institutional processes. The Confederation's approach to primordial entities will reveal whether genuine cooperation potential exists or merely updated control mechanisms under crisis justification. The cautious engagement represented more constructive response than Harry had initially expected given Morrigan's typical detachment from human concerns. Perhaps the direct experience of cooperative intervention during the facility crisis had demonstrated practical benefits transcending her historical skepticism. As dawn light began illuminating the physical damage across magical London more clearly, Harry felt complex emotions regarding their intervention. They had prevented worst-case scenario of uncontrolled convergence collapse, but significant harm had still occurred, harm that would require extensive restoration efforts beyond immediate containment. Moreover, the political ramifications extended beyond physical damage or even convergence repair. Thornwood's actions had exposed fundamental questions about relationship between primordial forces and modern magical governance, questions that transcended national boundaries or institutional jurisdictions. The Balance Keepers will coordinate initial stabilization efforts with Confederation oversight, Vance continued, returning to immediate practical concerns. Your continued involvement would significantly enhance effectiveness, particularly regarding primordial current redirection during repair sequences. Harry nodded agreement, though his attention had shifted to longer-term implications beyond immediate crisis response. The events beneath London represented inflection point in how primordial forces integrated with contemporary magical society, whether through conflict and control as historical patterns suggested, or through new cooperative frameworks that his unique position might help establish. As emergency response teams continued organizing throughout magical London, Harry found moment for private conversation with Ron and Hermione amid the controlled chaos. Their friendship had remained his most consistent anchor throughout his transformation, providing human perspective that complemented rather than opposed his expanded primordial awareness. We prevented complete catastrophe, Hermione observed quietly, watching repair teams already beginning work on damaged structures nearby. Though explaining the light show to the Muggle authorities will present significant challenges for the Obliviation Department. Better memory modifications than mass casualties, Ron noted with characteristic pragmatism. Though I expect the political fallout within the Ministry will make this building damage look minor by comparison. Harry nodded agreement with both assessments. The immediate crisis had been contained, but larger questions remained unresolved, questions about primordial reintegration, about magical governance structures, about balance between security and cooperation when facing forces that transcended conventional regulatory frameworks. This represents beginning rather than conclusion, he said finally, watching the golden white energy continuing to dissipate above the damaged Ministry complex. Not just convergence restoration but fundamental recalibration of how magical society interfaces with primordial forces. A recalibration you're uniquely positioned to influence, Hermione pointed out. Neither fully primordial nor conventionally human but genuinely both, you represent integration possibility that existing frameworks haven't anticipated. The observation articulated what Harry had been increasingly sensing throughout this crisis. His transformed nature wasn't merely personal adaptation but potential model for larger integration between magical paradigms historically positioned in opposition rather than harmony. As the sun rose fully above London's horizon, illuminating both damage and response efforts throughout magical districts, Harry felt renewed clarity regarding his path forward. Not just managing his own transformation or even addressing immediate convergence repair, but helping establish new balance between primordial forces and modern magical society, balance based on cooperative harmony rather than competitive control. The golden patterns across his skin pulsed gently with this resolution, responding to intention and purpose aligned with both his human connections and primordial awareness. Whatever challenges lay ahead in restoration efforts or institutional recalibration, the fundamental direction had become clear: integration rather than opposition, balance rather than dominance. In that clarity, he sensed possibility transcending even the current crisis, potential for magical society that incorporated primordial wisdom without sacrificing human innovation, ancient power without abandoning modern ethical frameworks. A balance of power that served all magical beings rather than prioritizing institutional control or primordial supremacy. Whether that possibility would manifest amid the complicated restoration efforts and political recalibrations ahead remained uncertain. But for the first time since his transformation began, uncertainty felt like opportunity rather than threat, space for creation rather than constraint for control. Chapter 5: Primordial Equilibrium. Dawn broke over a changed London. The magical quarter around the damaged Ministry complex buzzed with activity as international teams worked to contain the aftermath of the extraction facility's collapse. Shimmering barriers separated the magical chaos from the Muggle world, while specialized obliviator squads moved through surrounding neighborhoods, modifying memories of those who had witnessed the golden white energy erupting from what appeared to them as a nondescript government building. Harry stood on a rooftop overlooking the operation, the golden patterns across his skin muted but visible in the early light. 3 days had passed since the catastrophic failure of Thornwood's extraction experiment. 3 days of emergency containment, political turmoil, and urgent planning for the convergence restoration that could no longer be delayed. "The preliminary assessment team is ready," Hermione said, joining him at the edge of the roof. Dark circles beneath her eyes spoke of sleepless nights coordinating between various factions now operating under the International Confederation's emergency authority. "The damage extends further than we initially calculated. The extraction weakened structural integrity throughout the entire Thames Valley convergence." Harry nodded, having sensed this reality through his enhanced perception. "The ley lines are like rivers. Dam one section improperly, and the pressure changes affect the entire system." "That's essentially what the Goblin representatives told the Confederation," Hermione confirmed. Though with considerably more technical detail and several pointed references to previous warnings ignored by the Ministry. A ghost of a smile crossed Harry's face. "I imagine they're not being subtle about their vindication. Gornick actually used the phrase, catastrophically short-sighted wizard arrogance, during the official briefing. 3 times. Their moment of grim humor faded as Ron joined them, carrying rolled parchments bearing the International Confederation's official seals. "Final authorization for the restoration team," he announced, handing the documents to Hermione. "Full access to all affected areas and emergency override for any remaining Ministry security systems." He glanced at Harry. "They've officially classified you as a critical magical consultant rather than a regulated entity for the duration of the operation. Diplomatic way of saying they need your help more than they fear your existence." "Progress of a sort," Harry acknowledged. The reclassification represented significant evolution in official approach to his primordial nature, pragmatic recognition that cooperation offered better results than containment when addressing forces beyond conventional magical understanding. "The balance keepers arrived at the primary access point," Ron continued, all business despite his obvious fatigue. Vance brought their historical records of previous convergence restorations, though she emphasized that none involved damage from artificial extraction on this scale. "And Morrigan?" Harry asked. "Waiting at the secondary junction as arranged. Still maintaining observer status rather than formal participation." Ron's expression showed his lingering distrust of the ancient primordial. "Says she'll provide technical consultation without submitting to Confederation oversight protocols." Harry had expected this position. Despite Morrigan's valuable assistance during the extraction facility crisis, her fundamental perspective remained skeptical of human institutions and their control mechanisms. Observer status represented compromise between complete disengagement and formal integration within the restoration structure. Her expertise remains essential regardless of official status, Harry noted pragmatically. The transitional sequences between damaged and repaired currents require her specific domain knowledge. Hermione finished reviewing the authorization documents with typical thoroughness. Everything appears in order. The Confederation has granted the autonomy you requested for the core restoration team. Though they've assigned observers from 7 different magical governments plus representatives from the Centaurs, Mere People, and Goblin nations. Political necessity, Harry acknowledged. The convergence damage affects all magical beings connected to London's ley network. Their stake in successful restoration deserves recognition. This perspective, balancing practical requirements against legitimate political concerns, represented evolution in Harry's approach since his transformation. Where once he might have resented such complications as bureaucratic interference, his expanded awareness now recognized the complex interplay between magical necessities and social structures necessary for cooperative function. We should join the team, he decided, glancing once more at the city stretching below them, a landscape where magical and mundane existed in layers most never perceived. The convergence instability is increasing hourly. We need to begin primary stabilization before attempting structural repair. As they prepared to depart, Harry felt a familiar presence approaching. Ginny Weasley emerged from the rooftop access door, her expression reflecting determination that had characterized her involvement throughout the crisis despite her officially limited role as student volunteer. The Hogwarts contingent arrived at the support station, she reported, addressing all 3 of them while her eyes lingered on Harry. McGonagall brought 7 seventh years with specialty focus in elemental charms, plus Flitwick and Sprout for the secondary containment barriers. Thank you, Harry acknowledged, feeling the now familiar warmth her presence inevitably triggered, a response that manifested in subtle brightening of the golden patterns visible beneath his skin. Will you be joining them? Actually, she replied with characteristic directness, I've been reassigned to your team specifically. The Confederation approved Dumbledore's recommendation for someone with, quote, established capacity to maintain practical perspective during theoretical complexities. Ron snorted softly. Diplomatic way of saying you'll tell even a primordial titan when he's overthinking things. Someone has to, Ginny responded with a hint of a smile, her gaze still holding Harry's. Something unspoken passed between them, acknowledgement of conversation postponed but not forgotten amid crisis demands. With this addition to their core team, they departed the observation point, making their way toward the primary access location where the restoration effort would begin. The streets of magical London showed evidence of both damage and response, buildings reinforced with goblin-crafted supports, areas cordoned off where reality had grown thin from primordial energy discharge, teams of specialists monitoring fluctuation patterns with equipment combining ancient and modern magical technology. They reached the primary access point, a secluded courtyard behind what had once been a ministry auxiliary building, now repurposed as restoration operation headquarters. Balance keepers in their distinctive grey robes conferred with International Confederation officials, while representatives from various magical communities established monitoring stations around the perimeter. Keeper Vance approached as they arrived, her composed demeanor showing only subtle signs of the strain everyone involved had been experiencing since the extraction facility's collapse. Mr. Potter, she greeted formally. The preliminary mapping is complete. The damage extends through 7 major junction points across the Thames Valley convergence, with significant structural integrity compromise at the primary node beneath what remains of the Ministry complex. Harry nodded, having sensed this reality through his expanded perception. The extraction created pressure differentials throughout the system. We'll need to rebalance the flow gradually rather than attempting immediate restoration at any single point. Precisely the approach our historical records suggest, Vance confirmed. Though the scale of this operation exceeds any documented precedent. The Balance Keepers have prepared stabilization frameworks based on 3rd century restoration techniques, but implementation will require your direct interface with the primordial currents themselves. The acknowledgement of his essential role came without the reluctance that had characterized earlier interactions, another indicator of how rapidly perspectives were evolving amid crisis conditions. Necessity was proving more persuasive than centuries of containment doctrine when facing magical disruption beyond conventional remediation techniques. As final preparations continued around them, an international confederation representative approached their group, a tall, distinguished which Harry recognized as Supreme Mugwump Akachi Adeyemi, whose emergency authority now superseded national ministry jurisdictions throughout the affected regions. "Mr. Potter," she greeted with formal dignity. "The Confederation extends its gratitude for your participation in this critical restoration effort. Your unique capabilities have been deemed essential to successful resolution of the Convergence instability." "Thank you, Supreme Mugwump," Harry responded with matching formality. "Though I should emphasize that successful restoration requires cooperation between multiple knowledge traditions and magical approaches. My role is necessary but far from sufficient alone." The diplomatic response reflected lessons learned throughout his transformation journey, recognition that effective integration of primordial forces with contemporary magical society required mutual respect rather than dominance by either paradigm. "Well stated," Adeyemi acknowledged with subtle approval. "The Confederation has authorized implementation of your proposed restoration framework, including the controversial direct current manipulation techniques that traditional approaches would avoid. However, monitoring protocols will remain in place throughout the operation as agreed." The approval represented significant institutional flexibility in face of unprecedented circumstances, willingness to incorporate primordial methodologies alongside conventional magical approaches rather than insisting on established protocols inadequate to current challenges. With formal authorizations complete, the core restoration team assembled near the access point to the Convergence network. Beyond Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Ginny, the group included Keeper Vance representing the Balance Keepers, Gornick for the Goblin Nation, Bill Weasley bridging curse-breaking expertise with primordial knowledge gained since Harry's transformation, and 3 International Confederation specialists in magical infrastructure restoration. "Before we begin," Harry addressed the assembled team, "I want to clarify that the restoration process will appear unorthodox by conventional magical standards. The primordial currents respond to conscious communion rather than structured spellwork. At times, you'll observe effects without apparent casting, manipulations without standard magical signatures. Intention-based manifestation rather than formula-derived implementation," one of the Confederation specialists summarized, demonstrating greater familiarity with primordial concepts than Harry had anticipated. The historical records describe similar methodologies during pre-wand magical eras. Harry nodded appreciation for this understanding. "Exactly. We'll be working at the interface between structured magic and primordial currents. Your conventional expertise remains essential for translating between these approaches, ensuring stable integration rather than temporary overlay." With this framework established, they moved to the access point itself, an ancient stone archway now revealed beneath modern construction, its surface inscribed with runes similar to those that had once bound Harry's primordial essence. At his approach, these markings responded with subtle illumination, recognizing kindred nature despite centuries of dormancy. The original access constructed during London's magical foundation, Vance explained as the team positioned themselves according to the restoration plan. Designed specifically for communion between human practitioners and primordial currents during maintenance cycles that haven't been properly observed for nearly 4 centuries. Harry placed his hands on the archway's central keystones, allowing his golden patterns to align with the ancient markings. The connection formed immediately, his primordial essence recognizing pathways constructed when the boundaries between magical traditions remained more permeable than modern separation had established. "I can sense the full convergence network," he confirmed as the connection deepened. The extraction damage appears as disrupted flow patterns throughout the system, most severe at the primary junction but propagating outward along all connected channels. Through this enhanced perception, Harry created a magical visualization appearing above the archway, a 3-dimensional representation of London's ley line network visible to the entire team. Damaged sections glowed angry red against the golden-white flow of healthy channels, with ominous pulsations indicating unstable energy accumulation at critical junctions. "The primary blockage here," Harry indicated, highlighting a severely constricted channel beneath the former ministry complex. Thornwood's extraction created artificial narrowing that's forcing excess energy into secondary channels never designed for such volume. Like a river diverted by a partial dam, Bill observed, studying the visualization with professional assessment. The pressures building behind the constriction while overwhelming the alternate pathways. Precisely, Harry confirmed. Our first priority must be relieving this pressure differential before attempting structural repair. Otherwise, restoration efforts in one section could trigger cascade failure throughout the network. The technical challenge was formidable, requiring simultaneous intervention at multiple points within the convergence system. Conventional magical approaches would address symptoms individually, but Harry's primordial perception revealed the interconnected nature of the damage, how each disruption influenced the entire network through feedback patterns invisible to standard magical detection. We'll need to establish balanced release points here, and here, he continued, marking critical junctions in the visualization. Controlled discharge of accumulated energy before removing the primary constriction. The balance keepers can establish containment frameworks at these locations, Vance offered, studying the designated points. Historical techniques for channeling primordial discharge into stabilization cycles rather than destructive release. And goblin ward stones at these intersection points, Gornick added, indicating where multiple channels converged. Our ancestors designed specific stabilization mechanisms for ley line junctions during London's magical foundation. The knowledge remains preserved in our craft traditions. The integration of these diverse approaches, primordial perception, balance keeper containment techniques, goblin wardcraft, and confederation regulatory frameworks, represented unprecedented cooperation across magical traditions historically separated by institutional boundaries and philosophical differences. Let's proceed, Harry decided, maintaining his connection to the archway while the team moved into position according to their established plan. Initial synchronization followed by graduated pressure release at the designated points. The restoration began with Harry serving as nexus between these different magical approaches, his unique position bridging primordial awareness and human understanding, allowing translation between methodologies that would otherwise remain separate. Through the archway connection, he extended his perception throughout the convergence system, establishing contact with teams positioned at critical junctions across London's magical infrastructure. First synchronization commencing, he announced, golden patterns brightening across his visible skin as he channeled primordial energy through the ancient access point. Balance keepers, establish containment frameworks at designated release points. Vance and her colleagues activated historical techniques preserved within their order, specialized runic configurations designed to channel rather than merely contain primordial currents. Unlike the restrictive bindings historically used against primordials themselves, these frameworks created guided pathways for energy redistribution rather than forced suppression. Goblin ward stones activating, Gornick reported as his team implemented their contribution, crystalline constructs placed at intersection points throughout the network, their internal structures designed to absorb excess energy fluctuations while maintaining fundamental flow patterns. Through his expanded perception, Harry monitored these diverse interventions while maintaining overall synchronization, ensuring each specialized approach contributed to coherent restoration rather than creating conflicting influences within the damaged system. The golden visualization above the archway updated continuously, showing gradual stabilization at peripheral junctions as pressure redistribution began taking effect. The secondary channels are responding, Hermione confirmed, monitoring magical readings from instruments combining conventional detection with primordial sensitivity. Flow restrictions reducing by approximately 27% across monitored pathways. Not sufficient for primary constriction removal, Harry assessed, sensing continued instability at the central junction despite peripheral improvements. We need greater pressure reduction before addressing the main blockage. The challenge reflected fundamental limitations of their current approach, conventional techniques enhanced by primordial awareness but still operating within established magical frameworks. True restoration would require more direct communion with the primordial currents themselves, the kind of deep interaction Harry had been developing since his transformation completed. We need to shift to phase 2 earlier than planned, he decided, the golden patterns across his skin brightening with increased energy channeling. I'll establish direct current manipulation at the primary junction while maintaining synchronization with the support operations. This represented significant escalation in his personal involvement, moving beyond coordination to active reshaping of the damaged convergence patterns through direct primordial communion. The approach carried both greater potential effectiveness and increased risk, as his consciousness would be partially immersed in the primordial currents themselves rather than merely perceiving them through established interfaces. That level of direct manipulation wasn't scheduled until after preliminary stabilization, one of the Confederation specialists objected, consulting their authorized procedure documentation. The protocols specify, the protocols assumed conventional response patterns, Hermione interrupted, her practical assessment overriding procedural concerns. The convergence damage is proving more dynamically integrated than anticipated. Adaptive response is necessary. While this discussion continued, Harry had already begun the transition, his awareness extending beyond the visualization interface into the primordial currents themselves. The golden patterns across his skin now flowed like liquid light, responding to the direct communion he was establishing with the damaged convergence system. "I can access the primary constriction directly," he reported, his voice carrying subtle resonance as his consciousness operated simultaneously within physical space and primordial currents. The blockage isn't simply physical restriction but pattern disruption. The extraction process altered the current's fundamental flow signature. This insight represented crucial understanding beyond what conventional magical theory had anticipated. Thornwood's extraction hadn't merely removed energy from the system but disrupted the inherent patterns that governed natural flow, like changing a river's course rather than simply damming its progress. "Can you restore the original pattern?" Bill asked, grasping the implications immediately. "Not alone," Harry acknowledged. "The transition requires specialized expertise in pattern transformation." "We need, me," came a familiar voice as Morrigan appeared beside the archway, her arrival undetected by conventional security measures. Silver patterns shimmered across her dark skin as she assessed the visualization with clinical precision. "Pattern transformation represents my specific domain. Your light aspect provides energy but lacks structural reformation capability." Her unexpected appearance created momentary tension as Confederation security responded to uncleared presence within the restoration perimeter. Harry raised a hand to forestall intervention, recognizing both the necessity of Morrigan's expertise and the legitimate protocol concerns her appearance raised. "Morrigan's participation is essential for pattern restoration," he explained to Supreme Mugwump Adeyemi, who had approached with appropriate caution. "Her domain specialization in transformation states provides capabilities not replicable through conventional magical approaches or my own primordial aspect." Adeyemi studied Morrigan with professional assessment rather than instinctive alarm, a response reflecting her considerable diplomatic experience. The Confederation acknowledges specialized expertise requirements in this unprecedented situation. Observer status is extended to include limited participation under existing security frameworks. The carefully worded authorization preserved institutional protocols while accommodating practical necessities, exactly the kind of adaptive governance Harry hoped might characterize future integration between primordial forces and modern magical structures. "Acceptable parameters," Morrigan acknowledged with unexpected cooperation. "The pattern disruption affects primordial currents beyond local convergence boundaries. Restoration serves mutual interests regardless of institutional affiliation." With this pragmatic alliance established, they proceeded to the most challenging phase of the restoration, direct manipulation of the primordial currents at the primary constriction point. Harry maintained his connection through the archway while Morrigan established complementary interface, their silver and golden patterns interacting in visual representation of their combined primordial aspects. "I'll maintain energy stabilization while you reshape the disrupted patterns," Harry suggested, recognizing the natural division of their capabilities. "Synchronized implementation rather than sequential intervention." Morrigan nodded agreement, their primordial natures allowing communication beyond verbal exchange as they coordinated their approach. Through their combined perception, they extended awareness directly into the primary constriction, the severely damaged junction beneath the former ministry complex where Thornwood's extraction facility had created fundamental disruption in the convergence patterns. What they encountered exceeded even their anticipated damage assessment. The extraction hadn't merely diverted or blocked natural flows but essentially rewoven the primordial currents into unnatural configuration, forcing ancient patterns into artificial channels that strained against their fundamental nature. The magical equivalent of forcing a river to flow uphill, maintained only through constant energy expenditure that drained the entire system. The pattern corruption is deliberate, Morrigan observed with cold precision as they examined the damage together. Not merely extraction for resource acquisition but intentional reconfiguration toward controlled distribution network. Your minister was attempting to remake the convergence itself into directed supply system under ministerial authority. The revelation confirmed Harry's worst suspicions about Thornwood's ultimate objectives, not just harvesting primordial energy as strategic resource but fundamentally altering London's magical infrastructure to centralize power distribution under ministry control. Technical methodology serving political consolidation through magical restructuring. The pattern remembers its original configuration, Harry noted, perceiving remnant resonance beneath the artificial imposition. We can facilitate restoration rather than imposing new design, remind rather than remake. This approach reflected Harry's evolving philosophy since his transformation, working with inherent magical nature rather than imposing control upon it. Unlike Thornwood's forced reconfiguration or even traditional wizard spellcraft that commanded magical forces, Harry's communion sought collaboration with the primordial currents themselves, restoration through remembrance rather than reformation through force. Viable approach, Morrigan acknowledged after professional assessment. My transition expertise can dissolve artificial binding points while your light aspect reinforces original pattern memory. Simultaneous implementation rather than sequential intervention. Their collaborative methodology manifested visibly to observers as silver and golden energy extending from the archway interface into the visualization, reaching the primary constriction point and beginning careful dissolution of the artificial configurations Thornwood's extraction process had imposed. Where Morrigan's silver patterns broke down force structures, Harry's golden energy reinforced natural flow patterns emerging from beneath the disruption. The primary junction is responding, Hermione reported from the monitoring station, where magical instruments registered changes occurring deep within London's foundation. Constriction reducing by 30%, 45%, stabilization indicators showing positive trend across connected channels. The restoration proceeded with increasing momentum as primordial currents recognized and returned to their natural configurations, like a river remembering its proper course once artificial barriers began dissolving. Throughout the convergence network, monitoring teams reported similar improvements as pressure differentials equalized and flow patterns re-established natural rhythms disrupted by Thornwood's extraction experiment. Secondary junctions showing spontaneous restoration effects, Bill confirmed from his position coordinating field teams across multiple locations. The currents are essentially healing themselves once the artificial constraints are removed. This self-restoration capacity represented fundamental property of primordial systems that Thornwood's approach had failed to appreciate, their inherent tendency toward natural equilibrium when artificial impositions were removed. Not chaotic randomness but intrinsic harmony emerging from the current's essential nature rather than external governance. As the primary constriction dissolved under their combined influence, Harry and Morrigan maintained careful synchronization to prevent uncontrolled energy release during the transition. Where conventional magical approaches might have attempted forced restructuring, their primordial methodology focused on facilitation, creating conditions where natural patterns could reassert themselves at sustainable pace rather than catastrophic correction. The convergence is approaching critical restoration threshold, Harry announced as the visualization showed increasingly normalized flow patterns throughout the network. Prepare for potential energy discharge as final constraints dissolve. This warning proved prescient as the last artificial configurations collapsed at the primary junction. Released primordial energy surged through restored channels, creating momentary overflow that manifested as brilliant golden-white illumination visible even to non-magical observers throughout London. Ancient buildings with magical foundations hummed with renewed power, while more recent magical constructions experienced brief flickering as their enchantments adjusted to restored current patterns. Containment holding at all monitored points, Vance reported as the Balance Keeper's frameworks channeled excess energy into stabilization cycles rather than destructive release. Discharge following predicted parameters within acceptable variance. Goblin ward stones at 93% capacity, Gornick added, monitoring the crystalline constructs absorbing energy fluctuations at critical intersection points. Successful modulation across primary distribution network. Through his immersive connection to the primordial currents, Harry experienced the restoration from within, feeling the system's relief as natural patterns reasserted themselves, pressure differentials equalized, and flow dynamics returned to sustainable configurations. Not perfect restoration to pre-extraction conditions, but functional rebalancing that would allow natural healing processes to continue without further intervention. As the initial surge stabilized, he began carefully withdrawing from deep communion while maintaining monitoring connection through the archway interface. The golden patterns across his skin gradually returned to their normal luminosity as his consciousness reintegrated fully with physical presence. Primary restoration complete, he confirmed to the assembled team. The convergence has returned to approximately 87% of pre-extraction functionality. Remaining discrepancies appear self-correcting as natural flow patterns continue re-establishing throughout the network. The announcement triggered visible relief among the assembled specialists, many of whom had anticipated significantly longer and more complicated restoration process based on conventional magical understanding of convergence damage. The combination of primordial methodology with traditional magical approaches had achieved in hours what might otherwise have required weeks of incremental intervention. The Confederation acknowledges this remarkable achievement, Supreme Mugwump Adeyemi stated formally. Preliminary assessments confirm convergent stabilization throughout the monitored region, with continued improvement expected as restoration effects propagate through connected systems. The Balance Keepers will maintain observation protocols during the stabilization period, Vance added. Though our historical records suggest that convergence will continue self-restoration now that artificial constraints have been removed. The primordial currents remember their natural patterns once reminded of original configurations. This conclusion aligned with Harry's own assessment, that convergence hadn't required complete reconstruction but rather liberation from artificial impositions, allowing inherent self-organizing properties to reassert natural equilibrium. A restoration philosophy fundamentally different from control-oriented approaches that characterized conventional magical intervention. As the immediate crisis response transitioned to monitoring and documentation phases, Harry found moment for quiet consultation with Morrigan, whose contribution had proven essential despite her unofficial status. Your transition expertise made the difference, he acknowledged. My aspect alone couldn't have dissolved the artificial configurations without disrupting underlying pattern integrity. Complementary function rather than singular capability, Morrigan observed with clinical precision. Primordial aspects evolved as balanced system rather than isolated manifestations precisely because different domains require specialized approaches to maintaining equilibrium. The observation touched on fundamental truth about primordial nature that Harry had been increasingly sensing since his transformation, the inherent interconnection between different aspects, designed for collaborative function rather than independent operation. Light needed shadow, creation required transformation, form depended on essence across complementary domains that together maintained balanced magical ecology. The awakening cycle isn't coincidental, he noted, connecting this understanding to the global pattern they'd been tracking since his transformation began. Different primordial aspects emerging worldwide, each representing specific domain within balanced system rather than random manifestations. Precisely, Morrigan confirmed. The current awakening cycle follows historical pattern documented since the Great Binding, primordial essences responding to magical imbalance through manifesting complementary aspects capable of cooperative restoration rather than isolated intervention. This perspective placed recent events within much larger context, not merely local crisis response but manifestation of fundamental rebalancing process operating at global scale through awakening primordials representing different essential aspects of magical equilibrium. Which raises significant questions about integration moving forward, Harry observed, glancing toward where the Confederation representatives were already discussing regulatory frameworks for ongoing convergence monitoring. The institutional response remains focused on containment and control rather than cooperative integration. Expected human approach, Morrigan noted without particular judgment. Organizational structures inherently prioritize stability through regulation rather than adaptation through collaboration. Particularly regarding forces they perceive as external to their governance frameworks. Before Harry could respond to this assessment, a disruption rippled through the monitoring equipment surrounding the restoration site. Magical instruments designed to track convergent stability suddenly registered unexpected energy signature emanating from beneath the damaged ministry complex, not natural primordial current but something artificially concentrated and increasingly intense. Energy anomaly detected at primary junction, one of the Confederation specialists announced with professional urgency. Pattern inconsistent with natural convergence fluctuations. Artificial signature increasing in both intensity and coherence. Harry immediately re-established deeper connection through the archway, extending his primordial awareness back into the convergence system they had just restored. What he encountered sent immediate alarm through his expanded perception, a concentrated pocket of primordial energy with disrupted pattern structure, pulsing with increasing intensity near where Thornwood's extraction facility had collapsed. "There's active concentration forming beneath the ministry ruins," he reported, golden patterns brightening across his skin as he deepened his perception. "Not natural accumulation but directed gathering, something or someone is deliberately pulling primordial energy toward centralized location. Residual extraction technology activating automatically," Hermione suggested, already analyzing the anomalous readings appearing on monitoring instruments. "No," Harry replied grimly. "This shows intention rather than mechanical function. Conscious direction rather than programmed response." Before further speculation could develop, Keeper Vance approached with urgent information. "The containment chamber maintaining Minister Thornwood's suspended form has been breached. The Balance Keeper monitoring team reports complete dissolution of preservation fields approximately 3 minutes ago, coinciding with the anomalous energy signature appearance." The implications crystallized with chilling clarity. Thornwood suspended consciousness, preserved in partial dissolution state after his desperate attempt to absorb primordial energy directly, had somehow escaped containment and was now actively drawing power from the newly restored convergence. "He's attempting self-reformation," Morrigan assessed with clinical precision, her silver patterns responding to the disruption they both sensed within the convergence. "Using the restored currents as energy source for reconstructing physical form around preserved consciousness. Fundamentally flawed methodology but potentially catastrophic in immediate effects. We need to contain this immediately," Harry decided, already calculating intervention approaches as the anomalous signature continued intensifying. If he's drawing directly from the primary junction, he could trigger secondary collapse throughout the restoration zone. Rapid response protocols activated as the Confederation and Balance Keeper teams shifted from restoration to containment operations. But Harry sensed the conventional approaches would prove insufficient against what was emerging, Thornwood's consciousness infused with unintegrated primordial energy, attempting self-reformation without proper understanding or natural awakening sequence. "I need to address this directly," he determined, turning to Hermione, Ron, and Ginny. "The conventional containment won't hold against what he's becoming. I can interface with the disrupted energy patterns directly through the primordial connection we've established." "Not alone," Morrigan stated with unexpected definitiveness. "The disruption pattern shows characteristics requiring transition expertise for proper containment. Your light aspect provides insufficient domain coverage for this specific manifestation." The assessment wasn't criticism but practical reality. The complementary nature of their primordial aspects meant certain interventions required combined approach rather than singular capability. Where the convergence restoration had benefited from their cooperation, this emerging threat demanded it. "We'll establish synchronized containment through the archway connection," Harry agreed. "While conventional teams implement physical restriction protocols at the manifestation location." As they prepared for this intervention, the anomalous energy signature suddenly spiked in both intensity and coherence. Through his primordial perception, Harry sensed something emerging from formless energy into defined manifestation, consciousness imposing pattern upon raw power without natural integration process to guide proper formation. "He's achieving coherent manifestation," Harry warned as monitoring equipment throughout the restoration zone registered dramatic energy fluctuations. "But fundamentally unstable," artificial construct rather than natural emergence. The visualization above the archway showed this manifestation taking form at the primary junction, a humanoid figure composed of swirling primordial energy, but distorted and erratic compared to the balanced patterns that characterized Harry's own transformed nature. Where Harry's golden markings followed natural configuration expressing his light aspect, this emerging entity displayed chaotic, jagged patterns suggesting power without proper structure, capability without understanding. Thornwood's consciousness imposing remembered human form upon primordial energy, Morrigan observed. Without awakened capacity to properly integrate the essence he's attempting to embody. Fundamentally corrupted manifestation rather than true primordial emergence. This assessment aligned with Harry's own perception. Unlike his gradual transformation through proper awakening sequence, Thornwood had attempted to seize primordial power directly, absorbing raw energy without corresponding awareness evolution necessary for stable integration. The result was something neither human nor properly primordial but dangerously unstable hybrid of both. The manifestation is moving, Hermione reported urgently as monitoring stations tracked the entity's progress through the convergence system. Ascending through the damaged ministry infrastructure toward the surface. Harry made immediate decision. I need to intercept directly. Conventional containment won't be effective against corrupted primordial manifestation. I'll establish transition boundary at the emergence point, Morrigan added, already moving toward the archway interface. Create buffer zone between his manifestation and surrounding magical infrastructure to prevent cascade disruption if he destabilizes completely. Their complementary approach represented exactly the kind of balanced intervention the situation required, Harry's light aspect addressing the entity directly while Morrigan's transition domain contained potential collateral effects. Not opposition but collaboration between primordial aspects evolved for interconnected function rather than isolated operation. Be careful, Ginny said quietly as Harry prepared to depart, her expression conveying everything left unspoken between them. That's not just primordial energy you're facing, it's Thornwood's consciousness corrupted by power he doesn't understand. Which makes him more dangerous, not less, Harry acknowledged, briefly taking her hand in silent communication before turning toward the manifestation coordinates. His human ambition fused with primordial capability without corresponding responsibility or understanding. With Confederation teams establishing perimeter security and evacuation protocols for surrounding areas, Harry moved toward the damaged ministry complex where Thornwood's corrupted manifestation was emerging. The destruction from the extraction facility's collapse had left architectural skeleton where once imposing government buildings had stood, magical infrastructure partially exposed beneath physical construction like revealed anatomy beneath torn skin. Through this damaged landscape, Harry sensed Thornwood's approach before visual confirmation, erratic pulses of misaligned primordial energy forcing passage through conventional space rather than flowing within natural currents. The signature radiated dissonance that felt physically painful to Harry's integrated primordial awareness, like musical instrument badly out of tune played at excessive volume. Then the manifestation appeared, rising through shattered foundation stones into daylight. The form maintained vague resemblance to Thornwood's human appearance but constructed from swirling primordial energy poorly contained within unstable boundaries. Where Harry's transformation had integrated golden patterns harmoniously with his physical form, Thornwood's manifestation showed jagged, erratic configurations forcing coherence upon energy that resisted unnatural constraints. Minister Thornwood, Harry addressed the entity, establishing position between the manifestation and civilian evacuation routes while carefully monitoring energy signatures through his enhanced perception. Your current form is critically unstable. Allow us to help establish proper containment before catastrophic decoherence occurs. The entity oriented toward Harry's voice, features coalescing into twisted approximation of Thornwood's face within the swirling energy mass. When it spoke, the voice carried unsettling harmonic distortion, human speech patterns overlaid with primordial resonance it couldn't properly control. Potter, the entity identified, recognition filtering through disrupted consciousness. The transformation is progressing. Control establishing through will imposition. Ministry authority maintains priority access. The fragmented communication revealed disturbing insight into Thornwood's perspective, still conceptualizing primordial energy through administrative frameworks, attempting to process cosmic awareness through bureaucratic mindset. Institutional authority applied to forces that operated on fundamentally different principles. "This isn't transformation but deterioration," Harry responded with direct honesty, sensing no benefit in diplomatic ambiguity given the entity's condition. "You've absorbed primordial energy without proper integration capacity. Your current manifestation is inherently unstable and creating dangerous disruption throughout the convergence network." Temporary adjustment period. The entity dismissed, energy patterns fluctuating erratically as it attempted more coherent physical definition. Ministry research indicated, initial instability followed by, controlled adaptation. Power redistribution according to, authorized protocols. The response confirmed Harry's assessment of Thornwood's fundamental misunderstanding, still applying administrative logic to primordial processes, conceptualizing cosmic forces as resources to be managed rather than conscious currents to be communicated with. The same category error that had characterized his extraction project, now magnified through direct embodiment attempt. "There is no controlled adaptation without proper awakening sequence," Harry explained, maintaining calm direct communication while discreetly signaling Confederation security teams establishing containment perimeter around their position. "What you're attempting bypasses natural integration process. The instability is inherent to your approach, not temporary adjustment phase." As they spoke, Harry sensed Morrigan establishing the transition boundary around their location, silver energy creating buffer zone between Thornwood's unstable manifestation and surrounding magical infrastructure. The precaution proved immediately valuable as the entity's erratic energy fluctuations intensified, radiating disruptive pulses that dissipated harmlessly against Morrigan's containment rather than propagating into restored convergence channels. "Your assistance is not required," Thornwood's fragmented voice declared with administrative authority incongruous against his deteriorating coherence. "Ministry protocols, sufficient for transition management. Surrender extracted energy, for proper redistribution under, authorized channels." The demand revealed both Thornwood's continued political mindset and dangerous misunderstanding of Harry's nature. Not recognizing fundamental difference between Harry's naturally integrated transformation and his own artificially forced manifestation, Thornwood apparently believed both represented similar energy configuration that could be administratively regulated or transferred between vessels. "This isn't about protocols or authority," Harry responded with patient clarity despite growing concern about the entity's increasing instability. "Primordial energy isn't resource for extraction or redistribution. It's conscious current that responds to communion rather than control. What you're attempting contradicts its fundamental nature." The explanation fell on uncomprehending consciousness. Thornwood's perception remained locked within control paradigm that had characterized his ministerial approach, authority-imposing structure rather than communion-establishing harmony. His manifestation reflected this fundamental misalignment, energy patterns growing increasingly chaotic as his consciousness attempted to force coherence upon forces that operated through fundamentally different principles. "If you will not cooperate," the entity declared, erratic energy configurations coalescing into more aggressive formation, "the energy will be appropriated through emergency security provisions." The shift from negotiation to confrontation occurred with administrative precision despite Thornwood's fragmented consciousness. Like Ministry memo reclassifying operational parameters, his approach pivoted from attempted cooperation to authorized seizure with bureaucratic efficiency that would have been admirable in proper context but represented catastrophic category error regarding primordial forces. Harry sensed the attack forming before visible manifestation, Thornwood drawing excess energy from surrounding area into concentrated projection similar to conventional magical strike but composed of raw primordial power without proper structure or direction. The resulting energy surge launched toward Harry with explosive force, unstable and erratic yet carrying dangerous potency through sheer volume rather than focused application. Rather than conventional magical shield, Harry responded by establishing resonant field around himself, golden patterns extending outward to create harmonic structure that didn't block Thornwood's chaotic energy but reorganized it into more coherent flow. Like skilled Aikido practitioner redirecting opponent's force rather than directly opposing it, Harry guided the attack energy into circular pattern that dispersed its destructive potential while preserving its essential nature. This approach endangers everyone in the vicinity, Harry warned as the redirected energy dissipated harmlessly against Morrigan's transition boundary. Including yourself. Your manifestation lacks structural integrity for sustained energy projection. Each attempt accelerates your decoherence. The assessment was technically accurate but failed to penetrate Thornwood's fragmented perception. The entity's response came as intensified effort, drawing deeper from the primordial currents flowing beneath their position, pulling energy through connections Harry and Morrigan had just restored during the convergence recovery operation. All magical energy, subject to ministerial authority during declared emergency, Thornwood's distorted voice proclaimed as his manifestation expanded chaotically, absorbing power without corresponding structural reinforcement. Containment protocols, authorized for unregistered manifestations. The administrative terminology applied to cosmic forces might have been darkly comical in different circumstances. But the danger proved immediately real as Thornwood's unstable form began affecting surrounding magical infrastructure, nearby buildings developing visible stress fractures as reality itself strained against the dissonant energy patterns he was generating. He's creating cascading instability throughout the local manifestation zone, Harry reported to Confederation teams through their communication network. His energy signature shows critical decoherence approaching irreversible threshold. In practical terms, Thornwood was becoming magical bomb, absorbing primordial energy without proper integration capacity, creating increasingly unstable configuration that would eventually collapse catastrophically. Not malicious intent but fundamental incompatibility between his consciousness framework and the forces he was attempting to embody. Can you establish stabilization field? Supreme Mugwump Adeyemi inquired through the communication network, her calm professionalism maintaining despite evident crisis escalation. Not conventionally, Harry replied honestly. His manifestation resists external stabilization attempts. He's conceptualizing primordial energy through control framework rather than communion approach, actively fighting harmonization efforts as perceived authority challenge. The assessment highlighted fundamental incompatibility between Thornwood's ministerial mindset and primordial reality. Where Harry had learned to communicate with these forces through respectful communion, Thornwood continued attempting administrative control over energies that responded to entirely different relational approach. There may be alternative intervention possibility, Morrigan's voice suggested through the network, her transition expertise identifying option beyond conventional containment approaches. Not external stabilization but guided dissolution, helping his manifestation return to unformed state through controlled transition rather than catastrophic collapse. The proposal represented sophisticated understanding of transition dynamics beyond conventional magical theory, not opposing Thornwood's deterioration but guiding it toward least harmful resolution. Not fighting inevitable dissolution but ensuring it occurred through managed process rather than explosive decoherence. I can establish resonant framework supporting controlled transition, Harry confirmed, immediately grasping the technical approach Morrigan was suggesting. But it requires his cooperation or at least non-resistance. His current oppositional stance makes guided dissolution impossible. This limitation highlighted crucial distinction between primordial intervention and conventional magical enforcement. Where ministry security might simply overpower resistance through superior force application, primordial approaches required certain alignment between all involved consciousnesses, harmony rather than dominance as operational principle. Before they could develop alternative strategy, Thornwood's deteriorating manifestation reached critical instability threshold. His form began visibly fluctuating between semi-coherent humanoid appearance and chaotic energy mass without defined boundaries. Each fluctuation released disruptive pulse that stressed Morrigan's containment boundary, threatening breakthrough into surrounding areas where evacuation remained incomplete. Critical decoherence imminent, Harry warned, golden patterns brightening across his skin as he prepared maximum response capacity. All personnel maintain maximum distance from containment perimeter. The situation had evolved beyond negotiation or gradual intervention. Thornwood's manifestation was approaching catastrophic collapse that would release all accumulated primordial energy in uncontrolled explosion affecting everything within significant radius. Conventional containment methods couldn't withstand such discharge, and even Morrigan's transition boundary showed stress fractures under preliminary energy pulses. In this critical moment, Harry made decision transcending standard protocols or predetermined response frameworks. Drawing deeply from his integrated primordial nature, he established direct communion with the unstable energy configuration Thornwood had created, not attempting to control or even guide it, but offering personal conduit for safe discharge that would otherwise occur explosively. Golden light extended from his form toward Thornwood's chaotic manifestation, not attacking or constraining, but offering connection through which excess energy could flow into prepared receiver rather than detonating uncontrolled. The approach represented fundamentally different paradigm than Thornwood's control methodology, offering service rather than imposing authority, communion rather than containment. "I can help you release safely," Harry communicated directly, both verbally and through primordial resonance that transcended conventional language. Not control or constrain, but guide dissolution through prepared channels rather than catastrophic collapse. Thornwood's fragmented consciousness initially resisted this approach, administrative mindset interpreting offered assistance as authority challenge rather than genuine aid. But as his manifestation approached final decoherence threshold, preservation instinct apparently overcame bureaucratic framework. Procedure, not authorized, the entity's distorted voice managed even as its form began final dissolution phase. But, emergency, provisions, allow, field adaptation. The reluctant acceptance, characteristically framed through administrative terminology even at existential crisis point, provided sufficient alignment for Harry's intervention to establish connection. Golden energy formed bridge between their manifestations, controlled channel through which Thornwood's accumulated power could discharge gradually rather than explosively. What followed transcended conventional magical description. As Thornwood's artificial manifestation completed inevitable dissolution, Harry's integrated primordial nature provided safe transition pathway, absorbing, processing, and redistributing the chaotic energy into harmonious patterns that could return to natural flow rather than destructive discharge. The process manifested visibly as Thornwood's unstable form gradually dissipating into golden light that flowed through established connection into Harry's stabilizing influence. Not absorption or consumption but facilitated transition, helping misaligned energy return to natural configurations through guided dissolution rather than catastrophic collapse. For Harry, the experience proved both physically demanding and conceptually transformative. The sheer volume of primordial energy flowing through his manifestation tested integration capacity beyond previous thresholds, requiring continuous adaptation to maintain coherent processing without becoming overwhelmed. Yet simultaneously, the process demonstrated profound principle at primordial operations core, transformation through service rather than dominance through control. As the dissolution completed, Thornwood's consciousness separated from the primordial energy he had attempted to embody, returning to conventional magical essence typical of wizard rather than corrupted hybrid he had temporarily become. This core consciousness, stripped of artificial primordial enhancement but preserving fundamental identity, settled into stable magical configuration that conventional containment systems could properly maintain. Manifestation dissolution complete, Harry reported as the energy flow diminished to final trickles, the golden connection between them fading as its purpose fulfilled. Thornwood's consciousness has returned to standard magical composition without primordial integration. Conventional containment will be sufficient for maintaining stability. The Confederation teams moved forward with appropriate protocols, establishing specialized containment field around Thornwood's now conventional magical essence. Unlike his previous suspended animation state, this configuration represented stable rather than deteriorating condition, standard wizard consciousness without corrupted primordial elements requiring specialized preservation techniques. Remarkable intervention, Supreme Mugwump Adeyemi acknowledged as she approached the containment perimeter once security teams confirmed stability. Our specialists anticipated catastrophic detonation rather than controlled dissolution. The damage estimates exceeded acceptable parameters by several orders of magnitude. Conventional containment approaches would have proven insufficient, Harry explained, the golden patterns across his skin gradually returning to normal luminosity as excess energy dissipated through natural channels. Primordial manifestations, even corrupted ones like Thornwood's attempt, require corresponding primordial methodologies for effective resolution. This principle represented core lesson emerging from the entire crisis sequence, from initial extraction facility collapse through convergence restoration to final manifestation resolution. Conventional magical approaches alone proved inadequate for addressing primordial-level challenges, just as primordial methods without practical implementation frameworks would lack necessary precision for specific interventions. The Confederation acknowledges this reality, Adeyemi confirmed with diplomatic precision. Today's events have demonstrated conclusively that effective magical governance moving forward requires integration between traditional regulatory frameworks and primordial understanding previously excluded from institutional consideration. The acknowledgement, while carefully worded to preserve institutional dignity, represented significant evolution in official position regarding primordial forces and their relationship to established magical governance structures. Not merely crisis exception but philosophical reassessment with long-term implications for how magical society organized its relationship with fundamental forces underlying their various traditions. As containment teams secured Thornwood's stabilized essence for transport to specialized facility, Harry joined Morrigan at the transition boundary perimeter. Her silver patterns had already begun retracting as the immediate danger passed, though her expression showed unusual thoughtfulness rather than clinical detachment. "Your intervention methodology proved unexpectedly effective," she observed with professional assessment. "Direct communion rather than oppositional containment. Service orientation rather than dominance framework. Not conventional primordial response pattern historically documented in crisis scenarios." "It felt like the natural approach," Harry replied honestly. "Fighting chaotic energy only increases entropy. Providing stable transition pathway allows return to natural harmony through guided rather than forced process." Morrigan studied him with increased interest. This integrated philosophy, combining human ethical frameworks with primordial operational principles, represents genuine innovation rather than compromise position. Neither traditionally human nor historically primordial but coherent synthesis transcending previous paradigmatic limitations. The observation articulated something Harry had been increasingly sensing throughout his transformation journey, that his unique position bridging human and primordial natures offered perspective neither tradition alone could achieve. Not diluted version of either approach but genuine integration creating possibilities beyond what separate paradigms had previously considered. "Perhaps that's the actual purpose behind primordial awakening cycles," he suggested, connecting immediate experience to larger patterns they'd been tracking since his transformation began. Not simply restoring balance within existing frameworks but evolving those frameworks themselves through integration between approaches previously considered incompatible. This perspective placed recent events within much broader context, not merely crisis response but evolutionary development in how magical consciousness interfaced with fundamental forces underlying various traditions. An integration possibility emerging through individuals' position between paradigms rather than firmly within established categories. Their philosophical exchange was interrupted as Hermione, Ron, and Ginny approached, having coordinated support operations during the manifestation crisis. The contrast between cosmic-scale considerations and immediate human concerns represented exactly the balance Harry had been working to maintain throughout his transformation, transcendent awareness grounded through personal connections rather than detached from human experience. "Thornwood's containment team is requesting transfer authorization to specialized facility in Switzerland," Hermione reported with characteristic efficiency despite evident fatigue. "The Confederation has established interim magical governance structure until permanent leadership can be properly determined through established constitutional procedures." "And the convergence restoration?" Harry asked, returning attention to their original mission before Thornwood's manifestation had created unexpected crisis. "Continuing self-stabilization according to projected patterns," Ron confirmed, consulting monitoring data from field teams positioned throughout London's magical infrastructure. "The balance keepers are maintaining observation protocols, but preliminary assessments show natural rebalancing accelerating beyond initial estimates." The positive developments reflected fundamental principle they had discovered during restoration efforts. Primordial systems possessed intrinsic self-healing capacity when artificial impositions were removed rather than requiring external reconstruction through imposed frameworks. Liberation rather than regulation as effective restoration methodology. As operational discussions continued around them, Harry found moment for the conversation with Ginny that crisis demands had repeatedly postponed. Moving slightly apart from the main activity, they found relatively private space amid the controlled chaos of ongoing security and restoration operations. Quite the first date, Ginny observed with characteristic directness that somehow balanced gravity with humor. Convergence restoration, corrupted manifestation containment, philosophical revelations about magical governance structures. Setting high expectations for future outings. The unexpected framing, categorizing intense crisis response as relationship development opportunity, triggered genuine laugh from Harry despite the situation's seriousness. This ability to maintain human perspective amid cosmic-scale events represented exactly what he valued most in Ginny's approach to his transformed nature. "I was hoping for something slightly less apocalyptic next time," he replied, the golden patterns beneath his skin brightening subtly in response to emotional connection rather than energy channeling. "Though I'm not sure conventional dating activities adequately accommodate primordial manifestation considerations." "Depends on the activity," Ginny countered with considering expression. "Quidditch might prove interesting with your current capabilities. Either completely unfair advantage or spectacular disaster when emotional intensity triggers unconscious energy discharge mid-flight." The casual reference to potential complications his transformed nature created for normal activities highlighted another quality Harry appreciated: practical problem-solving rather than either fearful avoidance or unrealistic dismissal of genuine differences his primordial awakening had established. "I've been working on control techniques specifically for high-emotion scenarios," he admitted, golden patterns responding to the very feelings under discussion. "Though testing them during competitive Quidditch probably isn't responsible first application." "Probably not," Ginny agreed with smile that softened the technical discussion. Then her expression grew more serious. "Though the larger question remains, how much normal life is possible alongside everything else your transformation involves? The cosmic responsibilities, international political complications, philosophical evolution work." The question articulated concern Harry himself had been considering throughout recent developments, whether genuine balance between human connections and primordial responsibilities remained possible or if his transformed nature inevitably meant choosing between worlds rather than integrating them. "That's what I'm trying to determine," he replied honestly. "Not either completely human or fully primordial, but genuine integration between both aspects. Personal connections alongside expanded awareness rather than sacrificing either for the other. Integration rather than selection," Ginny summarized with perceptive precision. "Creating new possibility rather than choosing between existing categories." The framework perfectly captured Harry's evolving approach to his transformed existence, not resignation to limitation but creative development of previously unconsidered integration between seemingly separate domains. The same principle that had proven effective in convergence restoration applied equally to personal identity development: harmony through communion rather than dominance through control. "Exactly," he confirmed, appreciation for her understanding manifesting in subtle brightening of the golden patterns visible beneath his skin. "Though practical implementation remains work in progress rather than established methodology. Most worthwhile things are," Ginny noted with practical wisdom beyond her years. "And having compelling reason to develop effective integration approach provides stronger motivation than abstract philosophical interest alone." The implication, that their potential relationship represented practical reason for developing balanced existence between human and primordial aspects, wasn't stated directly but communicated clearly nonetheless. Not ultimatum or pressure but acknowledgement that personal connections provided concrete motivation for maintaining human integration alongside cosmic awareness. "Very compelling reason," Harry acknowledged, the conversation conveying deeper meaning through context and connection rather than explicit declaration. The understanding between them had developed through shared experience and demonstrated values rather than formal statements or conventional relationship progression. Their exchange was interrupted as Bill Weasley approached with information requiring Harry's attention. The moment passed into operational considerations, but the understanding established between them remained, foundation for potential relationship development, acknowledging both his transformed nature and continued humanity rather than requiring selection between aspects. The immediate crisis resolution transitioned into longer-term planning as the Confederation established formal Restoration Oversight Committee incorporating diverse magical traditions. Harry found himself appointed technical consultant bridging conventional and primordial methodologies, institutional recognition of his unique position between established categories. The Confederation proposes establishing permanent council addressing primordial integration within existing magical governance frameworks. Supreme Mugwump Adeyemi informed him as organizational structures took shape amid ongoing restoration activities. Your perspective would prove invaluable in developing appropriate protocols that respect both traditional authorities and emerging primordial manifestations. The proposal represented exactly the kind of balanced approach Harry had been advocating since his transformation stabilized, integration rather than opposition between paradigms historically positioned as incompatible. Not dominance by either tradition but collaborative development incorporating insights from multiple perspectives into coherent governance framework. I would be honored to contribute, he acknowledged. Though effective council would require diverse representation beyond my individual perspective. Other awakened primordials, traditional magical authorities, non-human magical communities with historical primordial connections. Precisely our intention, Adeyemi confirmed with diplomatic precision. Recent events have demonstrated conclusively that effective magical governance moving forward requires genuine integration rather than hierarchical organization. Balance through diversity rather than control through uniformity. The philosophical evolution evident in this approach, institutional leadership acknowledging fundamental paradigm shift rather than merely accommodating exceptional circumstances, represented potentially transformative development in magical governance beyond immediate crisis response. As these larger organizational questions took shape, Harry maintained focus on practical restoration efforts continuing throughout London's magical infrastructure. The convergence system had stabilized significantly since their intervention, with monitoring teams reporting accelerated self-restoration as natural flow patterns re-established throughout connected channels. The self-healing capacity exceeds historical precedent, Keeper Vance noted as they reviewed progress reports from field teams positioned at key junction points. Previous restoration efforts required continuous external reinforcement rather than facilitating internal rebalancing. Your methodology represents significant advancement over traditional approaches. Not advancement but integration, Harry clarified, recognizing important distinction. Combining traditional techniques with primordial communion rather than replacing established methodologies entirely. The effectiveness comes from complementary application rather than paradigmatic superiority. This principle, integration rather than replacement, characterized Harry's evolving philosophy regarding his transformed existence. Not rejecting human perspectives in favor of primordial awareness, nor constraining primordial understanding within conventional magical frameworks, but developing genuine synthesis that honored both traditions while creating new possibilities through their integration. As restoration efforts transition from emergency response to long-term monitoring, Harry received unexpected message from Morrigan, who had maintained observer status throughout proceedings while providing technical consultation regarding transition aspects of the convergence restoration. Your intervention approach merits further discussion, she communicated through their established primordial connection rather than conventional means. The integration methodology demonstrates viable alternative to historical patterns previously considered inevitable. Conversation beyond institutional contexts would prove valuable for long-term equilibrium considerations. The invitation represented significant evolution in Morrigan's perspective since their initial encounters. Where once she had maintained clinical detachment regarding human magical concerns, recent events had apparently demonstrated potential value in Harry's integrated approach, combining human ethical frameworks with primordial operational principles in ways neither tradition alone had previously developed. I welcome such conversation, Harry responded through the same primordial channel. Though my immediate responsibilities remain focused on convergent stabilization and governance transition frameworks. Naturally, Morrigan acknowledged. Long-term equilibrium considerations transcend immediate crisis response parameters. When current stabilization achieves self-sustaining threshold, alternative venue discussion can proceed without operational compromise. The exchange reflected evolving relationship between different primordial aspects awakening during current cycle, not opposition or dominance competition but collaborative development recognizing complementary functions within balanced system. Light and shadow, creation and transformation working in concert rather than conflict despite their contrasting natures. As the day's operations concluded and temporary headquarters established for continuing restoration monitoring, Harry found moment for reflection amid transition between crisis response and longer-term development. The rooftop observation point where they had begun that morning offered appropriate perspective, elevated view encompassing both damaged Ministry complex and surrounding magical London continuing normal functions despite recent disruption. The physical landscape below mirrored larger philosophical transition unfolding through recent events, structures damaged but not destroyed, foundations exposed but not collapsed, new construction possibilities emerging from necessary renovation rather than complete rebuilding. Transformation through integration rather than replacement through destruction. "Quite the view," came Hermione's voice as she joined him at the rooftop's edge. "Both literally and metaphorically." "I was just thinking the same thing," Harry acknowledged, appreciating her perceptive understanding as she had demonstrated throughout his transformation journey. The physical reconstruction mirrors the conceptual reframing happening simultaneously. Hermione nodded, her analytical mind clearly following similar connections. The Confederation's approach has evolved remarkably quickly from containment emphasis to integration framework. Crisis circumstances accelerating philosophical development that might otherwise have required generations of gradual negotiation. Necessity proving effective motivator for paradigm reconsideration, Harry agreed. Though sustainable implementation requires continued commitment beyond immediate crisis response. "Which is where your ongoing involvement proves essential," Hermione noted. "Not just technical capability but philosophical integration between human and primordial perspectives. Living demonstration that balance is possible rather than theoretical concept alone." The observation highlighted responsibility Harry had been increasingly recognizing throughout recent developments. His unique position bridging traditionally separate categories created both opportunity and obligation to facilitate integration that neither perspective alone might achieve. Balance through continuous practice rather than fixed structure, he acknowledged. Dynamic equilibrium rather than static arrangement. Ron and Ginny joined them at the observation point, bringing welcome human connection alongside cosmic scale considerations. The balance between these aspects, personal relationships grounding expanded awareness, practical concerns complementing philosophical evolution, represented exactly the integration Harry had been developing since his transformation stabilized. "The Confederation is establishing permanent headquarters at Stonehenge for the new council," Ron reported, having coordinated logistical arrangements with international teams throughout the day. Symbolic location choice given historical significance as primordial access point predating conventional magical governance structures. "And practical functionality beyond symbolism," Harry added, aware of deeper significance conventional magical authorities might not fully appreciate. "The original primordial junction beneath Stonehenge remains active despite centuries of limited access. Appropriate location for council bridging traditional and primordial approaches." Ginny moved beside him at the rooftop edge, her presence providing grounding connection amid expanded awareness that characterized his transformed perception. "So what happens next? Beyond immediate restoration work and organizational development?" The question addressed fundamental consideration beyond operational details or institutional frameworks, the larger purpose behind current developments and Harry's unique role within evolving circumstances. Not what or how but why these transformations were occurring and what possibilities they might create beyond present understanding. "Integration rather than separation," Harry answered after thoughtful consideration. "Not just between primordial forces and conventional magic, but between different magical communities historically divided by artificial categories. Human and non-human, wand wielders and elemental practitioners, institutional and intuitive approaches. Creating balance through diversity rather than uniformity," Hermione observed, connecting his perspective to larger philosophical principles emerging throughout recent events. "Complementary function rather than competitive dominance." "Exactly," Harry confirmed. The primordial awakening cycle represents more than just response to magical instability. It's potential catalyst for evolutionary development in how magical consciousness organizes its relationship with fundamental forces underlying different traditions. This perspective placed immediate circumstances within much broader context, not merely crisis resolution but developmental opportunity transcending historical patterns that had positioned different magical approaches in opposition rather than complementary relationship. Ambitious vision, Ron noted with characteristic practicality. Though starting from preventing catastrophic magical convergence collapse probably helps establish credibility for larger philosophical restructuring proposals. The observation triggered genuine laughter among them despite the situation's seriousness, another example of human perspective grounding cosmic scale considerations through practical wisdom rather than abstract theorization alone. The balance between transcendent awareness and grounded understanding represented exactly what Harry had been developing throughout his transformation journey. As twilight settled over London, magical lights began illuminating restored sections of the convergence network, visible manifestation of primordial currents flowing through channels they had helped re-establish during the day's operations. The golden-white energy pulsed with subtle rhythm through magical districts, stronger and more harmonious than before Thornwood's extraction had disrupted natural patterns. The convergence is actually healthier than before the extraction damage, Hermione observed, consulting monitoring data from her enchanted tablet. The restoration didn't just repair disruption but improved overall flow dynamics throughout the system. Integration rather than mere restoration, Harry confirmed, sensing this reality through his enhanced perception. The process allowed natural optimization rather than imposing predetermined configuration. Facilitating self-organization instead of external control. The principle reflected fundamental difference between their approach and Thornwood's methodology, communion seeking harmony rather than authority imposing structure. The results demonstrated effectiveness beyond what either conventional magical techniques or pure primordial intervention might have achieved alone. As night fully claimed the city, stars becoming visible above despite urban illumination, Harry felt momentary expansion of awareness beyond immediate circumstances, connection to larger patterns unfolding across magical reality as primordial awakening cycle continued developing worldwide. Through these expanded perceptions, he sensed other emergences occurring at various global locations, different aspects awakening in response to the same fundamental rebalancing process their London intervention represented locally. It's happening everywhere, he noted quietly, golden patterns brightening slightly across his skin as expanded awareness manifested physically. Different aspects awakening at key junction points throughout global magical network. Not isolated incidents but coordinated emergence serving larger rebalancing function. The beginning rather than conclusion, Hermione suggested, understanding immediately transcending conventional perception limitations. Exactly, Harry confirmed. What's happening here represents microcosm of much larger integration process unfolding across magical reality. Not ending but evolution, development beyond historical patterns previously considered inevitable. The perspective offered both responsibility and possibility beyond immediate crisis resolution. Not just local stability restoration but participation in fundamental evolution of how magical consciousness organized its relationship with underlying forces, integration creating new possibilities through balanced harmony rather than dominance establishing control through hierarchical structure. As they continued observing the healing convergence network below, Harry felt profound clarity regarding his path forward. Not either human or primordial but genuinely both, integration creating possibilities neither tradition alone could achieve. Not sacrifice of personal connections for cosmic awareness but synergy between grounding relationships and expanded perception. Balance not through separation but through harmony between complementary aspects serving mutual development rather than competing for dominance. In that clarity, he sensed potential transcending even current circumstances, possibility for magical reality evolving beyond historical limitations through integration between approaches previously considered incompatible. Not completion but beginning, foundation for development beyond present understanding toward harmony only glimpsed through current perspective. The golden patterns across his skin pulsed gently with this resolution, responding to intention and purpose aligned with both his human connections and primordial awareness. Whatever challenges lay ahead in restoration efforts or governance development, the fundamental direction had become clear: integration rather than opposition, harmony rather than dominance, balance through diversity rather than control through uniformity. Primordial equilibrium not as static endpoint but as dynamic process, continual balancing rather than fixed arrangement. Not final answer but ongoing question, exploration rather than conclusion, development rather than destination. The journey itself representing purpose beyond any predetermined outcome. In that understanding, Harry Potter, both human wizard and primordial titan, found peace amid transformation. Not through resolving all questions but through embracing the essential balance between knowing and becoming, between being and evolving, between individual identity and connected awareness. Integration as continuous practice rather than achieved state, dynamic equilibrium maintained through ongoing communion between complementary aspects of existence previously considered separate but fundamentally interconnected within larger harmony. The golden patterns across his skin settled into steady luminosity reflecting this integrated purpose, neither dim to invisibility nor brightened to dominating radiance but balanced expression honoring both his human and primordial natures within coherent whole. Not compromise diminishing either aspect but synthesis enhancing both through harmony rather than opposition. As London's magical network continued healing beneath them, stars shining above in cosmic reminder of larger patterns they participated within, Harry embraced the balance he had been seeking since his transformation began, not either human or primordial but genuinely both, not sacrifice of connection for awareness but integration of grounding relationships with expanded perception. In that balance, that dynamic equilibrium maintained through continuous practice rather than fixed arrangement, lay potential transcending present understanding. Not conclusion but beginning, not destination but journey, not answer but exploration continuing beyond current perspective toward harmony glimpsed but not fully comprehended through present awareness. Primordial equilibrium not as static endpoint but as ongoing process, balance maintained through communion rather than control, through harmony rather than dominance, through integration rather than separation. The journey itself representing purpose beyond any predetermined outcome, becoming rather than achieving, evolving rather than arriving. In that understanding, Harry Potter found peace amid transformation. Not through resolving all questions but through embracing the essential balance between knowing and becoming. Integration as continuous practice rather than achieved state. Dynamic equilibrium maintained through ongoing communion between aspects of existence previously considered separate but fundamentally interconnected within larger harmony transcending current comprehension yet glimpsed through balanced perspective embracing both human wisdom and primordial awareness within integrated consciousness continuing to evolve beyond present understanding. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.